pick up 5 victories on the bounce. Some of them were utterly impressive as well, including this one at Catalonia when he battled back from a handful of mistakes to beat Fermin Aldeguer. Here at Aragon as well. Not only did he have to endure a long lap penalty, but he also made a mistake on the final lap, but still was able to come back and show blistering pace to pick up the win there as well. They moved on to Jerez, where he picked up another victory, which would crown him champion in dominant fashion. Fortunately for everybody else in the European Talent Cup, he moves in to the Junior World Championship this year, meaning it is all up for grabs and all to fight for as we start the 2020 season. Good afternoon, Lewis. Welcome along to FIM CEV Repsol. The European Talent Cup kicks us off in a matter of moments. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting underway.
Yeah, hi Jack, hi everyone. It's great to be here. 240 days have been and gone since we were last racing in the FIM CEV Repsol, and the world has changed, families and lives have changed, perspectives have changed, and motorsport has certainly had to know its place in the recent global pandemic. But we're all delighted to see that the FIM CEV Repsol is back today. We're delighted that circumstances have allowed us to race today. It's obviously a very, very different kind of race weekend that we're used to. First of all, the fact that we're racing on a weekday rather than on a Sunday. But no, it's fantastic to be back. It's a great place to start the season, as you mentioned. Very, very different circumstances to last year when the temperatures were barely scraping double figures back in April 2019. We're in the heart of summer now in Estoril, and as we were walking the circuit yesterday, it certainly felt like it. But these are perfect conditions for racing, and 5 great races to hopefully put smiles back on the faces of motorcycle racing fans. Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. There is your pole man, David Alonso, on pole position for the first time in his European Talent Cup career, and here is how he did it. 2 qualifying sessions yesterday, one of them held in the morning and a second one in the afternoon in blistering heat, whereby nobody was able to improve because of the heat. So it was the times from our earlier qualifying session that set the grid, and it was utter dominance from this man. The number 80, the Colombian David Alonso, starts from pole position for the first time in his European Talent Cup career. In fact, starts from the front row. Talent Cup career.
Will try to be quick and with a good pace and to try to win, but it is
He's already the Moto 4 champion in Spain. He's also the Spanish Moto 4 as well. He's won 2 championships in 2 years, and he's got his move up into the European Talent Cup with one of the best teams as well in the talent team, Estrella Galicia. So he is one to keep an eye on, the 13-year-old.
Yeah, he is. He's looked very, very good as well. And it's very, very difficult to try and pinpoint one talent within Spanish motorcycle racing who to look out for, because there are so many of them. They've got almost an embarrassment of riches of exciting young talent. But Piqueras, everything he races in, he tends to win in, and he'll be looking to continue that this afternoon. We've got a quick shot of Zonta van der Gerberg as well, who starts on the outside of the front row. Comes with some good racing genes, son of the former 500cc Moto Grand Prix racer Jürgen van der Gerberg. Very calm, mature young man, and I think he's another rider who's going to be trying to keep Alonso very much in sight this afternoon.
Yeah, his best result in the ETC so far. He had his debut year last year, did the 14-year-old from Holland. 7th place in Aragon. So the fact that he's starting from the front row, I've certainly been hoping to go a lot better. Incidentally, both David Alonso and Zonta van den Gerberg, part of the Red Bull Rookies Championship, which starts later on this year. On to the second row then, and another debutant in Alberto Ferrandez on the championship winning bike of last year, the Cuna de Campione squad that, of course, was able to guide Ethan Guevara to his 2019 championship, and we're hoping for similar exploits from the young Spaniard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's another rider who, I mean, he's only 12 years old, and he's in such a short career, he's done an awful lot, winning of the Hawkers Cup as well in 2018. So again, he's another rider who's got a big future ahead of him, and it starts here today in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Ivan Ortola starting in 5th position. And he's a rider who, perhaps unlike many on this grid, has a bit of experience to draw on. He's raced in the European Talent Cup before, a very, very strong rider last year. The runner-up indeed last year with 3 wins. Surely, if it's difficult, I know it's difficult to pick a favourite out of this, but Ortola surely does start as the slight favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. He won both races here, as you rightly say, Lewis, last year here in Estoril by a combined margin. Of course, 2 races, as we do have here today. So his combined margin of winning last year was 0.092 across 2 races, that is. So that's just an indication of what to expect today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the finish to the race last year, when he was going side by side with Fenton Seabright across the line, was as close as it comes in the very, very difficult conditions that we had. Of course, no repeat of those conditions today. But yeah, he's going to be a rider to very much keep an eye on. Completing the second row, we just caught a brilliant glimpse of Marcos Ruda on the number 69. Second year in race 2 last year, so he's also got some past form at Estoril to draw on. It's his second year in the European Talent.
Four championship last year, was only able to pick up 1 podium across 2019, but has made the jump into the European Talent Cup and is already challenging inside the top 10. Starts from 8th for this one. The final place on the 3rd row of the grid is the Italian Filippo Farioli, the number 7 from Bergamo, 15 years of age. This is his debut in the European Talent Cup after taking part in the Italian Pre-Moto 3 Championship last year, a championship that he finished 3rd in with victories victories at Imola and Misano. So a man that is used to taking victory, but as you've just said, Lewis, it's a completely different kettle of fish moving up from a national championship to this European series.
It is. They're not easy circuits to win on either, Misano and Imola. So he's got some good pedigree on Grand Prix level circuits, as Estoril certainly is. We're looking now at Julio Garcia, who completes the top 10, starts at the front of row 4. He's a rider that's part of the Jerez Andalusia talent program. It's his second year in the European Talent Cup. Just 13 years old, although he does turn 14 on Saturday. So an early happy birthday to him. He'll be looking to mark that with a top 10 finish in what is his second season in the European Talent Cup.
So here is the starting grid for our first race of the day, the first Hawkers European Talent Cup race in 2020. And it's David Alonso on pole position, joined by Angel Piqueras and Zonta van den Gorberg. Row 2 of the grid, Alberto Ferrandez, Ivan Ortola and Marcos Ruda. With row 3, Marco Tapia, Alvaro Carpe and Filippo Farioli.
Julio Garcia, Dejiro Sacco and Colin Vaya make up row 4 with Juan Rodriguez, Mateo Pedano and Justin Foucault on row 6. We have Ezwan Sharil, Jacob Rulstone and Adrian Cruces.
Row 7 of the grid, Plonk, Sandoval and Berta Philipp Ton, the German And we start with that man right there, Jari Montoya, the Italian, will start race 1 from 7th on the grid, despite being fastest in qualifying yesterday. The Italian ended up 0.3 of a second clear of Nicky Tully. However, in qualifying 1, of course, just like the European Talent Cup, they had 2 sessions. He was adjudged to have been slow in 5 sectors across the session, dawdling on the racing line, and as a result was handed a 6th place grid penalty. So for race 1, instead of pole position, he will start from 7th, and as a result, this man, the Finn Nicky Tully, moves from 2nd to pole position, and he will start a European Moto2 from the front of the grid for the first time in his career.
Yeah, first ever pole sitter in the Moto E World Cup last year, Nicky Tully. So he's looking to back that up now with the first victory of 2020 from pole position in the European Moto2 Championship. Hard work ahead of him, and the big question, I suppose, will be how long it takes Montoya to make his way through the field, because he and Tully have been the 2 riders to beat so far. Alessandro Zacconi then qualified 3rd, starts 2nd by virtue of the penalty to his compatriot. Now, he does have a victory. He's the highest ranked rider from last season back in the championship for 2020, so he'll be one of the riders expecting to compete for the title. And he does have a victory to his name, that 1 victory here at Estoril. He won race 2 here 1 year ago.
In slightly different conditions, I'll just throw in there, he has a couple of podium finishes in the sunshine as well at Albacete, 2nd there and 3rd in Jerez. But he's certainly a man to look out for. 3rd in last year's championship, as you rightly say. The highest ranked man from 2019 to continue in 2020. Here is Lukas Tulovic. He will start from the outside of the front row. The German jumping down from the World Championship. Spent 1 year in the World Championship last year with a best finish of 13 for Assen. But he does have history in the European Championship, the Moto2 series here, with podiums in 2018, pole positions in 2017. Still only 20 years of age. You do forget that he's still only a youngster, is Lukas Tulovic, despite having so much experience. He's hoping that a championship win this year will hopefully reignite his career, and he'll find himself back in the World Championship in 2021. Another man that's made the move down from the World Championship to the European Championship is this man, Xavi Cardalus, was part of the Aspar squad in 2019. The Andorran, 22 years of age, unable to pick up a point last year in the World Championship. 32 Grand Prix to his name, has plenty of experience at that level, but now moves back down into the European Championship, a place he also has podium finishes to his name, with 2nd places at Albacete coming in 2018.
Yeah, a new name to many viewers and a particularly difficult name to pronounce, but we'll give it a go. Piotr Bisikierski, the Pole, who starts in 5th position on the 74. Now, here's a rider who I think has caught many by surprise this weekend, although it is his first full season in the CEV Moto2. He did race and did finish 7th in this class towards the end of 2018. It's amazing for the Pole. He didn't actually start riding a motorbike until age 13. And of course, we've got many riders who are younger than that who are already racing in the European Talent Cup. So a late bloomer, the Pole, but he's certainly making up for lost time now. Yeah,
still only 18 years of age as well, so only has 5 years of experience riding on a bike, and already is able to jump onto the 2nd row of a European Moto2 grid. He's got plenty of talent, does the Pole. Well, talking of talent, for me, this is the performance of the day yesterday. Fermin Aldeguer, 3rd place in last year's European Talent Cup. Everybody thought he would make the way through to the Junior World Championship, but he hasn't. He's made his way through to European Moto2 Championship, but as part of the Superstock 600 category. He becomes the first man on a Superstock 600 bike to start a race from row 2 of the grid since Ivo Lopez, right here at Estoril 2 years ago. It's unheard of, pretty much, for a Superstock 600 machine to be battling at the front, but Aldeguer put in a super lap yesterday to be able to find himself on row 2 of the grid.
Just 15 years of age, Aldeguer, and yeah, he was the big surprise to us when we looked at the qualifying timings yesterday to find himself so high up. No one was higher than this man, the would-be pole man, Jari Montoya, who, as we've already mentioned, has copped a 6th place grid penalty for slow sectors over the weekend. It's an offence the race direction do take very, very seriously, and Montoya has fallen foul of that, which means that he starts 7th for this race, but he will be on pole later on when we get to race 2.
Of course, Nicky Tooley, as a result, will start from pole position. As we rightly said, this is his first race back since that horrible leg break at Misano during the Moto E World Cup. He's obviously had plenty of time to recover. That incident just under 12 months ago, so there shouldn't be any problems with fitness. Talking of the Moto E World Cup, there's another man that will be competing in the 2020 championship that, of course, gets underway in just over a week's time at Jerez. Alejandro Medina, riding for the Aspar squad in Moto E, part of the Apex Cardoso racing concern here in the European Moto 2 Championship. Starts from 8th on the grid on his return to this Moto 2 series.
And it's easy to forget, he has raced already this year, albeit behind a console. He finished 4th in the Moto GP, or the Moto E virtual race of Misano.
Yeah, did a pretty good job, actually. If memory serves right, he was going to finish on the podium, but got T-boned by Matteo Casadei on the final lap. Hopefully we don't see any of that happening in this race. The final place on the 3rd row of the grid goes to Adam Norridin. I'm sure a name that many people will be familiar with. Plenty of experience in the Moto 3 and the Moto 2 World Championship. Actually jumped up and pretty much did half of last year's Moto 2 World Championship whilst replacing the injured Kyril Idam-Pawi. Now will start a full year in the European Moto 2 Championship, hoping to try and fight for the championship.
Looking now at Tega Harder, who completes the top 10 on the grid, starts at the front of the 4th row. This is his first full season in the CEV Moto 2 class, although he has ridden a few appearances before. Had a best of 12th last year at Jerez when he appeared last year. He's already looking on course to better that this year. He looks like he's made a bit of progress with an extra bit of experience. Matteo Ratto in 11th, the Italian, another name to keep out for. He is on the number 13, age 15, another of the youngsters that's moved up this year. He has experience in the CIV Moto 3, which is the Italian national championship, but this is his first time in this paddock.
Yeah, moves up from the Moto 3 bikes to the Moto 2. Just 15 years of age. Of course, you look at the front row, you've got Nicky Tooley, who's 24. You've got Alessandro De Zacconi, who's 21 years of age. You've got Lucas Tulovic, who's 20. There's a big age difference between those guys. He's one of the real youngsters. In fact, the youngest on the grid, tied with Fermin Aldeguer, who's also 15. So plenty of years in front of those guys will be valuable experience for them in the future. And we just caught a glimpse there. The final man on row 4 of the grid, another of the Japanese riders, the second of our Japanese competitors, Takeshi Ishizuka, back for another year in the European Moto 2 Championship after fighting it out in 2019 as well, for the best finish of 11th for Albacete, a man that has passed at the Suzuka A-Tower, won the Stock 1000 Suzuka A-Tower in 2018. So here we go then, the starting grid for our first FIM CEV Repsol Moto 2 European Championship race of 2020. It's Nicky Tooley that starts on pole position ahead of Alessandro Zacconi and Lucas Tulovic. Row 2 of the grid, Xavi Cardeluz, Pieter Biesakowski and Fermin Aldeguer in the Stock 600 bike. Then row number 3 should have been poleman Jari Montoya, Alejandro Medina and Adam Norridin.
Tega Harder, Matteo Ratto and Takeshi Ishizuka on row 4. Alex Toledo in 13th, he's the second of the Stock 600 runners. Kevin August was a 600 runner, now in Moto 2. And Sam Wilford on row 5, with Kyle Smith, Joan Diaz and Alessandro Zietti on row 6. And
our final 4 riders on the grid, Nicholas Chiba, Jake Archer, the Brit, Andreas Koffler and Leon August, who also received a 6th place grid penalty yesterday for being too slow, dawdling on the racing line in 5 sectors. So here we go then. Nicky Tooley will start from pole position as a result of Jari Montoya's penalty. Montoya, the Italian, 0.3 of a second clear of anybody else yesterday. And of course, in our earlier race, the European Talent Cup race, David Alonso qualified half a second clear, was able to break clear and win the race with quite a bit of comfort, but it looks as though as a result of that penalty it's going to be anything but easy for the number 55, who, remember, is looking to banish the memories of 12 months ago when, with just 3 laps to go, with an advantage of over 5 seconds, he threw it up the road and denied himself of a first ever European Moto 2 race win, something that it hasn't been able to achieve since.
I think that's the big question going into this race, Jack, is how quickly Montoya can make his way through into second place, assuming, of course, that it's a big assumption that Thule is leading. Because these two have definitely had the advantage on the other riders so far this weekend. Alessandro Zacconi was the only rider in qualifying, with the exception of Thule, he was within a second of the poleman Montoya. Poleman, of course, prior to his penalty. So Montoya's going to have to try and make his way through Zacconi, Tulovic, Cardelus and Bisikirski, as well as Aldeguer on the stock 600 bike, before he could do anything about Nicky Thule. And Thule's job, as his team will be telling him, no doubt, the team Stylo Bike squad, will be to try and get as far up the road as possible before Montoya makes his way through the pack.
Nicky Thule, of course, is a race winner in this class previously. In fact, coincidentally, he was the man that took benefit of Jari Montoya's crash in the closing stages of last year's season opener. He went on to take the win there as well. As we mentioned, first race back since that leg break. It's been a long, long absence for all of these riders, but nobody more so than the Finn. Hasn't raced competitively since September in 2019. He unfortunately broke his leg during a Moto E race at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, but at long last he is back on the grid. We'll be fighting for the Moto E World Cup in 2020 as well, but all focus, all eyes at the moment for the cool, calm and collected Finn is the European Moto 2 Championship. He was one of the only men that was able to take it to Edgar Pons last year. Can he go a couple better this year and finally wrap up the championship that has eluded him for a couple of years now? Or can that man, Lukas Tulovic, making the jump down from the World Championship, reignite his career, find himself back on the world scene in 2021 and start life with victory here? The green flag waves. The European Moto 2 Championship in 2020 is go, and it's a good start from Thule, but it's a better start for the man to the right of him, Alessandro Zacconi. The Italian got a great drive from second on the grid, and he's going to take the whole shot into turn one surely. Here comes Peter Bisikowski on the second row. He moves through into second. What a super start from the pole. Meanwhile, who's that that's gone?
Montoya going straight on. He didn't get a great start at all, Jack, and then he really got it unsettled under braking for turn one, went right around the outside. So any hope of Montoya making any progress has gone straight out the window.
Well, it was going to be a tough job starting from seventh place. He's just made it even harder now. He looks to be outside of the top 10, does the man that should have started from pole position. Meanwhile, Nicky Thule, the man that did start from pole position, despite going a little bit backwards off the line, has got ahead of his teammate Bisikowski, and is up there to third place behind the big number 3 of Lukas Tulovic.
Yeah, Zacconi out front at the moment then, so this is really throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. This wasn't the race we were expecting early on, although Thule's already trying to make progress up the inside now of Tulovic. But yeah, we weren't expecting this kind of race. Thule down to third, and just to confirm, Montoya was 11th. He's already picked off Xavi Cardelus, another rider who's gone backwards off the line to move into the top 10. Cardelus has dropped all the way down to 11th himself, having started on the second row of the grid in fourth, should I say, once Montoya took his penalty. But yeah, a number of riders much further down the grid than we were expecting. Aldeguer is another one who's dropped back. He's gone down from 6th to 10th.
I think that's less surprising for the Superstock 600 man. He's, especially in a pack now, he's just starting to see the disadvantage of the Moto 2 versus the Superstock 600 machine. Incidentally, those of your, I was going to say eagle-eyed viewers, but instead it's those that have got good hearing will be able to hear that these Moto 2 machines don't have the grunt of the Triumph 765 that the World Championship guys now ride. This, of course, all running under the Honda CBR 600 engines that we're seeing in Moto 2 from 2018. The move to the Triumph engines hopefully will be done in 2021, but in the meanwhile they're all on the 600 Honda machines.
And Thule's hit the front. He got the double slipstream down the main straight there, did Thule, to go past both Zacconi and Tulovic. So this is exactly what Nicky Thule wanted, especially with Montoya down the field, although he has already climbed his way up to 6th place as the Italian. So he's making great progress from that lowly position at the end of turn one at least. But yeah, Thule hits the front. Zacconi and Tulovic will look to go with him. Medina is also on the back of this group, and the big gainer off the line, you can see he's just been passed by Montoya for 5th place, but Tega Harder, who started down in 10th, had gained 5 places. It's now 4, of course, with Montoya now at the front of that second group.
Well, we've got a leading group of 4 at the moment, Lewis. It looks as though it's going to be a matter of when, not if, that becomes a leading group of 5. 5. I think we're going to have a 10-wheeler very, very shortly, because Jari Montoya is a man on a mission. If he wasn't pumped up enough after having been handed that 6th place grid penalty, being punted a little bit wide through the opening corner, just will have revved him up that little bit more, and now he's already looking like he's onto the back of that pack. Not just yet, still a few bike lengths separating him and Alejandro Medina in 4th place, but with 17 laps to go, it's going to happen. We're going to have Jari Montoya into this leading group very shortly.
He just had 4 tenths out of them in the 3rd sector alone, Montoya. He is absolutely flying at the moment as he closes in on that group. Cardelus is trying to go with him. We saw him take a big dive up the inside of Tegahada into turn 8, but no way through for him. Cardelus wants to join Montoya and try and make it a 6-rider dice at the front.
Still Nicky Tully that leads though, the number 66 to Finn ahead of the number 61 of Alessandro Zacconi in 2nd place. Lucas Tulovic took there into 3rd place with Medina on the back in 4th. No surprise, so that's the fastest lap of the race by Jari Montoya as he comes across the line at 1:41.938. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than your race leader, Nicky Tully.
That would have put him on the 2nd row of the grid, that Jari Montoya. That is very, very quick in race conditions for the Italian. As you mentioned, 6 tenths quicker than Tully. He was way quicker than Tulovic, who was the slowest of the 5 in this leading group that we now have. But it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he can actually make it through this pack. Tully's a job now will just try and build up a gap as much as he can at the front, because it's one thing to catch this group, it's another thing for Montoya to overtake them.
It's a super fast lap, as we rightly say, from Jari Montoya, Lewis. However, we won't be able to judge it right now. This is a long race, 18 laps in the searing heat. How much damage have his tyres taken as a result of that? We'll only be able to find out as we get into the closing stages if suddenly he's looking like he's lacking any sort of grip from the rear of that speed-up machine. But that is something to keep an eye on. He's having to push much harder than I'm sure he would have hoped for in the early stages of that race, and it may well come back to bite him as we get into the latter stages.
Yeah, Medina's the rider first in front of him. He's going to be the first rider to try and pick off for Montoya at the moment, but he's still lapping very, very quickly. He's now right on the back of this group. The top 2 just having a little bit of a gap. Tulovic has just dropped a few tenths behind him, so we've seen the first signs of this leading group starting to spread out a touch, and that will increase the urgency for Montoya to try and pick his way through there and get off after Tully out in front. On that lap, in fact, it was, Montoya once again in the 1:41s, but he matched Tully. He wasn't any quicker than him. So at the moment, Tully's got this one as under control as you can when you've got a rider just 2 tenths of a second behind you. But Tully looking composed, looking calm at the moment. Montoya is now through past Medina into 4th.
We've seen this previously from Tully, though. He always seems pretty unflappable when he's got riders behind him. Of course, that first ever Moto E win that he took at the Saxon Ring to become the history maker, he had at least 3 or 4 riders queued up behind him, including likes of Bradley Smith, Eric Granado, but he was never phased for outing. He was able, on the final lap in the end, just to pull clear and take the victory and become the history maker, the first ever man to win a Moto E World Cup race. He's now looking to pick up another European Talent Cup win, start his 2020 season in exactly the right kind of form, but he is very shortly going to have Jari Montoya for company, because he's already, the Italian, been able to get past Alejandro Medina with ease, and now he's going to get past Lucas Tulovic with ease as well. He came from a long way back there, but he made it look extremely easy.
Yeah, nice and smooth as well. As you mentioned, we don't want, Montoya won't want to ruin his tyres too early in the race. So with too many sideways moments and leery moments on the brakes, that's what will do the damage. So a very clean move, very smooth move for Montoya up into 3rd place. One rider now between himself and the leader. That, of course, is Zacconi on the 61 in 2nd place. And Montoya will be very, very pleased to know that he's made this progress early on, particularly after that disastrous first corner where he dropped all the way out of the top 10 without letting Tully get far up the road. We did point it before the race. How quickly could Montoya make his way through with Tully out front? Well, as we've seen, he's made his way up into 3rd place within 4 laps, and Tully is only 5 tenths of a second ahead of him.
Well, the answer to that question, Lewis, is pretty easy.
Yeah.
He's not struggling at the moment, is the Italian, whatsoever. Meanwhile, there's a faller here at turn 6. It's an incident.
Smith and Diaz, the former World Supersport race winner Carl Smith, 2-time winner in Qatar, and Joan Diaz, one of the riders to have moved up this year, or moved into the Superstock 600 race. He won the Superstock 600 first race here last year. Unfortunately, though, he won't be repeating that in 2020.
It looks like there's been a coming together between the pair of them. Hopefully both riders are okay. We just saw Joan Diaz, the man that was just receiving some medical attention in the gravel trap. That's a part of the circuit that these guys are coming up to right now, turn number 6. So are we still having waved yellow flags? It's not something I'm able to see at the moment, but but fortunately none of the leading group put any moves on the guys in front of them, so no controversy there, thankfully. We've now 13.5 laps remaining here in Estoril, and it looks like, despite a good start to the race for Tulovic and Medina, they're just struggling to hang on to the pace of our leading trio, because Tuli, Zacconi and Montoya are just starting to detach themselves from that duo behind.
Yeah, Cardalus is in there as well. He's at the back of this group in 6th place. He also matched the leaders on that last lap, or should I say he matched the leaders with the exception of Montoya, who did a 141.3. Everyone else was in the 42s in that leading group. It does appear, as you say, to be a 3-rider battle at the front, with Tulovic, Medina and Cardalus fighting for the remainder of the top 6 positions. Bisikirski is in 7th at the moment after that very impressive start. He's got Adam Noradin and Tega Harder for company. And Fermin Aldeguia remains the top Superstock 600 runner. He's 10th overall in the race, and he's some 5 seconds clear of Alex Toledo, who is the next rider in that category.
Well, if Aldeguia can hold on to a top 10 finish, it's a sensational result. Meanwhile, that looks as though it's another Moto2 bike. That's not a stock 600 machine that's gone down. Unable to see who it is at the moment. The number 88, is it? Yeah, Alessandro Zetti, the Italian, that's gone down. Not sure where that is. Is it possibly at turn 6? Looks as though it's the uphill rise of turn 6, possibly. We're able to see here. No, it's not.
It's the last corner. It looks like he's lost it. Lost the rear as he comes through the last corner. And yeah, that's an unfortunate end to Alessandro Zetti's race. He had not had the greatest weekend so far. He qualified down in 18th position, and unfortunately, he's not been able to convert that into some points this afternoon.
Change for 2nd place. Jari Montoya ahead of his compatriot Alessandro Zacconi, now into 2nd. I did think when he got up to this leading duo, he might just back off ever so slightly and go into tyre conservation mode. But as you can see right there, that is not what he's done whatsoever. In fact, he's continued to lap quicker than anybody else out on track. He's just put in another fastest lap of the race. This time only a 10th of a second quicker than Nicky Tuli, however, with the Finn also up in his pace. But Montoya is a man on a mission at the moment. He's got past Zacconi, and now the only man left in his sights is the race leader, Nicky Tuli.
It's going to be interesting to see if Montoya's approach changes now. Now that he's made it up to 2nd place, he's got 13 laps to go now, so he doesn't have to rush this. If he feels he's got the pace to go once he's past Tuli, assuming he does at some stage, then he might well attack early and then try and pull away. But if he has taken a little bit of life out of his tyres early on, this might be the moment for Montoya just to take stock, sit behind the Finn out front, because these two do appear to have the pace to break away from Zacconi.
He's just put in another fastest lap of the race once again, going a 10 further quicker, a 41.216. Incidentally, his fastest lap in qualifying yesterday was a 40.6, so he's just over half a second shy of what he was able to do in qualifying, just proving the pace that he's putting in at the moment. But as you rightly say, Lewis, that's going to be the interesting thing now. There's still a long way to go in this race. Does he feel he has the pace to pass Tuli and go, or is he just going to sit there and bide his time and wait for the perfect moment, the opportune moment to take the lead?
Tuli did respond on that last lap, incidentally. He did a 141.4 on that last lap, which was only a couple of tenths slower than Montoya behind him. You do wonder whether Tuli did get a pit ball telling him that Montoya was behind him, and perhaps he's responded and upped the pace a little bit. But they are now breaking clear of Zacconi in 3rd place. Tulovic is a second and change behind Zacconi in 3rd, so he looks like he's going to have to make do at the moment for 4th, unless he can come on strong later in the race, with Medina behind him. Chadi Cardalus continues to hold on to 6th, although he's now starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Bisikirski. Cardalus had a pretty poor lap that last time around. He was in the mid 143s.
Into the final sector here. We're into turn number 11. They'll then flick right into turn 13. Sorry, that was turn 12 previous. Now turn 13, the final corner, the long, the never-ending sweeping right-hander that leads them out onto the start-finish straight. And Tuli looks as though he got a good drive out of there. He's able to pull a bike length over Montoya. He's across the line now, 11 laps remaining. The rider to your right-hand side there, that's Alessandro Zetti, the Italian that crashed. So he is a back marker that hopefully will get out of the way. Yes, he does. Pulls out of harm's way and allows the leaders to race through. And incidentally, I did think that Zacconi was just going to tail off the back of these two guys at the front, but he's sticking in there at the moment. He's less than a second off the rear wheel of Jari Montoya, the compatriot ahead of him. So he's not doing a bad job so far as Zacconi. He's hanging in there, trying with dear life to stick with both Tuli and Montoya. And
he'll be keeping a close eye on this battle for any fireworks at the front between Montoya and Tuli, who, as we've mentioned, are the two riders who we expected to be competing for this victory here this afternoon. Ciccone wants to make sure that he's in position to pounce, and he's got a nice little gap over Tulovic in fourth position. 2.6 seconds Tulovic is off the lead, and 1.6 off Ciccone in third. So at the moment, Ciccone's just in that nice little position where he can keep an eye on the two in front of him, try and pace himself against this leading two, and try and be in position to pick up any crumbs should the two ahead of him get involved in a battle with each other and make a mistake somewhere.
And if European Moto 2 action over previous years is anything to go by, I think there may well be some crumbs falling off of the plate in these next 10.5 laps. We can't discount, of course, Lucas Tulovic or Alejandro Medina there as well, both of them inside the top 5, unable to run the pace of the race leader at the moment. But as we get into the latter stages, they may well have just been playing a waiting game, waiting for the tyres to come to them before they then attack in the closing stages.
Yeah, we're looking at Alejandro Medina now in 5th position. He's another rider who's in a bit of a lonely spot at the moment. He's got 1.8 seconds over Xavi Cardlus, who looks to have regrouped after that poor lap he had a few moments ago. He's back into the low 1:42s again on this last lap. So Cardlus is just holding station in 6th. Bisikierski is still closing on him. He's having a good race, by the way. He's the only other rider, in fact, the only rider along with Montoya in the 141s that last time around. So Bisikierski, the pole, one of the riders who's really catching us up by surprise and having a very, very strong race. He could be on Cardalus's case very shortly.
Well, to answer our query they had a couple of laps ago of what Jari Montoya, what sort of tactics he would start to put in place in the fight for this race lead, it looks as though as Nicky Tully runs wide, does he? I thought there was an opportunity on the exit
that
of
line,
turn 6.
Tully. We've seen him a couple of times in this race take that very wide sweeping line for a late apex into that right-hander. So that might just be a conscious decision from Tully to take that line as he gets a little bit sideways again into turn 6. He's wide again, Tully, but again, I think he just prefers that line at the moment. But it is giving plenty of encouragement for Montoya behind him.
As we were saying, the tactics that Montoya is starting to implement, his lapse times have started to slow up, 0.7 of a second slower last time around than his fastest lap of the race. So it looks as though he's happy to just sit in behind Nicky Tully for the moment and allow the laps to tick away, allow him to take a good look at the Finn. He's, well, you would have to say his closest title rival in 2020, if qualifying in our very small sample size is anything to go by. Try and get a good look at him, find out where he's fast, where he's slow, and where his best passing opportunity is going to be.
Yeah, we're just coming up to completing half distance now in this race as they come out of the final corner to start lap 10. And Tully just out of range of a slipstream. We'll see if Montoya does close in as they approach turn 1. Not the same effect that you see in the European Talent Cup or in the Moto3 Junior World Championship races, as Montoya does have a look up the inside and he's having a go.
There he goes, up into the lead. A change of lead for the first time in this race as Jari Montoya hits the front. He's had to do it the hard way, starting from 7th on the grid instead of pole. Punted wide at the opening corner of the race and fighting back from outside of the top 10, but he's made it look like light work. Finally hits the front. This is his moment to break, he believes, with 9 laps remaining.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at it now. Hard on the brakes into turn 1, and he just shows that front wheel, lets Tully know he's there, and Tully doesn't really have anything by way of response into turn 1 and concedes the lead. Now is going to be a very interesting time of the race. We're going to see now if Tully has anything to respond with. Will Montoya now try and go? You tend to see with riders, when they attack so early into the race, it's because they feel they've got the pace to break away once they get there. So Tully now will have to make sure that that does not happen and try and keep Montoya in check and try and be there to take advantage if Montoya's tyre does start to run out in the latter stages.
At the moment, so far, so good for the Finn. He's been able to stick with. There's no early indications that Montoya is just going to break clear and make this one look easy. Tully's here for the fight. As we come into the chicane here, turns 9 and 10.
Ciccone's not out of this, by the way. He was quicker than the leading 2 on that last lap. We're only talking about hundredths of a second, but he was the quickest of the leading 3 last time around, and he's still just a second off the leader, Ciccone. So he's just keeping himself in touch. This might change, of course, if Montoya now ups the pace. But Ciccone and Tulovic are lapping in the 41s. They're showing promising pace as well. But no, this is going to be a key lap now to see how fast Montoya is. Now that he's got himself some clear track, a 1:41.4 that time around. He really did up the pace, and he's already stretched out a couple of tenths over Tully, who now has to up his game.
Yeah, Tooley last time around was quicker than his previous lap, but not good enough. 0.3 of a second faster was Montoya at the front of the race, but those 0.3 of a seconds aren't evidential just yet. It looks as though Tooley, through this opening sector, has just got a little bit on Montoya, and in fact that is exactly the case. A tenth quicker, he's been able to stick himself right onto the rear tyre of that number 55. Incidentally, the only speed up in the class. As we have a look inside the speed up garage, I'm sure Montoya will be hoping that if he has a good 2020, he may well be able to pinch the ride of Jorge Navarro or Fabio De Gianantonio in 2021, with both of them, I'm sure, looking up to the MotoGP class. But enough of the rumour mill. Just plucked that one out of mid-air and decided to throw it out into the open. There's a moment for Nicky Tooley there. He's just about hang on, but that's not the sort of moments that he's going to be wanting as he tries for dear life to stick with the 55 at the front of the race. Yeah, it is. It's cost him time, that. It's cost him crucial momentum as they approached the downhill right-hander there. And we'll get a check through the next sector to see just how much time that cost him. It cost him 0.4 of a second to Montoya. He's now half a second in arrears. I think it is a case as well, Jack, that Montoya is simply upping his pace because Zacconi's getting no closer, really, to Tooley. It's just that Montoya was really stretching this out at the front of the field and taking full advantage of the clear track that he thought he was going to have from the start of the race, and in the end had from half distance after the penalty he suffered yesterday. Just a quick check on the stock 600 runners. Fermin Aldeguer continues to lead that. He's 10th outright in the race, and he's in a nice little gap. He's 2.6 seconds behind Adam Noureddin and nearly 5 seconds clear of Mateo Rato, who's 11th overall. The second stock 600 runner is Alex Toledo. He's some 6.5 seconds behind Aldeguer. We've got Nicholas Schieber and Leon August, 3rd and 4th in class, with Andreas Koffler, the last of the super stock 600 runners. And he is a rider that we're going to see, I think, very, very shortly, because he's a couple of laps away from being caught by the leaders. So keep an eye out for that. 7 laps to go here in Estoril in the opening European Moto2 race of 2020, and it's Jari Montoya that leads the way. 0.4 of a second clear now of Nicky Tooley in second, with Alessandro Zacconi still just about in touching distance in 3rd place, but it looks as though he's dropped back quite significantly on the previous lap. 0.6 of a second slower than our race leader, and he may well fall into the clutches of Lukas Tulovic, who can see a big old carrot dangling in front of him. Yeah, he is. And Tooley's responded on this lap, to be fair. He obviously had that moment on the last lap, which cost him a lot of time, but he's been chipping away at that lead on this lap. So Tooley, he might look a little leery at sometimes, but he's still keeping some good forward momentum as he does it. And he might be a rider that ends up running out of tyres later in this race. It is a very, very hot day here in Portugal, very punishing on rider and machine and tyre. So with 7 laps to go, even though Montoya has that little advantage at the moment, this is still far, far from over. Meanwhile, here's the battle for 6th place, with Xavi Cardeluz coming under all sorts of pressure from Pieter Biesakowski. Cardeluz, of course, with Team Stylo bike, as is Biesakowski as well. Both of them in the matte grey colours that look absolutely superb, if I can say. But it looks as though the former World Championship man is going to have to give way to the pole, because he's been chipping away lap after lap. And I wouldn't be surprised if the 18-year-old is able to take 6th place away from the Andorran in a matter of moments. Yeah, and you can see Medina in the foreground. They're closing on him too. They were 0.4 quicker that time around than Alejandro Medina. So we could have a 3-way fight very soon for 5th place. Medina's pace is in the mid-42s. Bisikowski was actually in the 41s again that time around. He's showing really promising pace in this race on his European Moto2 debut. A rider that, again, we didn't know an awful lot about this time, by the time this race started, but we're knowing an awful lot about him now, and everything we're seeing is promising. Yeah, I actually did a couple of races in the European Championship last year. Didn't do a full season. A best finish of 8th place at Albacete. So by far and away, this is the best performance we've seen from him by a considerable margin. Back at the front though, and it's still Montoya that leads the way. However, last time around, fastest man on track was a man in 2nd place, Nicky Tooley. He has responded to the Italian's pace and looks to be on course to set another fastest lap this time around, with now 5.5 laps remaining. Any thoughts that Montoya was going to jump to the front and pull clear have been thrown out of the window. Nicky Tooley is well up for this one. Yeah, and any thoughts that Zacconi had of getting involved in this leading group have well and truly evaporated now. He's over 3 seconds down on the leader, and actually starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Lukas Tulovic, who set his personal best lap last time around. He was in the 141s as well, some half second quicker than the Italian ahead of him. So the fight for the final podium position might well be coming under question very, very shortly. But the fight for the win, there's still plenty to be said in this one, although Montoya still looks to have that
that little advantage over Thule as they go across the line. It's still half a second. Montaya was actually 0.2 quicker that time around, but Thule's just keeping him in touch and just keeping himself in position to take any advantage of any late problems for the Italian.
The big issue for Nicky Thule here at the moment is that gap has been hovering around half a second for a handful of laps now, and that is nowhere near close enough for him to try and make a move on Montaya. He needs to be at least a tenth behind Montaya before he can even think about trying to mount a fight for the lead on the final laps of the race. At the moment, 0.6 of a second is Montaya's advantage, which is definitely falls into the category of comfort buffer. Yeah, it is. He's out of slipstream range, isn't he, of Nicky Thule, and it's gone up a little bit more in the first set, just now up to 0.6 of a second. We asked the question if Montaya, by overtaking so early, thought he could go and break away from Thule. He hasn't done that, but he certainly has this one under control at the moment out the front, although, to be fair, we did say this about Montaya a year ago as he led this race, albeit in very, very different conditions. So he's looking strong at the moment. He's backing up that pace that we saw right the way through free practice. He's been very, very strong indeed. And in fact, it's Thule who's the one rider who's crashed so far this weekend. So there's no question at the moment of Montaya buckling. Here's the number 61 of Alessandro Zaccone. At the moment, still managing to hold firm in the fight for third place, but you will have seen the number 3 of Lukas Tulovic in the background. It looks pretty ominous for the Italian at the moment. We've just got 5 laps remaining here in Estoril. Can he hold off the charging German behind him? Just 20 years of age, Lukas Tulovic now has some World Championship experience to his name as well. I'm sure he would have hoped to have had another year at the World Championship after making his debut at such a young age last year, but unfortunately the Kiefer Racing squad unable to hold on to a ride in the Moto2 World Championship. He's had to move down to the European Championship to hopefully fight for victories and the championship here and prove himself as a worthy part of that World Championship series. Meanwhile, a change for 6th place, that is. Alejandro Medina still holding 5th, but he's very shortly going to have a little bit of company with Pieter Biesakowski. Already got the better of his teammate Xavi Cardalus behind, and he's been able to gap him quite easily as well. It looks as though Biesakowski is the man that's moving forward, and Medina and Cardalus are the men that are possibly going to drop backwards at the moment with 4 laps to go. A super performance this from Biesakowski, just 18 years of age, and as you rightly said, Lewis, he's only been riding bikes for 5 years and already is challenging for a top 5 in the European Moto2 Championship. Yeah, he squeezed an awful lot into a very short space of time as Biesakowski, because he did actually ride in the Endurance World Championship last year too. Just ran a little bit wide there just as we were talking about him. We're singing his praises and he makes a mistake. So we'll stop right there before he goes any further. 6th place at the moment. Good ride. Let's see where he ends up. Back at the front though, Jari Montaya now 1.1 seconds clear. Whilst we've been focusing on this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, it looks as though the Finn may well have made a mistake because Jari Montaya has made his break for victory here in Estoril. 0.4 of a second quicker than Nicky Thule last time around. Those two are already across the line, and Montaya now over a second clear with just 4 laps remaining. It looks as though it's going to be his race to lose with now 3 laps remaining. They hadn't crossed the line, but now they have. 3 laps to go here in Estoril. It's Montaya that leads quite comfortably now from Thule. And he's holding that pace in the mid 141s as well. There's no sign of any drop off for Montaya. He's keeping it very much under control at the moment with 3 laps to go. He might not look it necessarily, but he's very much in his mind and on track, under control. The lead, as you mentioned, 1.2 seconds. And that is a comfort zone now for Montaya. He's now got that buffer of being able to make a slight mistake and not come under pressure from Thule. Thule's getting towards the stage now, I think, where he might have to just accept 2nd place, which, as I say, wouldn't be a poor start to his season by any means. It's a long season. It might be a short season in terms of months and days, but in terms of races, there's still plenty of points still to be picked up. So Thule, I think, might well settle for the 20. Here's Fermin Aldeguer, the man that's still leading the Superstock 600 race at the moment. Of course, this is a championship inside the championship alongside the European Moto2 guys are the Superstock 600 guys. Fermin Aldeguer aboard a Yamaha R6. In fact, every single one of the Stock 600 guys are aboard Yamaha R6s this weekend. The bike to be on. Meanwhile, we might well not have a fight for victory, but we definitely do have a fight for the final podium place on our hands. Tulovic has bit by bit chipped away at Zaccone, and he's finally managed to attach himself onto the rear wheel of the Italian. Yeah, Lukas Tulovic, who was
hoping, I think, of a ride in World Supersport around the end of last year. I think that's where he initially was looking to go. Of course, circumstances changed for that team, and that led him to this European Moto2 Championship. And he's making a solid start, isn't he, to his return to this class. As you mentioned, pole position and podiums in this class before. And he's looking to try and add to that at the moment. 2 podiums to his name in the European Moto2 Championship, and the number 3 is looking for podium number 3.
One of those podiums coming here at Estoril as well, so he likes the circuit. In fact, that pole position, the singular pole position he's had in the European Moto2 Championship, came here at Estoril as well, so no surprise to see him contesting for the podium. But he is running out of laps. If he's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it pretty soon, because we've only got 1.5 remaining here in Portugal, with Zacconi at the moment still leading that fight for the final podium place. Meanwhile, it looks as though Nicky Tooley has put up a fight himself. Jari Montoya nearly a second slower than what he's shown in this race so far last time around, and Tooley has cut that gap down to 0.8 of a second. Was it a mistake, or are those tyres starting to come under some difficulties we thought they might do, Lewis?
Yeah, and Tooley's chipping away on this lap. It's now down to 0.7 of a second. Tooley's running out of time for this. He's only got 1.5 laps to go, so he really needs to be within striking distance at the start of the final lap, because turn 1 is one of the big overtaking spots where you can make a move. Of course, it's the place where Montoya took the lead from Tooley. So time running out for Tooley, but he is just chipping away at it. We'll come through the third sector now, and Montoya has actually responded. It's now back up to 0.9 of a second, so perhaps a momentary lapse for the Italian, but he's back on it now. And as we start the final lap very, very shortly, he looks like he's got just enough in hand to close out this first win of 2020.
This fight for third place is going to go right down to the wire, though. The gap at the moment really is in Zacconi's favour. He's 0.5 second clear of Tulovic as these two come on to start the final lap. 1 lap to go, 4.2 kilometres remaining here in Estoril, and it's Montoya that leads across the line. 3/4 of a second clear of Nicky Tooley. The Finn was again able to pull back 1/4 of a second in that final sector. It's going to be a monumental last lap from the Finn to take victory. Meanwhile, the German has pounced. Lucas Tulovic through on Alessandro Zacconi as we start this final lap.
Yeah, made it look easy, didn't he? Zacconi had nothing to respond with as they went into turn 1 there. Once again, Tulovic in the 141s. He's the rider with the late race pace at the moment. Zacconi may well have just lost his chance of that podium position at the moment. Winner here last year, and of course third outright last year in this class, but he looks like he's going to miss out on the podium at the moment, although Tulovic isn't quite out of range just yet, so we might just see a late last-ditch attempt from the Italian to try and regain third place. And if he's going to, this is going to be one of the places to do it. Tulovic looking to try and take a bit of a defensive line into turn 6, and he's just out of range.
He was sideways on his way in, was Alessandro Zacconi there. Super stylish, but I'm not sure it was the quickest way to get through turn number 6. But he's managed to stay with. He's going to dive up the inside here. Is it going to stick? No, it's not. For a second, I thought he was just going to let the brakes off and roll in front of Lucas Tulovic. He's certainly going to pounce if he can. This is going to be his best opportunity into the chicane. Can he squeeze through? Yes, he can. He forces Tulovic to pick himself up. Meanwhile, at the front, Jari Montoya, no such problems from 12 months ago. He's over a second clear of Nicky Tooley now. Alessandro Zacconi still holding on for third place. Tulovic has only got 1 corner to go. We're into the final 1. He's going to be the drag to the flag to see who finishes in third place. But Jari Montoya has banished the demons of 12 months ago, crashed on the final lap in Estoril in 2019, but now takes victory in 2020. Meanwhile, it's going to be Tulovic that steals third place away from an absolutely fuming Alessandro Zacconi. You saw the Italian slap his handlebar, knowing that Tulovic had got the run to the line ahead of him. And Lucas Tulovic, on his return to the European Moto2 Championship, returns to the podium.
Yeah, and Biszczykowski got 5th in the end from Alejandro Medina. He took him late in the race as well to snatch 5th place. Medina staked Cardelus in 7th. Tega Harder takes 8th place by 4/100ths of a second from Adam Norradin, who made a late bid on the final lap. And Fermin Aldeguer, the top Superstock 600 runner, completes the overall top 10.
Super performance from Aldeguer to get inside the top 10 on a Superstock 600 machine does need a lot of credit, but as does the performance of this man, Jari Montoya. He had to do it the hard way, starting from 7th on the grid instead of pole position, and then punted wide at the opening corner. He had to force his way through from outside of the top 10, but he made it look easy bit by bit, siving his way through the pack before eventually getting behind Nicky Tooley. He took his time, he followed him for a couple of laps, but then finally made his move with 8 remaining, and he didn't look back from there. Tooley tried his best to respond, but unfortunately just couldn't match the pace of the 20-year-old Italian. But it's a good start to the season for Nicky Tooley, and of course a super return for the Finn following that leg break in Massado just under 12 months ago. Unsurprisingly, the first man back into Parc Ferme is Alessandro Zacconi after missing out on a podium finish by 0.052 of a second. He was less than pleased as he came across the line after Tulovic was able to pip him to 3rd place. Back onto a European Moto2 podium for the first time in 2 years is Lukas Tulovic. That will do his confidence all sorts of good after a 2019 that, well, it was a difficult one for him, making the move up to the World Championship at just 19 years of age. He did finish in the points on a couple of occasions, but it certainly wasn't the year that he would have hoped for. But this is exactly how he would have liked to have started the year. Zacconi just tried to hold him off. Luckily, before he even got to the line, he knew that Tulovic had got the run. And well, even though he's got his helmet on, I think we can tell exactly what sort of a face Alessandro Zacconi had. And I'm sure there was a few expletives in Italian that came out there as he slapped the handlebar as well. But talking of expletives, I'm sure there might be a few from Jari Montoya as well, but not out of anger, probably out of delight, because finally he is a race winner in the European Moto2 class. In the closing stages of 2019, whilst he was comfortably clear of Nicky Tooley, he crashed out and threw away a debut win, but no such problems today. They've been put to the back of his mind, and he finally will get the chance to stand on the top step of a podium. Alongside this man, Nicky Tooley, had a good year last year, balancing his Moto E exploits and the European Moto2 Championship as well. Picked up podiums in both. And this will give him a lot of confidence going into the opening round of the 2020 FIM Enel Moto E World Cup in less than, just over a week's time. Meanwhile, the shaven-headed Lukas Tulovic normally has a lovely quiff on the top of his head, but like many under lockdown, it looks as though he's got the clippers out and shaved it all off and gone for the old bald look. Doesn't look too bad, actually. And it's certainly done him the world of good as well. Possibly those couple of pounds that he shaved off by getting rid of the quiff just helped him to take podium by 0.052 of a second. Who would have known? He'd have had a quiff under that helmet, a little bit of extra weight, he might not have been able to drag Zacconi to the line. So the baldy haircut working well for Lukas Tulovic. You might have also seen that Firmin Aldeguer makes his way into Parc Ferme as well to celebrate a Stocks 600 win. It's not the first time that he's tasted success in the FIM CEV Repsol Championship as well. He was able to jump onto the podium on 3 occasions last year in the European Talent Cup that helped him to 3rd place overall. He had 2 podiums before that in 2018 as well, so he was one of the front runners in the European Talent Cup, which is why it surprised many that he'd made the move to the Super Stock 600 class rather than finding a ride in the Junior World Championship. It certainly looked like he had the pedigree to be able to contend in that class. But it's not to be, and who knows, in the future this may well prove to be a stroke of genius from the Spaniard, jumping into the Stock 600 class, competing with the Moto2 boys, trying to gain some experience at the higher level. And I'm sure next year the idea will be that he jumps onto a Moto2 bike to try and compete with the likes of Jari Montoya. And speaking of Jari Montoya, we will be hearing from the 20-year-old Italian very shortly. Down in Parc Ferme alongside Lewis Sotheby. Let's get the thoughts of our first race winner of 2020 in the European Moto2 Championship.
Jari Monteja, congratulations, the first win of 2020 after the grid penalty and a difficult first corner. You must be delighted with the recovery to win the first race.
Yeah, I'm very happy for this result because yesterday, for my mistake, I catch a penalty, and today in race 1 I started from P7. But for this, I just thinking step by step, and nothing. I'm very happy because this pass is the all work of this weekend.
And some words in Italian?
Sono molto contento perché ho mantenuto un ritmo costante fino all'ultimo giro e ieri purtroppo per un errore mio ho preso una penalità, mi hanno penalizzato di 6 posizioni, però pensavo solo di procedere giro dopo giro, sorpasso dopo sorpasso. E voglio ringraziare molto il team, tutta la gente che sta a casa, che non riesce a stare qua, e niente, adesso dopo abbiamo la seconda gara e vediamo che riusciamo a fare lì.
The opening Moto2 race of 2020 got underway with Niki Tuuli on pole position despite being second quickest in qualifying. Jari Monteja, the man that went wide into the opening corner, received a 6th place grid penalty but then had to fight back through the pack after his mistake going into the opening corner. The fight for the lead was pretty fierce in the opening laps, with the likes of Alessandro Zacconi and Lukas Tulovic all having a taste of the lead before Niki Tuuli took control and started to pull the pack away. There was no such problems for Jari Monteja though, despite having to make his way through from outside of the top 10, eventually picking his way past Lukas Tulovic to get into 3rd place. He then set his sights on Zacconi and Tuuli ahead, with the leading duo quickly being joined by the Italian. Zacconi was picked off with ease, meanwhile behind Alessandro Zetti, a fellow Italian, crashed out of a point-scoring finish. And then, with 8 laps to go, Monteja moved through into the lead at the opening corner. He'd taken a couple of laps to watch the Finn, find out where he was fast, where he was slow, but once he took the lead, there was no looking back for the Italian. He would eventually break clear, a second clear of Niki Tuuli as he came across the line on the final lap, with Lukas Tulovic recovering to move through into 3rd place as they started the last lap, but Zacconi was having none of it and decided to fight back. He took 3rd place away, but then Tulovic got the drag to the line. Meanwhile, at the front, Monteja was able to banish the demons of 12 months ago and take his first ever win in the European Moto2 class. And here's how they finished, with Monteja over a second clear of Niki Tuuli, with Tulovic just 53 thousandths of a second clear of Zacconi in a tight fight for 3rd place. Piotr Piaseczkowski has by far his best ever ride in the European Moto2 Championship, with 5th ahead of Alejandro Medina and Xavi Cardaluz, with Tiger Harder and Adam Norridin inside the top 10 in 8th and 9th. Firmin Aldeguer is the top Superstock 600 finisher in 10th ahead of Matteo Ratto, Sam Wilford the Brit, Alex Toledo, Kevin Orgish and Takeshi Ishizuka, who takes the final point of race 1 here in Estoril. Just missing out on the points with Nicholas Chiba and Jake Archer. The likes of Leon Orgis and Alessandro Zetti a lap further back, and non-finishers Andreas Koffler, Kyle Smith and Joan Diaz. They'll get another go at it in a couple of hours' time when we go for race 2 of the 11-race championship, when unfortunately for the rest of the podium fighters, Jari Monteja will start from pole position rather than 7th on the grid, which, given by that performance, may well be quite ominous. Lewis Sotheby joins me back in the podium once more as the guys start to make their way out onto the podium. The first man, a super performance. Firmin Aldeguer takes the first Superstock 600 win of 2020 and inside the top 10 as well. Great ride from the Spaniard. It's a first podium finish for Lukas Tulovic in this European Moto2 series in over 2 years. Joined on the podium by Niki Tuuli and your race winner, Jari Monteja. Banishes the demons of 12 months ago. I'm sure the thoughts of Estoril were lingering for him, but finally, he can stand on the top step of the podium.
And banishes the demons of yesterday, I guess, as well, from getting the penalty. He owned up, didn't he, in that interview, and said that it was his own mistake for copping that 6th-place group penalty, which I suppose makes it easier to try and put it behind you in your mind when it's not something that's out of your control. And he's gone out there and he's righted the wrong, hasn't he? He's gone out there and taken the victory from 7th on the grid. And he didn't make life easy for himself. As we mentioned already, he dropped at least 4 places at the start of the race, but kept his head, picked the riders off in front of him, and ended up taking a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, great performance from the Italians. We see Firmin Aldeguer pick up his race winner's trophy, a part of Hector Faubel's team, the former 125cc, 250cc World Championship competitor, race winner as well, so some great tutorship coming for him. And the race win going the way of Jari Monteiro. The Italian stands proud on top of the European Moto2 podium for the first time in his career. And as a result, for the first time, he'll pick up a cheque from Repsol as well. €250 for the Italian to help him back to Salerno, Italy, or in fact, to help him to Portimao in a few moments' time. Now, the Italian national anthem.
Congratulations to Jari Monteiro, and all gentlemen, please stand at your places to take a photo. Thank you.
There we go, the Italian national anthem. Cut short, it wasn't able to get the full chorus of the glorious Italian national anthem. Maybe if he does the double and picks up a winning race too, they might treat him to the full version. But he'll have to do it all over again. He'll be hoping for no such mistakes at the opening corner when we go racing in Moto2 later on. It incidentally will be our final race of the day in a couple of hours' times. And as a result, he takes an early lead in the championship. 5 points clear of Nicky Tuli, with Lukas Tulovic just 9 further back in 3rd place. Just like the Hawkers European Talent Cup, 11 race championship this year, so every point really does matter for these guys. An early lead for Jari Monteiro could be crucial by the time we get to the final round of the year in Valencia. In fact, makes great sense to run you through the calendar for 2020 whilst we have the chance. I'll do that in just a moment, because we need to get ready for the Junior World Championship race, the main event of the day here in Estoril. Jari Monteiro takes victory in Moto2. He'll have to do it all over again in a couple of hours' time, but now our attention will switch to the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Who can take the opening honours of 2020 here in Estoril? Don't go anywhere. Good afternoon and welcome back to Portugal, round 1 of the FIM CEV Repsol series, and that means it's round 1 of the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. 8 riders move through to the fully fledged World Championship in 2020, meaning there's an opportunity for new riders to take control of this 2020 series and join an illustrious list of former Junior World Champions. These are truly the stars of the future. The victors in the Junior World Championship in years to come will make their way through to the MotoGP class, so pay attention. It's Jack Appleyard here with Lewis Sudovit to bring you the main event of the day, the Junior World Championship. A 34-rider strong grid. These guys are going to put on a show. You can be absolutely guaranteed about that. We're here at Estoril, just 30 minutes outside of Lisbon. a rather picturesque circuit. The sun is shining. There's a little bit of a breeze in the air, but it's absolutely perfect conditions to start the 2020 season. Here's what happened in 2019 then, with Barry Baltus, part of the Aspar squad, taking the opening win of the year in Estoril. We then moved on to Valencia, where Denis Onchu had a disaster whilst leading the race, which allowed Yuki Kuni to take victory. But then in race 2, his compatriot Ryusa Yamanaka would get revenge, picking up his first ever win. But then it was time for our eventual champion Jeremy Alcoba to start making hay whilst the sun shined. First in Barcelona, he then narrowly missed out on Xavi Artigas, who's our only man really from last year who continues in the series. It was then the Carlos Tatai show in Jerez, having just won the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He then came to Jerez and took a double win, but then in Albacete, Jeremy Alcoba took his second win of the year and took a huge step towards picking up the championship. We went to the season finale with Alcoba 49 points clear. He only needed a point, but he went on to finish on the podium and wrap up the championship, which has rightly earned him a promotion into the World Championship for this year. As we say, him and 7 other riders moved through to the World Championship this year, who of course started their year in Qatar. Earlier on in 2020, they'll be back underway in just over a week's time at Jerez. Meanwhile, it's time for these guys to start their championship under perfect conditions, as we just said. It's still 28 degrees outside. The track temperature now ever so slightly higher as it bakes under the midday sun here in Estoril. And here's the man that will start from pole position, David Salvador. For the first time in his Junior World Championship career, he was a 10th of a second clear of Pedro Acosta, a man that crashed in warm-up. We'll get to that very shortly, Lewis. But here is how David Salvador wrapped up his debut Junior World Championship pole.
Today the qualifying is very good feeling for me and for my team. Very happy because very good job today, and tomorrow very good feelings.
There's your poleman then, Pedro Acosta, the 16-year-old Spaniard, finally starting to show his potential in the Junior World Championship, Lewis, because last year he was the runner-up to Carlos Tatai in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, with 3 wins along the way in Germany, Austria and Misano. But he was unable to really convert that into the Junior World Championship. Has never even finished on the podium. Picked up a best result of 4th in Jerez. But finally, it looks as though... In fact, no, I'm talking about Pedro Acosta, aren't I? Right, save everything I've just said. We'll copy-paste it in about 10 seconds' time. David Salvador, incidentally, was a part of the Red Bull Rookies Cup this year and last year. Finished 4th there with a victory at Aragon. Similarly, he hasn't been on the podium, but he's starting to show his potential. It kind of works. Pretend that didn't happen.
This is the rider that Acosta is trying to beat, of course, David Salvador, who, yeah, for the Kuno Campeones team, the 17-year-old from Madrid, began to hit form late last year in the Junior World Championship. Got a 6th place finish in Catalonia, but he's a rider who has really been strong all through the weekend. He's looked really impressive. He's only on pole by a 10th of a second, which doesn't sound like an awful lot, but he has been very, very impressive so far. Here is the aforementioned Pedro Acosta, starts 2nd on the grid on the 37. He was another rider who really hit his form back end of last year. 3 top 6s in the last 5 races of last season, including a 4th, his career best at Jerez. But as you mentioned earlier on, Jack, not the ideal start to his day.
No, we had a crash in warm-up. We were unsure how serious it was. He was able to walk away, so we knew it wasn't going to be any physical injuries, but we were unable to really get a good look at the bike. The good news is it looks as though he's all okay, and he's there taking his place on the front row of the grid. Joining them there will be this man, Diogo Moreira, making his debut in the Junior World Championship. The Brazilian was a part of the European Talent Cup series last year, a championship he finished 6th in, with victories in Jerez and 2nd place finishes also in Jerez and Albacete. But this is a super performance from the young Brazilian. 16 years of age, up into the Junior World Championship and onto the front row for the very first race.
Yeah, he's a rider who unfortunately did have a crash yesterday afternoon in Q2. We know that he and his teammate Lorenzo Fellon both went down. We don't know whether they went down in the same accident, but when we were in the paddock yesterday, we did see Moreira limping a little bit. No huge after effects, it seems, and he's ready to go this afternoon. Starting on the front of the second row, as you're looking at now, is Jose Julian Garcia. Now, this is a rider who, unlike many on the grid today, has actually raced at a high level this season. We saw him for the SIC 58 Squadra Course team. You see him there shaking hands with Paolo Simoncelli. He actually raced for that team as an injury replacement for Niccolo Antonelli in the Qatar Grand Prix early this year. Now, the race itself didn't go all that well for him, but he has got a little bit of Grand Prix experience. He, of course, substituted for Romano Fenati towards the tail end of last year. I remember seeing him in Thailand, and from his brief Grand Prix appearances, he looked very impressive, and he looked like he belonged in that company.
Yeah, certainly did. In Thailand in particular, he got a super start and was battling inside the top 10 for a long period before eventually crashing out in a crash that I think, if memory serves right, wasn't really his fault. But he has got form in the Junior World Championship as well. 3 podiums to his name last year, with second place finishes at Valencia and Le Mans, and a third here at Estoril, which helped him to 8th in the championship. Here's another man to keep an eye on. The next Fernandez to make their way through and make their name on the big stage. Ralph Fernandez, of course, a former winner of the Junior World Championship, and now we have his brother fighting at the front as well. El Petito pretty much loosely translates as the tiny one because of his diminutive stature. A good performance from Adrian Fernandez up onto the second row of the grid for the first time in his career.
Yeah, the tiny one, but a big future for young Fernandez. It looks like Gerard Rieu, who's one of the elder riders in this class at the stratospheric age of 20. He starts at the in 6th position, back of the second row. He's a rider who I think has got to be looking at competing for the title this year. It's his 4th year in the class.
This is a fact that'll make everybody feel extremely old. Gerard Rieu, the only man on the grid, the only man out of 34 on the grid that was born outside of the year 2000. Born in 1999 is the oldest man on the grid.
Positively ancient, Gerard Rieu. But yeah, he's another rider who's got recent Grand Prix experience. We saw him at Aragon. And speaking of Grand Prix experience, last time we saw Javier Artigas, he was very nearly winning the Valencia Grand Prix at the end of last season, made a wildcard debut and very nearly followed in the footsteps of another rider who has previous experience in this paddock, Chanon Chu, who of course won on debut in Valencia in 2018. Javier Artigas finished 3rd in the end for a debut podium and did lead the race at many stages. He took us all by surprise with how impressive he was in Valencia last year.
Yeah, incredible performance from the Spaniard, just 16 years of age at the time, who was able to fight at the front. That is a man and a name that you're going to get used to on the World Championship scene. There's absolutely no doubts about that. We will see Xavi Artigas in the Moto3 World Championship, probably in 2021, if he's able to achieve what he's hoping to in 2020. Let's see how he gets on this year. He, of course, has a change of number, moves to the number 43, the number that he won the European Talent Cup with in 2018. And talking of European Talent Cup victors, the man who won the 2019 championship, Ethan Guevara, makes his debut in the Junior World Championship, signed with the Aspar team for 2020, and has had a good start to life. Onto the 3rd row of the grid. It is, of course, ultra competitive as this Junior World Championship, so to qualify in 8th place on your debut is no mean feat, and he's joined there on the 3rd row by his teammate as well. This man right here, Danny Holgado.
Yeah, who's going to be one of the riders who I think has the title in his sights this year. He impressed last year. This is his 2nd year in the class. In his debut year, he took a couple of podiums and actually ended the year 6th outright, did Holgado. Just 15 years old, but already a lot of experience to his name. Probably won't be all that happy to have been upstaged by his rookie teammate, but he's certainly a rider who's going to be aiming for the podium today, and a rider who's going to have the championship in his sights later this season.
Still only 15, as you say, Lewis. A bit of a surprise in the off-season because he moved from the Estrella Galicia talent team to the Aspar squad. Now, possibly you're thinking that maybe that's a man that's looking towards his future. The Estrella Galicia talent team in the World Championship, we've got two very young riders in Ryusa Yamanaka and Sergio Garcia, and he probably feels that there's no path through there to the World Championship, whereas with the Aspar team, there may well be a seat there. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, here is the starting grid, and it's a sea of Spaniards, with Dani Salvador starting from the front of the grid, joined there by Pedro Acosta and Diogo Moreira. Row 2, Jose Julian Garcia, Adrian Fernandez and Gerard Rio, with row 3 of the grid, Xabi Artigas, Ethan Guevara and Danny Holgado.
David Munoz completes the top 10 ahead of Lorenzo Felon and Max Cook, the leading British talent team rider. Kazuki Masaki, who replaces the outgoing champion. He's on the number 22 and 13 ahead of Daniel Munoz, Billy Van Eerde, and the 6th row has Julian Giral, Scott Ogden and Takuma Matsuyama.
Row 7, Nico Spinelli, Josh Watsley, Safuddin Azman. Then row 8, Clermont Rouge, Rafael Fusco and Leonardo Taccini. Before we then have Hikaru Rita, Alex Rodriguez and Dirk Geiger.
Starting 28th on the grid. As we look now, we have Vostertech ahead of Senna Aguis, Joel Kelso, Filippo Palazzi, and rounding out our 32 riders is Jose Antonio Rueda.
Another real talent is Jose Rueda. He has victories in the European Talent Cup in 2018 and 2019, still only 14, another real pocket rocket. Not the start to life in the Junior World Championship he would have hoped for, but don't be expecting to see him for a long time. So on to the warm-up lap then. This is always a tough question, even more so in the Junior World Championship. Who is the pre-race favourite? I think you could probably throw a number of names out there, at least 10.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, the pre-season favourite, I think, to many was Artigas, the Leopard rider, who, of course, starts 7th. So he's not had the ideal qualifying. But as we've seen in both the Moto3 World Championship and here in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, grid position isn't perhaps the same kind of penalty as it would be in different classes. You can quite easily come from mid-pack and challenge for the victory. So Artigas certainly has a chance. The favourite, you'd have to say, would probably be Salvador from the front row of the grid from pole position. But there's plenty of experience behind him. Jose Julian Garcia, a rider behind him with Grand Prix experience on the second row. I think he's probably my dark horse tip today.
Whereas we've seen in the Hawker European Talent Cup and the Moto2, early problems for the number 97 of Filippo Palazzi. 16-year-old Italian stalled it on the grid. He's got it going though, so we will start from pit lane. As we were saying, in the European Talent Cup and the Moto2 Championship, we did have real stonewall favourites given their pace in qualifying. Both David Alonso and Yari Montoya nearly half a second clear of everybody else. However, in the Junior World Championship, the top 20 are covered by 1 second. So this is going to be a tight fight, as the Junior World Championship normally is. Although David Salvador starts from pole position and having had a good weekend so far, is probably the favourite according to the bookies. You could stick a fiver on anybody and you might well get lucky.
Yeah, top 20 were covered by a second. The actual top 13 were within half a second at the front, so it was even closer than it sounds. And yeah, as I've already mentioned, Moto3, you can quite easily come from midway through the pack and fight for the victory. And I think we're bracing ourselves, unlike in Moto2, where of course we had a 2-rider fight, and in the European Talent Cup, where it was very much a 1-rider demonstration from David Alonso. This one has all the makings of a classic Moto3 group fight for the front.
Certainly does. You talk about the top 13 being covered by half a second. Well, the man at the end of that list, Kazuki Masaki, a former World Championship competitor, holds the lap record around here at Estoril. A lap record that everybody absolutely mullered in qualifying yesterday. A 146.353. Looking at the timing sheets, the top 25 all went under it. So the pace has been as hot as the Portuguese sunshine. Can we see that converted into a belting race here? Adrian Fernandez starts from 5th. He's the last man to take his place on the grid. With all eyes on the 38 of David Salvador, starting from pole position for the first time in his Junior World Championship career, and that's the number 7 of Daniel Munoz that's been wheeled off the grid. Don't know what's happened there.
Was due to start from the 5th row of the grid, so that's a disaster for him. He was in a pretty decent position there, but it looks like he's going to start from pit lane, if he starts at all. No,
it's game over, game over. He's been told, that's it, mate. The green flag waves at the back of the grid, and we are going to have a space down on row number 5 of the grid. Meanwhile, we'll focus on row 1. The lights are out and we are underway in 2020 in the Junior World Championship, and it's a good jump from the man that started second on the grid. Pedro Acosta has already got 2 or 3 bike lengths as we make our way down to the opening corner. Jose Julian Giral has come through from row 2 of the grid to slip into 3rd place, whereas the pole man sits into 2nd. Luckily, it looks like all 34 are through the opening corner. The Junior World Championship is underway with Pedro Acosta leading them out.
Yeah, we saw a massive dive up the inside from Dani Holgado on the Aspar bike. It didn't really make a great deal of ground, although I think that's him going up the inside there to try and claim place. He's just in behind Xavier Artigas, who's gained 1 place off the grid. He's up to 6th now, but Acosta still leads it from Salvador, and there finally we see the number 7 of Munoz trying to get underway. Still no luck for him at the moment, but yeah, as we say, the top 2 swap places off the line. Acosta leads.
That was a sorry sight. It doesn't look like Munoz is going to get going, and if he did, he's already half a lap behind everybody else. I think it's a game of just park it up and hope that you can do a little bit better in 6 days' time in Portimao. Meanwhile, at the front, it's still Acosta that leads the way with Salvador tucked in behind. At the moment, it's a Spanish armada at the front. Our top 7, all Spaniards. In fact, our top 9, all Spaniards, before we finally get a Frenchman in Lorenzo Fallon, who's up into 10th place on his Junior World Championship debut.
Yeah, we've got a rider down. We've got 2 riders down, in fact, at turn 3. We've got the 24 of Tacchini. He's gone down with the 45 of Clément Rouget. So those are 2 riders who were making their debuts in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Their debuts only lasted as far as here, and that is the 24 indeed of Tacchini, down pulling his bike through the gravel at turn 3.
Teammate to Xavi Artigas, running the number of Xavi Artigas last year as well. So those of you that watched the 2019 Junior World Championship, don't panic, that's not Xavi Artigas. He swapped numbers, 43 this year. But here's exactly what happens between Rouget and Tacchini. Oh, it looks as though it was Tacchini that got a little bit over exuberant into, is that turn 4 there? I think it is, yeah, and that caused a domino effect where, although another man went down, was Clément Rouget, there was another couple of riders that got caught up in it as well. The guys at the back of the pack now being, I think it's Senna Aguis and Filippo Palazzi, the unfortunate guys to get collected and caught up in that one. At the front, though, it looks as though we've got, what, 7 riders just starting to break clear, with the likes of Dani Holgado and Ethan Guevara, the 2 of the Aspar riders, just trying to cling on and join the leading riders. Yeah,
and some very quick progress made by Artigas. He's already up into 2nd place from 7th on the grid, so he's wasted no time getting himself into the action. But yeah, there's a 7 away at the front with Salvador running in 3rd. Jose Julian Garcia currently sits 4th on the number 20, with Ryu, Holgado and Guevara, the debutant, completing the top 7. But as we've so often said in this Moto3 class, don't rule anyone out yet, because don't expect the pace to be all that quick. They're going to be watching each other. They're going to be swapping places left, right and centre, and that will enable the group to stay close together.
Acosta that leads then. A man that's never been on the podium in his Junior World Championship career, came into the championship halfway through last year as a replacement, and seriously impressive. We've got another couple of fallers down. Dirk Geiger's one of them, as is the number 27 of Alejandro Diaz. And Dirk Geiger,
again, Jack.
Yeah, shame for these guys what's happened here this time around. Oh, I just missed that one, but the pair of them gone down, and Dirk Geiger you might be able to see in the Prustal GP colours. He's a man that's unfortunately, as a result of the coronavirus break, missed out on 4 World Championship rounds. Barry Baltus, who moved up from this championship for 2020, should have missed the opening 4 rounds as a result of being too young. He would have started in Jerez, and Dirk Geiger was going to be his replacement. He managed to get a ride in at Qatar, but obviously missed out on getting the chance of getting some World Championship experience in Thailand, Argentina and America. Meanwhile, at the front, we've got a change. It's a familiar sight for those that watched in 2019. Xavi Artigas hits the front here in Estoril.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw the value of the slipstream, or the value of not having it for Pedro Acosta there. He led over the line and was promptly swamped by both Artigas and David Salvador into turn 1. He then tried to get back at him into turn 4 there. No way through, though, at the moment. But Artigas, fastest lap of the race, that first flying lap last time around on a 1:45.4. We flagged him up pre-race as the favourite to win the series outright, and he's living up to that billing early on.
Well, we've already seen one man take victory from 7th on the grid so far today in Yari Monteiro as a result of a penalty. Artigas qualified there, no penalties this time around, but he's got to the front fairly quickly, and he just looks so confident at the front, does Artigas. Meanwhile, it is Julian Giral that's gone down, the teammate to Pedro Acosta, who's currently running in 3rd. was actually fourth in warm-up this morning, has made good progress throughout the weekend as Julian Giral, but it's ended in disaster for him, crashing out in the opening stages.
Yeah, former winner here in the European Talent Cup just 2 years ago, and unfortunately no repeat of that success here this afternoon. Artigas, look at that smooth style as he goes through the final corner, looking very, very composed, and just a few bike lengths now over Salvador in second place, the pole man, who's now coming under pressure once again from Acosta, who's looking to return the favour from what happened to him prior when he was overtaken into turn one. Look at them spread out 5 abreast as they head into the first corner, hard on the brakes. Artigas is well clear, but it looks like we're going to have the Aspar bike of Holgado all the way through into second.
Well, Holgado came across the line in about 6th place, but there's the fact of Salvador and Acosta were side by side. They punched a huge hole into the air, which all of the guys behind said a huge thank you for, because they were able to draft past pretty much both Salvador and who was the other man? Pedro Acosta, of course, and that certainly allowed Danny Holgado, who, to be perfectly frank, is a bit of a pocket rocket in the first place. Not the tallest of riders out there. Certainly not the heaviest either, which allowed him to draft his way through into second place. And these are the two guys that we knew were going to fight for the championship. Artigas and Holgado, the only two from inside the top 10 of the championship last year that remain in the series this year. And unsurprisingly, it's taken them all of, 3 laps before the fighting for the first victory of the year.
Yeah, battle joined already between the two title favourites. And you do wonder whether Xavier Artigas has been watching his brief teammate at the end of last season, the current Moto3 world champion Lorenzo Dalla Porta, former title winner in this class, of course. And so often we saw Dalla Porta last year in the Moto3 world championship leading from the front and dictating the pace in races, quite comfortable sitting at the front of Moto3 race despite the queue of riders trying to take aim at him from behind. And Artigas, much like Dalla Porta, looks very composed out front.
Certainly the safest place to be is at the front, and Artigas looks extremely comfortable. It's a tactic that actually he put into play himself at the final round of the Moto3 World Championship last year. Led that race for so many laps, was unfortunate not to win it in the end. Picked up 3rd place, a debut podium on debut in the World Championship. And now he's looking to take victory. A victory, of course, that he already has in the back pocket in the Junior World Championship. But we have a change for the leader man that we've not mentioned, the oldest man on the grid, the granddad of the Junior World Championship at just 20 years of age. Gerard Riou hits the front.
Never had a podium, of course, in this class, so he's looking to go way better than that. Not even take his first podium, but take his first victory. And he leads at the moment. Artigas quickly responding there, because he actually dropped to 3rd at one point on the approach to turn 1. But I think it's the best strategy, Jack, in Moto3. Once you are past, repass immediately, and Artigas swept straight back up the inside of Holgado into turn 1.
Yep, do not let another guy in front of you get into his rhythm. Make sure that you get back in front as soon as you possibly can. And the fastest man on track is Max Cook, a part of the British talent team, having his best ride in the Junior World Championship by a country mile at the moment. Is the Brit. Had his best qualifying yesterday, and now he's backing it up with a super ride just on the tail of this 10-rider strong group. You can see the number 13 in the back of your picture. Great ride coming from Max Cook. I'm not going to get excited just yet, but we haven't had a Brit on the podium in the Junior World Championship since John McPhee in 2014. I know he's 10th at the moment at the back of the pack, but can we see Max Cook fight his way through and get into the podium fight? I certainly hope so. I'm not supposed to be biased, but come on, I want to see a Brit up there.
Yeah, the Bristol boy at the moment, he's in 10th place, and he's only 2 seconds off the lead, Max Cook, as they last came across the line. That just shows you how close a race we're looking at the moment with 10 riders in that leading group. He's a second clear of the next group, which is led by Lorenzo Felon. That group includes the likes of Saifuruddin Azman, David Munoz as well. Takuma Matsuyama's in there as well. The point positions covered by less than 5 seconds.
Great shame for Billy Van Aert, part of the Asia Talent team, the former Asia Talent Cup winner. Had his best qualifying yesterday, but unfortunately he's just crashed out at turn 6. Good friends with Jack Miller, gets a lot of tutorship from the MotoGP rider, but he's gone down at turn 6. Who was that in the back of the picture, Lewis?
It looked like an Estrella Galicia bike to me that was going down at turn 1. We'll keep an eye on that. It might well have been Felon. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, it is Lorenzo Felon. In fact, it's Saifuruddin Azman who's dropped down, who's also on the Estrella Galicia team. He's on the 63, who went down, unfortunately. The two teammates were running together, and unfortunately, the Malaysian has seen his race come to an early end.
Here we go. This is going to be a replay of that crash at turn number 1. Yeah, just took the front, and that caused his teammate just to sit up as a result. He did well, did Felon, not to collect. Azman, of course, you can see on the side of the bike there, receiving some support from the Sepang International Circuit. with Razlan Razali all the way through into the Junior World Championship, trying to promote Malaysian talent as much as he possibly can do. And hopefully Azman is in the right team, certainly, for this year. Moves through into the Estrella Galicia Junior Talent team for this year. And hopefully he'll be able to find some better results when we get to Portimao in 6 days' time. At the front, though, still Artigas that leads the way. If anything, he's got a couple of bike claims over Gerard Rio in second. He's just starting to stretch that elastic at the front. That's the biggest lead we've seen so far in this race. I know we're only 5 laps in, soon to be 6 laps in, but this is warning signs earlier on. I'm sure there might be a few alarm bells starting to ring in the heads of the riders behind as Artigas tries to make his break for victory.
Yeah, we're going to see now just how strong that slipstream is, because Artigas crosses the line a quarter of a second clear, and he does get to turn 1 clear of the opposition. So that's the kind of advantage we're talking about for a rider to get, not only get out of the last corner and get to the line first, which could be crucial on the final lap, but also stay out of range for an attack into turn 1. It's the battle for second that's starting at the moment, with Ryu under a lot of pressure from Acosta, with Holgado, Salvador, and completing that leading group, we have Jose Julian Garcia and Adrian Fernandez, who himself set the fastest lap of the race last time around, the only rider in the 144s.
Meanwhile, behind them, there are 3 riders, Ethan Guevara, Max Cook and Kazuki Masaki, who have detached themselves from this leading group. But Max Cook has managed to make his way to the front of that 3-rider gaggle, and I'm sure will be trying his level best to close back in on Adrian Fernandez and this leading group of 7. As you rightly say, Lewis, number 25 there of Adrian Fernandez, younger brother of former junior world champion Raul Fernandez, is the fastest man on track at the moment at 1:44.8, which is 1.5 seconds quicker than the previous lap record from 2017 of Kazuki Masaki. So we can pick up that piece of paper and throw it in the bin.
And here he is making a big move up the inside. Fernandez there trying to get up the inside of Garcia into turn 9. I think Garcia just about held him off around the outside, but side by side again, making a bit of contact as they come around turn 10, and Fernandez finally makes the move.
An aggressive move from Fernandez. They do call him El Petito, the tiny one, but he certainly wasn't lacking any fight or muscle there. Super aggressive, getting himself back up the inside of Jose Julian Garcia. As a result of those two going to war, it has meant that they've just lost a little bit of touch from the leading 5 riders. I'm sure they're hoping now that with a 5-rider, as they come 4 abreast into the opening corner, with Gerard Rio coming out on top, but those two behind are going to reattach themselves, which I think they have done. But Artigas, having led across the line, has been demoted back to 3rd. It's now Rio that leads, ahead of Acosta, Artigas, Holgado and Salvador, with then Fernandez and Garcia back with it, meaning we still have a 14-wheeler at the front here in the Junior World Championship. 10 laps to go, and there's plenty still to happen.
Yeah, Max Cook in that second group, he's matching the leaders for pace, but he's not closing at the moment. Now that that leading group have broke away ever so slightly, he's not able to use that slipstream to tow him up to the front of the group. So if Max Cook is going to close that gap, he's going to have to do it all by himself. But he is keeping some pretty illustrious company there in 8th place. He's got the reigning European Talent Cup winner in Ethan Guevara behind him, and a Grand Prix racer of Kazuki Masaki in 10th position.
Fair move there from Pedro Acosta, a dop of the cap as he rolled around the outside of Gerard Rio. Great move into turn 6 from the man that finished runner-up in last year's Red Bull Rookie Series. Certainly looks up for this one. Great move that was, around the outside at turn 6. Gerard Rio certainly wasn't expecting it, and as a result he hits the front. He was the leader in the early stages, having got the whole shot from second on the grid, and now he's managed to fight his way back to the front of this 7-rider pack.
Yeah, it very much is a 7-rider pack now. That slight splinter in the group that we had when Fernandez and Garcia were having a little dice on the last lap has very quickly closed back up again. So I think we are going to have 7 riders all battling on the brakes into turn 1 in a few seconds' time already as they come onto the straight. Acosta was a little bit wide, and that's put him under pressure as Ryu draws alongside him. Artigas is going to have the double slipstream, and we've got Holgado in 4th, who might well take advantage and pass a lot of them.
Here we go. This is a typical scene in the Junior World Championship. 5 riders abreast, and suddenly Adrian Fernandez, who was 6 across the line, now leads into turn 1. El Petito hits the front with Danny Holgado tucked in behind him in 2nd place. We've got 9 laps to go. More of the same, please. What a way to kick off the 2020 season.
And Artigas slips all the way back to 6th. He's already claimed 1 of those back, overtaking Ryu, who it feels like we were only talking a few seconds ago. He was leading the race, and he's now being passed for 5th as they go through turn 4. So it's a crazy, crazy battle at the front. We've had a track limits warning for Daniel Munoz, whose day goes from bad to worse. And yeah, at the moment, it's looking like it's anyone's game, isn't it? Fernandez is the fastest man on track, but there's no means that he's going to be in front for too much longer.
And this battle is helping one man, the number 30 of Max Cook. He's been able to close in on that last lap alone. He closed in a little bit more on Jose Julian Garcia ahead of him. You can just see him in the back of the picture. If these 7 continue to fight like they are doing, Max Cook is going to be able to get amongst it, which is exactly what we want to see.
It is. He's closing in. He's now within 1.2 seconds of the back of the group, within 2 seconds of the outright lead, and that's only getting closer. He's already taken a tenth of that back on the leader through the next sector, so it is closing up now, and he's all on his own, Cook, as well. He's not got anyone to tow him up. He's broken clear now of Guevara and Masaki, who are now in their own private battle for 9th and 10th. But yeah, we'll keep a close eye on him, as you'll see him in the back of short. He's getting closer and closer now, and he'll soon be able to pick up that slipstream of Jose Julian Garcia. He's now within a second of him.
Just for context, his previous best ever finish is 11th, Max Cook. Never been inside the top 10 of a Junior World Championship race before. Last year was his first full season in this championship, but he looks to have made a great step over the winter. And he looks ready to be able to fight at the front week in, week out, which is great to see. It looks as though he is the next man in line, the next Brit in line to move onto the World Championship stage.
He took 9/10 of a second out of the leader on that last lap, did Max Cook. A 45.1. The leaders, with the exception of Salvador, were in the 46s, and Salvador did a 45.993. So that sort of tells you what sort of pace Cook was doing on that last lap, and he is right in the middle of it now. He's right on the tail of Jose Julian Garcia. We have an 8-rider battle at the front.
Here we go then, 8 riders. Max Cook has done the hard work. He's managed to close them down and get into this leading group of 7. It's now 8. 16-wheeler at the front with Pedro Acosta still leading. In fact, he's leading by, what, 4 or 5 bike lengths now. This is a good lap coming in from Pedro Acosta. He's able to pull out 0.3 of a second in the middle sector alone over David Salvador, the man that qualified, tries to put me teeth in on pole position for this opening race of 2020. Certainly the likes of Xavi Artigas and Adrian Fernandez, who are there in 3rd and 4th, won't want to see the number 37 escape at the front, which is just flirting with the idea of at the moment. Oh, we've got a follower in the background. We've got a follower in the background. I think it was Gerard Rio. The number 67 has gone down. I thought it was Max Cook for a second, but Cook has already been able to get in front.
More riders down.
Number 31 that's gone down. That's Scott Ogden, another of the British Talent Team riders. And it looks as though, is that Lorenzo Fallon, a part of the Junior Talent, not the Junior Talent Team, sorry, the Australia Galicia Talent Team. Not sure who that was. We'll get confirmation very shortly, but one of them definitely was Scott Ogden, which is such a shame for the British Talent Team rider. He was up to 13th place on course for a first ever finish inside the points of the Junior World Championship, and unfortunately he's crashed out at the chicane.
Yeah, Ogden was running with Fallon, and it is indeed Fallon who's dropping down our timing pages on the number 5. So 3 riders out then on the last lap, and one of them, a very key player in the leading battle, Gerard Ritu, who's waiting for a first podium and a first win, will go on. Fernandez getting feisty there, going up the inside of Dani Holgado. That's for 4th in the race at the moment. Artigas has made it through into 2nd now at the expense of Salvador. 4/10 off the leader, and you do wonder whether Artigas had seen that little gap approaching, because it was just as that gap was building at the front that he made a move into 3rd at the expense of Fernandez, and then he's struck straight away at the start of the next lap to take 2nd and try and bridge that gap to Acosta.
If he was playing a waiting game in 3rd and 4th place, Artigas, he knew that had to come to an end extremely quickly, because Acosta was just starting to break clear. He's now up to 2nd, and he's closing in him as well. He means business now, does Artigas. Enough of the waiting games. There's only 6.5 laps remaining. It's time for business. Meanwhile, at the back of this fighter, Scott Ogden unfortunately has to wheel it back into the garage. Great shame for the Brit, the man from South Yorkshire. So there's a man from West Yorkshire, my co-commentator, a man from East Yorkshire. We're extremely disappointed to see a fellow White Rose man go down.
And it's 3 separate accidents as well, incredibly. The 3 riders have all gone down in individual accidents at the same time, at the same corner. So unless there's anything down on the track, it's a very freakish coincidence for Fallon, for Ogden, and indeed for Ryu, who've all gone down and all fallen out of points positions. So there's a few beneficiaries of that, with Moreira, who of course started from the front row. He's back into the points now in 13th. Ryu is actually still running. He did remount and he's still in 14th with Josh Watley, the other Brit in the field. He's completing the points at the moment in 15th.
Well, the good news is it looks like there isn't anything down at the chicane, because the whole field have then filtered the way back through once again and no one else has gone down. So it just was a freak accident involving those 3 riders. There's a change at the lead though, with Xavi Artigas now back in front ahead of Pedro Acosta. Not for long though, because the Spaniard edges out his compatriot as they go through turn number 4.
And Artigas straight away trying to fight back. That wasn't a move of a rider who's playing the patient waiting game, is it? From Acosta straight through into the lead. He's pushing very, very hard indeed. I think these riders know now that no one's going to break away. With 6 laps to go, no one's going to get away from this. So it's very much a case of jockeying for position and trying to put yourself in the best spot, particularly when we get onto the final lap, because that's when the opportunities to try and make those late braking maneuvers or try and get the slipstream are going to run out. And you're going to want to position yourselves. Do you want to lead onto the home straight, for instance, as we complete the final lap? Or do you want to sit in second? These are the decisions that will probably be going through these riders' heads if they are thinking that far ahead. At the moment, Artigas' eyes are very much on the 37 of Acosta ahead of him and nothing else.
These front 3 have managed to break ever so slightly clear of Danny Holgado in 4th place, which will be worrying the number 96 aboard the Aspar machine. He's got 0.8 of a second, in front of him to David Salvador. And with soon to be 5 laps remaining, he is just running out of time here. It looks as though a podium finish is just starting to slip out of his reaches for the Spaniard. It looks as though we may well have a 3-rider fight for the win here in Estoril as Pedro Acosta leads them across the line once more. Now 5 laps to go. He's got Artigas to his right-hand side and he's soon going to have Salvador further right as well. 3 abreast into the opening corner. Who's going to come out on top? Who's the latest of the late breakers? This time around it's Salvador, as Artigas very, very nearly gets clubbered by the number 37 of Pedro Acosta behind him. That was too close for comfort.
Yeah, Artigas knew exactly how close it was because he had a little look over his left shoulder there as he came out of turn 1. He knew that a rider was very, very close to tagging his rear wheel, and that's the kind of incident that's music to the ears of Danny Holgado, who is closing back in. I was about to say that Holgado would have been sat there in 4th hoping that the front 3 were going to rejoin battle again. That's exactly what happened, and it's brought Holgado right back into the mix again.
Well, I have commentated on Junior World Championship races before, so I should have known better than to call it, with 5 laps to go, a 3-rider fight at the front. Absolutely not. It's 7 riders that are still in contention for this one, with David Salvador the favourite at the moment as he leads them out of turn number 6.
Yeah, Max Cook still at the back of that group in 7th place. He did a 45.4 on that lap. The leader, Salvador, was in the 44s, but of course they've slowed themselves down with that battle into turn 1. That's just slowed the pace up again and brought the trailing group that was led by Holgado right back into the mix. Guevara leads the 2nd group that's now a 3-rider battle involving Masaki and Matsuyama. They're fighting for the 3 places that complete the top 10. That would be a strong result, that, for Ethan Guevara. His debut in the Junior World Championship, having graduated as a European Talent Cup winner, to score some solid points in 8th place. That would be a good result for him. As for Artigas, who we're now looking at in 2nd place, he's got his eyes on much more than that.
The opening race of the Junior World Championship in 2020 has just 4 laps remaining, with Pedro Acosta leading them across the line and then taking control into the opening turn number 1. Artigas had a look up the inside, tried to see if there was a gap there, but David Salvador slammed the door shut. And now, with 4 laps remaining, those leading 3 have been reeled back in by Danny Holgado and his mates. He's got Adrian Fernandez, Garcia and Cook for company. We've got a 7-rider scrap in this opening race of 2020, and I would not want to put money on any one of those 7 riders. Max Cook at the back of the field, on course for a best ever result in a Junior World Championship, is still in contention for this one. A great ride so far from the Bristolian. Can he go a couple better and get into podium contention?
Yeah, Costa got it wide into turn 3 and lost the lead there on the right-hander there. He just outbraked himself into the corner and allowed both Salvador and Artigas through. Acosta has managed to regain 2nd place from Artigas into turn 6. Temporarily, perhaps, as we look at Max Cook at the back of the group. But that's all it takes in this group. When you make one slight mistake, it's not one rider letting through. In this group, it's potentially as many as 6.
So far, those front 3 haven't been bothered. What I mean by that is they've not been passed by any of the guys from 4th or further down. It looks as though it's been a race within a race for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and then from 4th downwards. But Fernandez has managed to get ahead of Holgado and is now right onto the rear wheel of Artigas. He's going to hope that he's going to get a 3-way slipstream down into the opening corner, and the tiny Leglise Academy rider hopefully will be the greatest beneficiary of that 3-rider slipstream. 3 abreast at the moment. It's certainly going to be 4 or 5 by the time we get onto the brakes into the opening corner. 4 abreast it is, with Artigas out front. And there goes Fernandez. Does benefit from the slipstream, now into 3rd place with just 3 laps to go. It's ticking away. We really are into crunch time now.
Keep an eye on Jose Julian Garcia, by the way. He just picked off Holgado for 5th place. Despite the riders ahead of him in the extra slipstream, it didn't really do Holgado much good in the end. He was passed around the outside by Garcia into turn 1. So it is getting closer. You'll maybe catch a glimpse of it here, the 20 in the background, as we look at the leader Artigas, who won the battle on the brakes into turn 1. He's got that slight advantage now with just 3 laps to go. But yes, still anyone's game in this top 7. Less than a second separates them as we reach the closing stages.
Still Artigas that's leading the way, though. A 10th of a second clear of Acosta at the moment as they're making their way through the 3rd sector here at Estoril. There's a slow-mo shot of them going into the opening corner a few moments ago, but the order hasn't changed since then. It's still Artigas at the front with Acosta, Fernandez, Salvador and Holgado completing the top 5. Max Cook still there in 7th at the moment. It looks as though he put all the hard work in just to get with the front guys at the moment. Maybe he's just taking a breather at the moment before then mounting another attack to try and make his way further through the field. But he's running out of time. We're very soon going to have just 2 laps remaining here in Estoril.
Yeah, he's either on the limit trying to stay with this group, or he's playing the most clever game of cat and mouse we've ever seen, just sitting at the back of that leading group and letting the race come to him. I think he's more on the limit trying to stay with them, because you can see that slight gap now with Garcia ahead of him, who's having another run at Holgado. We're going to have a repeat of the lap before where they were battling on the brakes for 5th place. Artigas leads it at the moment, but we're looking at Acosta making a move up the inside of Fernandez, who's going to try and steal 2nd place, and does. Fernandez, who at one point we thought a few laps ago might well be detached from this, he's now within sight of victory.
Certainly is. I thought for a second there he was going to put an almighty lunge up the inside of Pedro Acosta to try and steal 1st place away, but he thought better of it, thankfully, and he sits there in 2nd place now, stalking the number 37 ahead of them.
Yeah, they're coming up behind Daniel Munoz, I think, the rider who, of course, we saw earlier in the race, stuck on the line. There he is on the number 7 in the foreground. So this leading group might well have to sort of pick their way through that. Let's hope Munoz sees them and lets them all get out of the way, because this race is coming towards a fantastic conclusion with a lap and a half to go.
Pedro Acosta has pulled the pin at the front here. That's the fastest 1st sector we've seen in the entirety of this race from the Spaniard, and as a result he's able to pull out 2 or 3 bike lengths. That's about a 1/4 of a second advantage now over Adrian Fernandez in 2nd place. Artigas can see that Acosta is starting to pull clear, and he has a big look up the inside of Fernandez, but no way through at the moment. We're into the final half a lap with just 1.5 laps remaining now, so time is ticking away as Holgado makes a move on Salvador. Through to 4th place now is the former podium man in this Junior World Championship. Salvador will bite back though, and that's certainly not doing them two any good whatsoever as the front 3 start to break clear. Into the final corner. This time around it's going to be who's going to get the best drag to the line. We've got just 1 lap to go here in Estoril, with Acosta looking pretty comfortable at the front. That's the biggest gap we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, Artigas is going to have to go now. He's looking to get out of the slipstream of Adrian Fernandez to try and take 2nd place. But as they cross the line, Acosta's lead is just short of 0.4 of a second. He did his personal best lap that time round, 1:44.9, and he is clear of Fernandez as they go into turn 1. He was clear enough to not be slipstreamed or outbraked into turn 1. So the chances are running out now for Fernandez or Artigas. You feel if the victory is going to be taken away from Acosta, it's going to be one of these two, and Artigas goes for it.
There he goes, the Leopard man through into 2nd place. He wasn't able to take benefit of the slipstream down the start-finish straight, but he's dived through on the brakes into 2nd place. He's got half a lap to try and salvage something here, because at the moment Acosta is on course for a 1st ever win in the Junior World Championship. Has Artigas got something to say about that?
Yeah, 1/4 of a second is the gap for Acosta, which sounds like nothing, but in this term, in this class, class. That is big enough for Pedro Acosta. The next breaking maneuver coming in from Holgado there, but that is one of the final overtaking spots really on the track now, because we've got the tight switchbacks of turn 9 and 10, but you have to be a lot closer than Artigas is now to send a dive up the inside into that left-hander. So it looks as though Acosta, unless he makes a mistake in this final sector, is going to have enough to get out of that last corner and hold the Leopard rider off.
He's running out of chances as Artigas into the chicane for the final time. It's still the number 37 that leads the way. Can Artigas find something through this final sector to be able to drag him to the flag? We're into the final couple of corners. Here's turn number 11. We'll then flick back into turn 12 and 13. Still Acosta that leads the way. Artigas is closing. Is he going to be able to drag him to the line? He's certainly got a wonderful drive through the final corner. Will the Leopard man be able to tuck him behind and eventually pull clear? It's still Acosta that leads, but here comes Artigas. Who's going to get it across the line? Artigas, just is it? No, yes, who knows?
By 3 thousandths of a second.
3 thousandths of a second.
4 tenths quicker in the final, so the fastest final sector of the entire race for Xavier Artigas to snatch the victory. One of the closest finishes you will ever see in a Junior World Championship race. Fernandez got the final podium position at the expense of Jose Julian Garcia, with Holgado in 5th. David Salvador fell to 6th in the end, and Max Cook couldn't make any inroads into that leading group. He finishes 7th, but what a start to the season for the pre-season favourite.
Well, that is a definite photo finish that we're going to have to take a look at before we confirm the results. Across the line, 3 thousandths of a second, it says, in favour of Xavi Artigas. But without a doubt, they're going to have another look at that one just to confirm it. Both men pull wheelies. In fact, we cut to pit lane, and both squads, both the MT Foundation 77 guys and the Leopard squad, celebrated as if they've got the victory. I don't think anyone knows just yet completely who has taken victory there. Both of them celebrating, but of course for Artigas, if it is a win for him, it's another victory, second in a Junior World Championship. Irrelevant what happens to Acosta, it will be a first ever podium finish in the Junior World Championship. But there we are, there is confirmation. Xavi Artigas takes victory by the narrowest of margins, by an absolute fingernail. 3 thousandths of a second the difference ahead of Pedro Acosta, who holds one hand up in the air, and he must think, well, I couldn't have done much more. But Artigas, on that final lap, put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.5. He was a good quarter of a second behind going into the final corner, but he got an unbelievable drive through there to eventually be able to just about pip Acosta to the post. And I mentioned has to go as well. We completely forgot for all of the drama that the final podium place goes the way of Adrian Fernandez, a first ever trip to the podium for him, just getting the better of Jose Julian Garcia on the final lap. Daniel Holgado completes the top 5, with David Salvador, despite being in contention for the majority of the race, slipping back to 6, and Max Cook comes across the line in 7th, by far and away the best ever finish in the Junior World Championship for the British Talent Team rider. Hopefully a sign of things to come for the Brit in this 2020 season. But what a way to start the season. 3 thousandths of a second separating Xavi Artigas and Pedro Acosta. It cannot get any closer than that, with the number 43 taking victory. A switch of numbers has worked brilliantly for the Spaniard. Of course, that's the number that served him well in 2018 as he collected the European Talent Cup Championship. And now we'll be hoping that the number 43 will be changed to a number 1 by the time we get to Valencia at the end of the year, as he sets his sights on a Junior World Championship. That's the target for him, and it's a great way to start the year as well. An incredible final lap from the Spaniard to set a new lap record, let's not forget as well. Completely demolishing the previous lap record of a 1:46.353 by setting a 1:44.5. Super lap, and now the debrief will commence for Pedro Acosta, finding just where he missed out. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be try again exactly the same in Portimao in 6 days' time. He couldn't have done much more. Here we go then. Let's take a look at this photo finish. It's going to be absolutely nothing to separate them as they come across the line there, and It's still too close to call. Still too close to call. But it has gone the way of Artigas, and he knew it as well, didn't he? He knew it. Despite it being so close, he knew that he just got there ahead of Pedro Acosta. And he's continued 2020 exactly how he started 2019. Well, look at that, the face on the MT77 Foundation guys as they came across the line. Utter despair for them. A weekend's worth of work, and you miss out by 0.003 of a second. A tough one to swallow for the Spaniard, I'm sure. We're going to hear him from our race winner very shortly indeed. He started 2020 just like he finished 2019. A podium finish in his first ever Moto3 World Championship race in Valencia. Now he picks up, in 2020 with victory here in Estoril by the narrowest of margins too. Let's hear what Xavi Artigas made of that opening Junior World Championship race of 2020.
Congratulations, Xavi Artigas, first win of 2020, a crazy race. Just how did you pull that back on the last lap?
Thank you. It's amazing to stay here after COVID and all pre-season. Very crazy race. In all the week I'm strong, and finally first is amazing for me and the Leopard Impala Junior team. And say thank you everyone who support me, my family, my dad, all the team, the Leopard, and this all.
¿En español? ¿En español?
Muy contento de volver a estar aquí y más haber ganado después de el COVID y toda la pretemporada que ha sido muy larga. Y bueno, durante todo el fin de semana me encontraba muy fuerte, con buen ritmo. Y bueno, se ha demostrado en carrera que estaba allá adelante y lástima que no me he podido escapar, pero muy contento con el podium. Agradecerle al equipo todo el trabajo que ha hecho durante toda la temporada, o sea, durante la primera carrera, y un abrazo muy fuerte a mi familia que me estará viendo desde casa.
David Salvador started the opening Junior World Championship race of 2020 from pole position, but it was man to the right of him on the grid, Pedro Acosta, that got the whole shot into turn one. Quickly, a group of 7 riders emerged at the front, with all 7 of them having a go at leading the race throughout one stage, including Adrian Fernandez that hit the front, only for Acosta to dive back through after a mistake from the Glees Academy rider. Xavi Artigas was in the mix right from the start, despite starting from 7th, before Gerard Riou crashed out of that opening group alongside Scott Ogden and Lorenzo Forlorn. As we got into the closing stages, it was too tight to call between the likes of Salvador, Artigas and Acosta, with those 3 lucky to stay on after that turn 1 incident. But it was going to the final lap, Acosta half a second clear, but Artigas threw absolutely everything at him. And with a fastest lap of the race, a new lap record on the final lap, the Spaniard took it by 0.003 of a second. Here are the final results then, with Artigas narrowly taking the opening win of 2020, with Adrian Fernandez joining both him and Acosta on the podium. Jose Julian Garcia takes 4th, ahead of Daniel Holgado in 5th. David Salvador 6th, the best ever Junior World Championship result for Max Cook in 7th, ahead of great rides on debut for both Ethan Guevara and Asia Talent teams Takuma Matsuyama. Kazuki Masaki rounds out the top 10, with Gerard Riou eventually recovering from that crash to take 11th, ahead of David Munoz, Nicolas Spinelli, Diogo Moreira and Josh Watley, with Gobin Plonks, Hikaru Arita both narrowly missing out on the points. The final finishers: Andre Vostetek, Clement Rouge, Senna Gris, Joe Kelso, Jose Rueda, Philip Rayacek and Lorenzo Forlorn, with these guys all unfortunately crashing out during that 17-lap encounter. The good news for them is back to work in just 6 days' time. The next round of FIM CEV Repsol comes to you from Portimao very shortly, so don't miss that one. Race day again on an unusual Monday. Of course, we're racing here on Tuesday. So far I haven't made the usual slip up of calling it Sunday just yet, which I was Thought I was almost guaranteed to do so.
Place, Pedro Acosta. And the winner of the race,
A terrific
Javier
Tuesday for
Artigas.
Xavi Artigas. The first win of 2020, and it was an absolute belter as well. Adrian Fernandez there to his right onto the podium for the first time. You might be able to guess that that's the brother of Raul Fernandez because they are the spitting image of each other. It looks as though we have got another Fernandez making their way through the ranks. Won't be long before we see him in the World Championship competing with brother Raul. A first podium finish for him. Great result for Adrian Fernandez. A previous best.
And finally,
of third, actually. Well, I got that wrong. In the last race of 2019, he jumped onto the podium with Adrian Fernandez. And he's now backed it up with another podium here as well. So fair play to the Spaniard. Pedro Acosta definitely on the podium for the first time. And Xavi Artigas once again claims victory in the Junior World Championship.
And now let's hear
a nice check
from
Repsol to go with it as well. And here is a Spanish national anthem for Xavi Artigas.
Second victory in the Junior World Championship for Xavi Artigas. None will come closer than that, though. Just 0.03 of a second separating Artigas from Acosta.
Exactly, perfect.
As the riders pose for the photographs, socially distanced, of course, on the podium. Championship standings then look like this. Very similar, of course, if you've been paying attention to the race result. Xavi Artigas leads it with 25 points. He'll take a 5-point lead to Portimao next weekend over Pedro Acosta. Adrian Fernandez sits third. He's 9 off the lead ahead of Jose Julian Garcia, Dani Holgado, David Salvador. Max Cook in 7th with 9 points ahead of Ethan Guevara and Takuma Matsuyama. Kazuki Masaki marking his return to the series with 10th. He has 6 points ahead of Gerard Rieu, David Munoz, Nicolas Spinelli. Diogo Barrera takes 2 points, and Josh Watley with 1 Junior World Championship point. But 25 for the pre-season title favourite, Xavi Artigas. Nearly won the Valencia Grand Prix at the end of last season, and he did win the first Junior World Championship race of 2020. 0.03 of a second separated him from Pedro Acosta, but it's Artigas who takes victory on the opening day of the 2020 FIM CEV Repsol season.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to the Estoril circuit. 30 minutes outside of Lisbon. It's time for the Hawkers European Talent Cup guys to go to war once again. David Alonso dominant earlier on today in our first race of FIM CEV Repsol 2020. Can he do it again from pole position? This is the circuit he's going to have to conquer once more. The 4.1 kilometre Circuito de Estoril. 4 lefts, 9 rights, and he is now the lap record holder. Can he do it again over 16 laps? The Colombian was pretty impressive earlier on today. And I think he is without doubt the strong pre-race favourite for this second Hawkers European Talent Cup race of the year. It's Jack Appleyard and Lewis Sotheby once again. 2 more races to go today. The European Talent Cup and the Moto2 guys that'll round out today's proceedings. And it's all about David Alonso, Lewis. Simple question, can anybody beat him?
It's highly unlikely, isn't it, on the basis of race 1. I think if they are going to challenge him in this afternoon's second race, they're going to have to attack him early. It seems if you allow Alonso to get into that rhythm up front and get that consistent lap time going, he's very, very difficult to pull back in. So all eyes on the start to see if anyone can keep tabs on the young Colombian.
Here's exactly what happened earlier on today, then our first race of 2020. If you missed it with the number 80, David Alonso starting from pole position. He got a pole position start as well. Taking the whole shot into the turn 1, and well, that was that. That's all she wrote, because the number 80 was able to pull clear from that position despite teammate Ivan Ortola, who eventually would go on to take second place, trying his level best to go with number 80. Over 6 seconds clear he was in the end. A super performance from the Colombian, but the battle for second and third place was slightly more fiercely contested, with the likes of Angel Piqueras, Alberto Ferrandez and Ivan Ortola all getting in the mix. There was plenty of contact with Zonta van den Gorberg, the first to unfortunately get collected during the race. He'll start this one from the front row, hoping for better fortune. Also coming together between a couple of the Cuna de Campeones riders in De Giro Sacco and the aforementioned Alberto Ferrandez. It came down to the closing laps with Marco Ruda there in second place with Ortola for company. Piqueras, unfortunately, in the closing stages had a technical problem. He'll start this one from second, just like Van der Gorberg, hoping for slightly better fortune. That was the coming together between the Cuna Campeones riders, meaning as he started the final laps, there was 5 riders remaining. Ortola there in second, with the number 7 Filippo Farioli taking control as we started the final lap. Then this happened between Ruda and Adrian Cruces, the pair of them coming together in third and fourth place. It allowed Ortola to escape and take second place, with eventually third place going the way of Alberto Ferrandez, the Cuna de Campeones rider. But that man was pretty much untouchable. David Alonso, well, wasn't even pretty much untouchable, was untouchable. 6 seconds clear, took the whole shot from pole position, and nobody got near him. Nobody even was able to sniff him as he broke clear here in Estoril. He'll start from pole position once again, and as you rightly say, Lewis, the big thing is, can anybody just get in front of him, try and hamper his rhythm, try and stop him from escaping like he did earlier on today. Conditions, if that's anything to go by just quickly, a lot hotter than it was this morning. Obviously now nearing 2 o'clock local time here in Portugal, and we're well above 30 degrees, 32 degrees centigrade. It is absolutely scorching out there. So for these young kids, certainly that temperature is going to play a part on fitness. Will that be a factor that stops Alonso from being as dominant as we saw this morning?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. Again, as I mentioned, Alonso will be looking to get the start right. There were a couple of riders, as you saw in that little highlights package there, who didn't get the start spot on and allowed him to just break clear. Here he is, the number 80, the European Talent Cup leader, as we can now call him, with 25 points on the board, and looking very dominant, wasn't he? And it kind of supported what we'd seen in free practice and qualifying, that he was the rider to beat. He had that advantage, he had that rhythm. And as I say, it's now up to the riders behind him to break that rhythm of this young, impressive Colombian.
Well, just looking across the front row, what a set of brolly holders we've got. Nico Tirol, a former 125 world champion, holding David Alonso's brolly. To the right of him, holding Angel Piqueras' umbrella, is a former Moto2 world championship competitor in Kev Coughlin. And then on the outside of the front row, we've only got a former 500cc and MotoGP race. I was going to say race winner then, but he was a race rider in Jeremy van den Gorberg. So a fair trio of umbrella holders there.
Yeah, illustrious company. And here is second placed Angel Piqueras. Now, this is a rider who had just the worst luck in race 1 earlier today. Impressed us immensely, did the 13-year-old on his debut to, you know, put in the performance he did, to be challenging our leading group, and that little dash next to his first race doesn't really tell the story of how good he was. Unfortunately, he hit mechanical problems at the end of the main straight and had to pull out of the race when he certainly looked like he was well in the mix to try and compete for second place.
Talking about making a statement on debut, he certainly did that with his extremely spectacular riding style. Gets right off the side of the bike, Marc Marquez style, and for just 13 years of age, he looks like a super talent. As does this man, the Dutchman born in Monaco, Zonta van den Gorberg, as we just said, the son of former 500 GP and MotoGP rider. That man there to the left, Jurgen van der Gorberg, and he's showing the same sort of talent that Dad had many years ago. He'll be hoping for a better performance this time around. Was the unlucky man to get T-boned halfway through the opening race of 2020. Starting from the front row, we'll be hoping to get a good start and stay clear of any of those shenanigans this time around.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the second row in a moment, where we'll find Alberto Ferrandez. Here he is, thumbs up from him. He starts fourth, and he's already got a podium to his name earlier today. He was one of the riders to escape the mayhem that we saw towards the end of that race, and to hold off Marco Morelli for the final podium position on the Cuna de Campeones bike. As we already mentioned, start of the race, the 12-year-old, he's a very bright talent, very highly thought of, and he's already living up to the hype.
He looks fairly mean as well, didn't he? Onto that helmet there. I wouldn't want to go up and approach him. That was a mean look under his face. He's already got his race face on as Alberto Ferrandez. Slightly calmer look from this man. Thumbs up, a full gas sign from Ivan Ortola. Second in the championship as a result of that podium just a few hours to earlier on today. Of course, picked up 2 victories here at Estoril to start his season in 2019. He's one of the main men to contend for this championship, having finished runner-up last year. Remains with the same team, Aspar, for this year. They'll be hoping to go one better, but it looks like he might have a bit of a fight on his hands from teammate Alonso ahead of him.
Yeah, 6th on the grid, as we'll see in a moment, is Marcos Ruda on the number 69 machine. He's another rider who didn't have the best of luck earlier on. His race was cut short. He, fortunately, was one of the riders to go down at the start of the final lap. So he's one of the many riders who will be looking to make up for lost time, if you like. He finished, as you can see, he was classified 25th in the end, but he didn't actually finish in the leading group, and that doesn't really represent quite what he did earlier on today. An impressive showing from him, and again, the result doesn't quite justify his performance. So a second chance for him and for all the other European Talent Cup riders to right the wrongs, if there were wrongs in their case, from earlier on today, and of course in David Alonso's case, to back up his ride earlier today. Next up, the number 13 of Marco Tapia. Finished 6th earlier today, so 6th in the championship. He was another of the riders in that leading group who, again, avoided the chaos, although he did actually cross the line in 5th and picked up that 1 position penalty after the flag, which dropped him into 6th place. So Tapia, 6th in the championship, 7th on the grid, and he'll be chasing a similar sort of result today. One rider that I wanted to mention, though, who you won't see in this grid roundup as we go through, is Marco Morelli, who's the rider who finished 4th earlier today for the Australia Glacier Talent team. He, once again, is going to have to try and come from all the way back in 27th on the grid. He was, of course, one of the trio of riders to pick up a grid penalty earlier on today, which is why we found him on the naughty row, as we called it. But in any event, he's got a lot of work to do, but he only can do it once, so he can easily do it again.
Certainly can. He, of course, as you say, started the opening race from 27th. I think, actually, that penalty just applied for the first race, just like we saw for Jari Montoya.
So he'll start 15th.
He will, of course. So a slightly easier job this time around in the
win it from there.
In the loosest sense of the word. Starting from 15th this time, a piece of cake. Here is the number 7 and another man that was in the leading group, or should I say the battle for the final podium places earlier on today. The number 7 of Filippo Farioli, the number 7, just 15 years of age from Italy, made his debut in the European Talent Cup earlier on, having moved up from the pre-Moto3 Italian Championship, and did a good job of it as well. Teammate, of course, in the same colour scheme, the Leglise Academy, wonderful yellow and blue colours, the same that Marcos Ruda runs as well. On to row 4 now, where we'll find this man, Julio Garcia, the number 49. Certainly wasn't in the mix in the earlier race. Eventually came across the line in 9th place.
Yeah, we forget, though, of course, that these riders are still so young into their careers. That is a career best for Julio Garcia in the European Talent Cup. His previous best was a 14, so he's already gone way clear of that by finishing 9th. So that will have filled him with confidence for this second race. As I say, it's not the result that perhaps catches the headlines. It might not have been the result that he perhaps was looking for from 10th on the grid earlier on. He might have been setting his sights a little higher than that, but a bit of confidence in the bank now. We can build on that later on.
He'll be certainly hoping to hand himself a bit of a birthday present as well, because the Spaniard turns 14 on Friday. So many happy returns in advance. Julio Garcia starting this one from 10th. Here's a name to keep your eye on in this race. Tajira Sacco. You'll be able to see no points, a nil point from the opening race, but he was well in the mix, as he was in 2019 as well. Tajira Sacco is definitely a man to keep your eye on this one. He'll be hoping to stay clear of danger this time around. Of course, had a little bit of a coming together with his teammate in the opening race, so I'm sure he had a bit of a rap on the wrist from his team manager as a result of that one. Rule number 1 of racing: don't take out your teammate or get involved in an incident with your teammate. He'll be hoping to stay clear this time. Here we go then, the starting grid of the second race of the Hawkers European Talent Cup, with David Alonso, once again the man to beat, starting from pole position alongside Angel Piqueras and Zonta van den Gorberg. Row 2, Alberto Ferrandez, Ivan Ortola and Marcos Ruda. With row 3, Marco Tapia, Alvaro Carpe and Filippo Farioli.
Julio Garcia completes the top 10 with Tajira Sacco and Colin Vaya alongside him. Matteo Volpi, Harrison Voigt and Marco Morelli on the 5th row of the grid, ahead of Juan Rodriguez, Adrian Cruces and Matteo Pedano.
On to row number 7 of the grid, we'll find Justin Fokker, Charwil, Ezwan Sharil and Jacob Rulston, Guillaume Plonks, Romeo Sandoval and Dean Berta-Viñales. With row 9 of the grid, Philippe Tom, Mario Meyer and the American Tyler Scott.
Noah Detweiler, the Swiss rider, leads row 10 ahead of Almona Thiel and Bernal, Trias, Perran and Collins on row 11. And row 12 is where we'll find Mizera, Pavelek and Lapierre.
And the final 2 men on the grid, making it 32 riders here in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Well, I've got that wrong. There's just 1 left in the form of Passweek. I thought we were going to have 2 more there, sorry, 38 on the grid. It looks as though we have 1 man that won't be starting this one. We've had no indication of who. It certainly isn't any of the guys that were fighting inside the top 10 in our first race of the day. We'll just have to wait and see out of that commentary window if we can see any blank spaces on the grid at all.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll update you as we go, as they head off on the formation lap. And as I mentioned, for me, the big question into this race is the riders alongside Alonso on the front row of the grid who didn't really get a full chance to show what they were capable of in race 1. We've got Angel Piqueras starting second. Of course, as we mentioned, he hit mechanical problems whilst fighting for that podium position. And Zonta van den Gorberg, who was sort of wrong place, wrong time, wasn't he really, in an accident down at the corner we're looking at now at the right-hand hairpin of turn 3. So both of those riders, I'm not so sure whether they necessarily got the pace to go with Alonso, but we're not sure if anyone quite has that. But they'll certainly be looking for a podium, which is certainly what they were aiming for in race 1 before misfortune intervened.
And of course, both of them looking to jump onto the podium for the very first time. They start from the front row for the first, well, what's the first time in their career in race 1 earlier on today, now the second time in their career. They'll both be hoping for better fortunes, as you rightly say, Lewis. Alonso, though, will start from pole once again, and after such a dominant performance last time around, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of tactics, if any, people are able to put against him to stop the Colombian from cruising to a second win of the year.
And I mentioned the confidence factor earlier on. He's only a short lad, Alonso. He's only 14 years of age, but he will feel 7 feet tall after that first win of the day earlier today. And as I mentioned earlier on, what was so impressive was his rhythm and his race pace in clear air. He didn't need anyone setting the pace in front of him. He was pretty comfortable out front, and he'll take some stopping. He's, as I say, he's his second year in ETC. But he's already started it with a result way in excess of what he'd ever done before. His first win in the class. And what you often find with riders, I know Alonso talks about this being his favourite track, so this might not be representative of the entire season. We can't go quite that far yet. But how often do we see a rider take their first win and immediately the floodgates open?
Yeah, it's half a second normally. That's what they say when they get a good performance, a good win. Suddenly it's a shot in the arm, half a second that they're able to pull on everyone else. Once you know how to win a race, it just comes so much easier to you second and third time around. Those championship standings that popped up a second ago, just ignore them. They're not right at all. We've only had one race, so it's impossible for anyone to have 28 points. That man right there is your championship leader after race number 1, after picking up a perfect 25, with his teammate Ivan Artola there in second with 20 points. But after just one race of the season so far, we won't be focusing too much of our attention on the championship standings. It's all about who can start the year in a rich vein of form, and it looks like it's going to be David Alonso, the man to do that. But before we can properly say that and put a full stop on the end of that sentence, he needs to do the double here in Estoril. 16 laps ahead of the Colombian. Can he go back-to-back on the opening weekend of FIM CEV Repsol? He's got another great start from pole position. Meanwhile, Piqueras goes backwards once again. It's an absolute carbon copy of what we saw in the opening race of the day. But David Alonso is going to get the run down to turn number 1 in front, and he's got his teammate Ivan Artola for company. Can the 48 jump ahead of his teammates and stop him from escaping like he did in the earlier race?
Yeah, Artola didn't get that luxury earlier on. He had to make a bit of progress in the early stages. So yeah, he might well be confident of going with Alonso on this occasion. As you mentioned though, Piqueras yet again just going nowhere off the start line, and he's fallen all the way back to 7th place. So he's got a lot of work to do early doors.
And for the first time today, David Alonso is not leading a Hawkers European Talent Cup race. Ivan Artola has got ahead of his teammate. This is exactly what we said they had to do on the opening lap. Get in front of him, stop his rhythm, stop him from breaking away. And Artola has done exactly that against his teammate, although Alonso had something to say about it. Back in front is the Colombian.
Well, we saw Artola earlier on. He struggled down the straights, didn't he? He was often being overtaken in the slipstream, and it didn't even appear as if Alonso needed the slipstream. He just drew up alongside and comfortably outbraked his teammate. So Artola now is going to be trying to tuck it behind Alonso and try and not so much play a rear gunner, but keep himself on the tail and keep himself in touch, not allow Alonso to get that early break. And the signs early on are that the field are staying much more close together. Even at this early stage in race 1, Alonso was bringing those bike lengths out the front. But it's not just Artola. Ferrandez in 3rd position, podium finisher in race 1. He's already looking feisty early in race 2.
Well, you can see why Alonso is able to drag his way past Artola with such ease, because just look at the size difference on the bike. Alonso is just so much smaller than Artola, that is obviously 15 years of age, but so much taller. The old Aspar team have done a classic League 2 job. They've gone for a big man, little man combo here in the European Talent Cup.
Over the line then to complete lap 1, and Ferrandez is having a look up the inside. He was very, very close to 2 Aspar bikes, but settles in 3rd place. We've got Ruda running 4th at the moment. Van der Gerberg and Piqueras, who were 2nd and 3rd, they've lost 3 places each at the end of the first lap. They crossed the line in 5th and 6th. Marco Tapia is 7th. Harrison Voigt is one of the riders who's made a very, very good start. He, of course, had to start much further down the grid. He started 26th in race 1. Much less of a handicap this time around, but he's already climbed into the top 8.
And Harrison Voigt, incidentally, one man, only a few in the whole paddock that's actually been able to get some racing under his belt this year, was a part of the Asia Talent Cup in Qatar at the opening Moto2 and Moto3 Grand Prix of the year. Had a similar sort of performance there as well. Actually, in the opening race finished 12th, but then was able to jump onto the podium in the 2nd race, 3rd place, a first ever podium in the Asia Talent Cup for the Australian from Queensland earlier in the year. And he's making a good job of it so far. Is the number 29 as part of the 658 Squadra Corsa team.
Yeah, of course, he crashed in that opening race, didn't he, in Qatar back in at the start of the season, and remounted to finish in the points. But he's making a good start to this one. We're looking at the 2 658 Squadra Corsa riders who are running close together at the moment. They're just at the back of this leading group, looking as if they're just getting slightly detached. But the early signs are that Alonso is not enjoying it all his own way at this stage. At this stage of race 1, he was already a 2nd clear out front. This time, he's got the 48 of Ortola, his teammate, already making very, very dangerous moves behind him to try and get up the inside. Whether he can actually make that move down the main straight will remain to be seen, because as we've already touched on, it appears as if Alonso has just got that edge at the end of the straight.
It's going to be interesting to see how David Alonso actually responds to the first bit of pressure that he's been put under today. Here comes Ortola, sat in his slipstream, glued to the rear wheel of his teammate, but he can't even pull alongside him. That is the difference at the moment, and that's not because of speed. They're both on exactly the same bike. They're on the same machinery as well. It's the fact that David Alonso is just so much smaller and so much lighter. Unfortunately, Ortola is having the penalty there of just being a bigger man.
Fastest lap of the race that time around, the first complete lap for Ángel Piqueras. We've flagged him up. He's being overtaken at the moment by Marco Tapia on the Leopard bike, but a strong start for Piqueras, or well, a very poor start, and then a strong recovery to it. Here he is, the young Spaniard on the number 18 for Estrella Galicia. He's just at the back of that leading group, in behind Tapia. Van der Gerberg's in there too in 5th, just behind Ferrandez, with Ruda chasing the 2 Aspar bikes, as we've got an early retirement into the pit.
One of the Hawkers guys have only got 2 bikes out there. Not sure exactly who it is. One of them, of course, is, if memory serves, I just can't remember. His name's escaped me at the moment. It'll come to me in a minute, but we'll get an indication. It's Romeo Sandoval. So it wasn't the man I was thinking of, actually. The other man that I was thinking of, as I look down my notes, was the brilliantly named, and I just can't see him on my notes now at all. Who was his teammate? Ah, well, it'll come to me in a minute. But anyway, Romeo Sandoval is out. We're back at the front. We'll just ignore that.
What we can say is that it's been a disastrous day, unfortunately, for the aforementioned Sandoval. First retirement of race 1, and unfortunately, he's our first retirement in race 2 as well.
Well, a day that he will want to forget, but the good news is he's only got 6 days to wait before he can try and put that to bed. At the front, though, still Alonso that leads the way. Again, let's watch this again. Ortola tucks in behind him, absolutely glued to his rear wheel and the exhaust pipe of the number 80, but he just cannot make a move at all. He can't get the speed to be able to pull alongside him, at least. Can he do him on the brakes? Yes, he can, so that's where his advantage is. It's been pretty obvious. It's just been confirmed there as Alonso looks over his shoulder. Yes, that's right, David. There are other people in this race. He didn't know of it in the opening race when he won by 6 seconds, but suddenly he's got company.
Yeah, for the first time, he's actually got motorcycles, plural, ahead of him, although he's quickly trying to change that. He's up the inside now of Ruda, who briefly led on the approach to turn 1, then was outbroken by Ortola. So it's now an Aspar 1-2 again, but not in the order that we saw them earlier on today. Ruda, by the way, was the fastest man on track that last time around on a 48.0, which enabled him to bring himself alongside the 2 Aspar bikes on the 69 bike. There you see him on the silver and blue bike in 3rd place. Looking up the outside of Alonso, we've got a jump start, by the way, incidentally, for the 48.
That is Ortola.
Leader. 2 long lap penalties on the way for Ortola, which isn't necessarily the hammer blow to his race that perhaps a ride-through penalty would have been, but he's certainly going to find himself detached from that leading group very, very shortly. 2 long lap penalties coming up.
Well, Ivan Ortola. We thought that he got a dynamite start from the 2nd row of the grid. In fact, no, it was the 2nd row of the grid that he came through. A much unusual good start from Ortola. Oh, and he has a big moment there. A huge high side nearly coming out to turn 10. Somehow he saved it as Ivan Ortola, but his day's gone from bad to worse. Not only has he got 2 long lap penalties, but he's now at the back of this leading group, having had that huge moment. What a save, though. He was out of the seat, almost skyrocketed into the air. It's very, very difficult to high side these European Talent Cup machines, but Ortola nearly did a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, he inadvertently took the long route around turn 10 as well. He was hanging on around the outside, trying to stay on board that bike. But that's going to complicate things for Ortola. I mean, he'll no doubt have seen now, if he did look to his right as he goes up the inside now to try and make some of that ground up back again. If he had seen his pit board to see that those long lap penalties had been awarded, it's kind of much easier to take those long lap penalties when you're leading the race, because it's very difficult to find your braking point for turn 6 when you're going straight on into what is essentially the tarmac runoff to take the long lap penalty. And equally, the riders who were behind him in that leading group, they might not be aware of these long lap penalties, and it'll be very easy for them to be thrown off their braking markers when they see Ortola spearing straight on at turn 6.
Here's a replay of that save coming out of turn 10. The man in the lead, just look as he flicks it right here. The rear wheel is going to spin up and try and send him to the moon. It wasn't as bad as what I first thought. It nearly turned into a low side in the end, as of course they're going uphill and he loses the traction, but somehow he held on to it. Incidentally, this is a little bit of history here at Estoril. Of course, these rules were implemented at the start of the year, as you rightly said, Lewis. This time last year, he would have had a ride-through penalty for a jump start. Now, of course, it is 2 long lap penalties. The rule book here exactly the same as we see in the World Championship as well. We didn't see any jump starts in Qatar, so a bit of history here. Ivan Ortola, the first man to be handed 2 long lap penalties for a jump start. He has 5 laps to take it as well, and he doesn't have to take them in continuous laps. He can do 1, wait 3 laps, and then do another if he so pleases.
Yeah, well, 1 lap has passed and he hasn't taken either yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. He's still sat there in 3rd place, just behind Marcos Ruda, so we assume and we hope that he's seen it. He'll see it loud and clear now with the pit board on the main straight in bright yellow, fluorescent yellow for him. Let's see if he does take a look over to his right-hand side. He's more focused on the 2 in front of him, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if Ortola has indeed seen the notification. He's too busy taking the lead of the race at the moment, or he's at the inside of Alonso. He just has to slot into 2nd place behind his teammate. If he has seen that news, he's responded pretty well. He set the fastest lap of the race last time around.
Long lap penalty incidentally coming on the outside of turn number 6, so we're able to find out there whether he has seen that board to his right hand side as it came across the start finish straight. At the front though, it still is David Alonso that's leading, the man that won comfortably earlier on today. Not as comfortable so far, but at the moment we can pretty much discount Ivan Ortola from the running. He obviously is sat there in 2nd place, but with 2 long lap penalties to come his way, he's not going to be sat in 2nd place in 5 laps time.
Yeah, you'd probably think, we don't know him. We might get an idea now if he does take this long lap route. We'll keep an eye on it, whether he does pop out from behind his teammate. No, he doesn't. So another lap's gone past yet. So he's now got 3 laps remaining to take 2 long lap penalties. You'd imagine, we don't know this, but you'd guess probably each long lap penalty is maybe 2 to 3 second penalty in real time during the race. So once he's served both penalties, that's probably going to drop him into the group that's currently involving Filippo Farioli, Colin Vaya, Harrison Voigt, Adrian Cruzes and Juan Rodriguez. They're fighting for the positions from 10th down to 14th. So that's potentially where Ortola, real time, is going to find himself in the race, assuming he serves his penalty shortly.
And again, a huge save coming at exactly the same point. This time, I think it was Angel Piqueras, was it? We'll have to get a replay of that one because we only saw the rear of the bikes. This time, it was an even bigger save. A huge, huge save. I think it was actually Matteo Volpi on the 658 Squadra Corsa machine. Again, both feet off the foot pegs, but somehow he holds on the outside of turn number 10. These guys are at the limit, as we can quite clearly see.
Yeah, I think they're perhaps been motivated and energized by the fact that they can actually see the leader in this race. David Alonso's lead is still just a 1/10 of a second, and it's essentially a 2-rider fight this at the front with an interloper in the middle of it in the form of Ortola, who's currently sitting in 2nd place. He's not in this fight, essentially, once he takes his penalties. So he's probably going to drop into the fringes, if not outside the top 10. So he's really... I'm not sure if he's meaning to do this, and I'm not sure he even knows he's doing this, but he's almost playing spoiler for his teammate at the moment, Alonso, who leads the race with a half-second gap to Marcos Ruda, who is essentially, in real time, second on the... Well, he's 3rd on the road, but 2nd once these penalties have been served.
He's doing a great job for David Alonso, as you say, Lewis. I was going to say he'll buy him a beer later, but when everyone in the field's under 18, I think he'll be buying him a Coca-Cola instead. Here we go into turn 6. This is where the long lap penalty is, and another lap ticks by. So he's running out of time here to get those 2 long lap penalties, and he's going to have to do it next time around, or we could well see a black flag going the way. Or no, in fact, I think it will change to a ride-through penalty for Ivan Ortola. So the penalty could change as we see another replay of Matteo Volpi's save. Yep, that was better than what we saw from Ivan Ortola at the moment. He's suddenly got the Save of the Day prize going his way, and just a little bit of admin. A man that's just come down pit lane is the man whose name escaped me earlier, Alvaro Carpe. That's the teammate that I was hoping to try and get the name of aboard the Hawkers Fi Network Arrow squad. So both of their riders out with still 10 laps remaining. Pack up, lads, and get your way to Portimao. Not the end to the day they would have been hoping for.
Yeah, fortunately not a long trip for them either, compared to some of the other trips that teams might make through the season. As we come out of the final corner, once again, Alonso has a rider. Little does he know it. I'm not sure whether Alonso himself would have seen it. And it'll be interesting that whether Alonso sees that his teammate has a penalty, if he does see Ortola coming up the inside of him, whether he chooses to fight it too hard. But we're going to find out. He's doing it now as Alonso cedes essentially the lead on the road to Ortola, but if Alonso looks over his shoulder and sees the pack behind him, if he's got his wits about him, if he's seen the pit board, Alonso will be sat there thinking, I shouldn't panic, I'm still leading the race. Maybe he hasn't, because he's gone straight up the inside again.
Well, I'm not sure if he has seen the pit board, as you rightly surmise, Lewis, because he's dived right back up the inside. I do hope that Ivan Ortola has seen it. We were focusing on him as they went down the start-finish straight, and he did have a momentary glance to his right-hand side as he went past his pit board, rather than right at the start of pit lane, where the board to tell him he's got 2 long lap penalties. He's moving over to the right-hand side of the track here. Surely this means he's going to see it. Yeah, left leg goes out. Here we go, the first of 2 long lap penalties. Hard on the brakes, just about gets it stopped. Oh, for a moment I thought he was going to go into the gravel, but he's done it absolutely perfectly as Ivan Ortola. That's the first of his 2 long lap penalties, and it puts him down to 9th place behind Matteo Volpi. Probably about 3 seconds, as we said, off the new leader and the definite leader now, David Alonso.
Yeah, and normally, in normal cases, this is the first time we've seen a rider given 2 long lap penalties in a race, as we see the 30 of Colin Via go down. Normally, with a 1 long lap penalty loop, you'd think that's not the end of his race from there. He's still within sight of the leading group, but of course he's got to take a 2nd long lap penalty on the next lap, which, as I mentioned earlier on, that's going to drop him perhaps another 3 seconds down the road. He is 3.2 seconds off the lead now, Ortola. So with that penalty, he's not going to lose a place because he's 5 seconds clear of Adrian Kreutzes behind him, but that's definitely going to drop him out of winning contention.
Poor start to life for Colin Via, the Dutchman in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Crashed out of race number 1, and he's done it again in race number 2. So no points from the opening 2 races of 2020 for the 15-year-old. Out the front, and we've got Alberto Ferrandez now there. He's got the better, swooped around the outside there of David Alonso into turn number 1. Alonso really does have a fight on his hands here with just 8 laps remaining. I don't think he's going to be able to pull clear, but he still looks so strong around the Estoril circuit. In just a blink of an eye, he's hard on the brakes once again to retake the lead into turn 3.
Yeah, he's looking very feisty, isn't he, Alonso, as well? I think he's probably realised at this stage of the race that he's not going to break away from this group as he did earlier on. So he's now just going to have to try and win the race a different way. And this will tell us, again, a lot about David Alonso, who we're gradually learning about and gradually finding out just how talented he is. We've seen he can lead on his own at the front. Some riders in Grand Prix racing perhaps you could talk about who perhaps are good at leading from the front, but once you put them in a pack, they're not quite so strong. On this occasion, Alonso is proving that he can do both types as his teammate Ortola takes his 2nd long lap penalty. And it must be a crushing feeling for him as he sees that leading group disappear out of sight.
Well, as that final nail in the coffin was put halfway down during that 1st long lap penalty, it's definitely firmly in place now after that 2nd long lap penalty. A long way out of contention is Ivan Ortola, and after finishing 2nd in the opening race of the day, I don't think that's going to be the case here. He's riding a fairly lonely race now in between the fight for the lead and the fight for 10th place.
Yeah, a rider to keep an eye on, who we mentioned earlier on, who had a bit of misfortune in race 1, Angel Piqueras, who sits in 4th at the moment. He was the fastest man on track a couple of laps ago. He set the fastest lap of the race on a 1:47.7. He's got Zonta van der Gerberg and Ajiro Sacco, who was the fastest man last time around behind him. You can see just in the back of shot the 77 of Volpi. He leads what is essentially the 2nd group, but they're all closing together again. So still anyone's to race this. When we look at the timing screens, there are 8 riders in this leading group, with the 13 of Tapia on the Leopard bike at the back of it as the lead changes once again. And once again, David Alonso loses the lead and quickly regains it again.
Yeah, he's not too bothered about lapping in 2nd place as Alonso. He wants to be at the front. He wants to stay clear of everyone else in 1st position. You mentioned Angel Piqueras in 4th place. We also need to give a mention to Zonta van den Gorberg as well, the final of the men that started from the front row of the grid, having a much better run at it, much better fortune that he had in the opening race where he was taken out at around this stage. So far, so good for the Dutchman, just tucked in behind the number 18 Estrella Lithium machine ahead of him.
Yeah, Marcos Ruda once again having a little look at the inside of Alonso. Whether he can get him on the brakes, I'm not so sure. Alonso just swoops around the outside again. He has a very nice style on that bike as he leads the way, taking that long sweeping line into the corner. But Ruda, who again, he was one of the many riders earlier on today who had misfortune rather than good fortune to talk about at the end of his race. He went down on the final lap when a podium looked possible. He's certainly in the mix for a podium here too, as we have a look at the aforementioned Marcos Ruda, currently in 2nd place, chasing a 2nd podium of the day. But of course, he's got his eyes on going even further than that and overhauling the dominant winner of race 1. He's having to fight a lot harder for it this time.
The good news for Marcos Ruder is the man that took him out on the final lap earlier today. Adrian Cruzes is not in this fight for the lead. The man that used to ride for Estrella Galicia now moved across to the Cuna de Campeones concern in that gaggle of riders all fighting it out for a top 10 finish. As we come across the line here in Estoril, 6 laps to go in the final Hawkers European Talent Cup race of the day. And it's David Alonso that still leads. But the good news for all of the people at home that are wanting to see a fierce fight at the front is he's not 6 seconds clear. In fact, he's not even 6/10 clear. There's nothing separating the leading 5 riders with 6 laps remaining.
Yeah, and again, the leading group just concertinas together, because the fastest men in that group were the riders towards the back of it. Although Alonso's trying to respond to that now. Maybe he has decided he's had enough of this close racing that he's not been familiar with so far today, and he's going to try and pull the pin and go. He's already pulled out a 4/10 lead in the first sector of this lap. And this is danger times now for the likes of Ruder and Ferrandez, who can see that gap opening up, and they'll feel that slipstream slightly weaker ahead of them. It's not pulling them down the straights as it was previously, and Alonso is perhaps seeing this as the moment to break away.
He's not been able to do the same through Sector 2, though, despite setting the fastest one we've seen all race long in the opening sector. Ruder has responded. He saw him just start to edge ever so slightly clear and was able to just reel him in ever so slightly. So it doesn't look like Alonso's going to have it all his own way this time around. The problem is for these guys is once they get onto the rear of him, they've then got to try and dispose of him as well. And that's looked like a really difficult task so far, because every single time somebody was able to edge just a wheel clear of David Alonso, he has bit back ferociously in a split second.
He has fastest and personal best sectors all over the place. So these riders are certainly upping their game as we head into the closing stages of the race. There'll be just 5 laps to go as they come out of the final corner now. And it's going to be interesting to see just as what Alonso's lead is. He's certainly out of range as far as Ruder is concerned down the main straight into turn 1. He's not going to be outbraked into turn 1. His lead as we cross the line to complete lap 11 is 1/4 of a second. Personal best for both of the leading 2 that time around. So Alonso up the pace, but Ruder responded.
Certainly has, and it looks as though it's going to be any one of the leading 8 riders that could win this one. It's not going to be this man in 9th place. A jump start forced him to go through the long lap penalty route on 2 occasions, and it dropped him from the race lead down to 9th place. Now 8 seconds back on David Alonso. So it's race over pretty much for Ivan Ortola. He won't be contesting for victory this time around with 5 laps to go. At the front, though, it still is his teammate Alonso that leads, and that is a bit of a comfort buffer that he's got. 3, 4, maybe even 5 bike lengths over Marcos Ruder in 2nd place. We're starting to get to a dangerous time for those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment, because Alonso is just looking like he may well break clear, and Zonta van den Gorberg knows that as well. Would not allow Alberto Ferrandez through there. He's holding on to 3rd place at the moment, is the Dutchman. It would be, if he can hold on with 4.5 laps remaining, a debut podium finish for the man born in Monaco.
Yeah, we saw a bit of gravel there on the exit of turn 6. I think that was from the Leopard rider that we can see of Tapia, the number 13. A few laps ago, we saw him get very wide coming out of that corner and run just slightly over the edge of the curve. So I think it's him that brought that gravel out across the racetrack. But yeah, Alonso, he just seems to be very, very good in that first sector, Jack. There's a couple of laps in a row now where he's pulled some time out there, only for the chasing group to sort of reel him ever so slightly back in again through the remainder of the lap. But yeah, Alonso continuing to up that pace, but Ruder just keeping him just about in range. But if this kind of thing happens, Van der Gerberg, I mean, look up the inside and drawing alongside him. This is just what David Alonso wants to see.
4 laps remaining now in Estoril, and it still is Marcos Ruder leading the fight against David Alonso. But Van der Gerberg looks like he's going to take control and move through into 2nd place. We've got Ferrandez for company as well, and in fact, it's Van der Gerberg that goes backwards. Ferrandez now through into 3rd place. That's the position that he finished earlier on today. Can he go a couple better? He's certainly got a better chance this time around. Meanwhile, further back, this is the battle for 10th place with Filippo Farioli currently leading it after making a move on Marco Morelli and Adrian Cruzes. These guys were all in the fight for a podium earlier on today, but just haven't been able to match the pace of the front group this time around. Instead, they're fighting it out for a top 10 finish rather than a rostrum finish.
Yeah, and Cruzes, the number 10 in the middle of this group, he's had a track with its warning, incidentally, so he's obviously been just veering over the edge of the curves ever so slightly, and if he continues to do that, he might find find himself joining Ivan Ortola in taking a trip through the long lap penalty loop with 4 laps to go. But if that takes place on the final lap, he might well find himself being given a position penalty. So keep an eye on that for Cruces. The number 10, second in your picture, just behind the number 7 of Filippo Farioli in this battle for 10th position.
The pace really starting to hot up at the front of the race. Again, personal best sectors put in through sector 2 from David Alonso, and the man in second place now, Alberto Ferrandez. Whilst we're looking at that fight for 10th place, Ferrandez has squeezed ahead of Marcos Ruda to lead the charge against David Alonso, but as a result of that, it's allowed Alonso to escape even further clear as we come across the line this time around, meaning there'll just be 3 laps remaining. That gap could be over a second, which is pretty dangerous for the guys behind. It looks as though it could well be good night Vienna for any of the guys hoping to topple David Alonso.
Yeah, 3 laps to go now as they cross the line, as Alonso takes the line, and his lead is just under 0.8 of a second, but that is just about comfortable enough. Alonso, as we mentioned, he has upped it. He's been constantly in the 147s the last couple of laps, and he's now the only rider able to do that. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Ruda on that lap. He essentially doubled his lead on the last lap. As you can see, he was 0.3 clear of his nearest competitor, and it's now, I think, where our attention will maybe switch to the battle for second place, with Ruda now holding the edge ever so slightly over Ferrandez, with Van der Gerberg, Piqueras and Sacco completing that 5-rider group.
He's had to do it slightly differently this time around as David Alonso, but it's been equally as impressive so far. It's not done yet. He's not hit the checkered flag just yet, but so far, so good for the Colombian. Meanwhile, behind, there's going to be one hell of a fight for the final podium places. Ruda currently leads it with Ferrandez, Van den Gorberg and Piqueras queuing up behind. And one man we haven't mentioned that slowly but surely and under the radar snuck into contention is a number 74 right there in the back of your picture, Jazira Sacco. He is right in the mix for a podium finish. He's come from nowhere pretty much.
Yeah, and he was another rider who didn't finish earlier on. Speaking of riders not finishing, that's the 17 of Torren Collins, raced in the British Talent Cup last season. He's racing, of course, under a Canadian flag here, and unfortunately that brings the end to his day. He finished just outside the points earlier today, and unfortunately he won't be finishing in the points here, and this is why.
Just on the exit of turn 3 in the back of your picture there, got it a little bit wrong, spat over the top, a nasty one that. For the number 17, sorry, not 17 years of age, 14 years of age, as you say, riding for Canada. But now with 2 laps to go, this looks ominous. Alonso has made his break. Across the line they come to mean there's just 2 laps remaining here in Estoril, and it's 1.1 seconds, 1.3 seconds now the advantage of David Alonso. He's gone, he's pulled the pin, he's lit the blue touch paper. It looks like it's going to be a double win for David Alonso, but who's going to join him on the podium? Angel Piqueras has made his move through into second place, with Van den Gorberg going with him into third.
Yeah, has the 13-year-old rookie been keeping his powder dry there at the back of that leading group? He suddenly bolted out of that leading group as they came down the straight there with 2 to go and launched himself up into second place. Van der Gerberg is now in third, so we've now essentially got the riders potentially finishing this race as they started, with Alonso leading Piqueras and Van der Gerberg. They started 1, 2, 3 on the grid, and after all the chaos, all the penalties and all the overtaking, they're back where they started again.
In fact, you can do that all the way down to 4th place. That's exactly how they started. 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the grid, and they're now 1, 2, 3, 4 on track with 1.5 laps remaining. But I don't think it's going to end like that. Certainly if previous European Talent Cup experience is anything to go by. And also I think there's a couple of men in Marcos Ruda and Jazira Sacco that may well have something to say on that. But as things stand though, it looks as though the pace of Piqueras has just been able to drag themselves clear of both Ruda and Sacco in 5th and 6th place at the moment. He really has upped it, and if anything, it looks as though he may well have just closed in on Alonso at the front. I still don't think it's going to be an interesting final lap in terms of the fight for the lead, with Alonso still well over a second clear, but it's not as done and dusted I may well have thought it was this time 1 lap ago. Has Piqueras somehow tried to drag himself and Van den Gorberg and Ferrandez back into the fight for the lead? They haven't got long to go. I think they're going to run out of time, because Alonso will cross the line here in Estoril right now, meaning there's just 4.2 kilometres left of the Portuguese circuit, the final race of the Hawkers European Talent Cup here in Estoril, and it looks as though it's going to go right down to the wire for the final podium place, with Ferrandez leading them into turn 1. with Piqueras and Van den Gorberg closely following.
Yeah, very, very close. Piqueras tried everything on the brakes there into turn one, where, of course, his race earlier on ended in such unfortunate fashion. He's now going to have another look at the inside. He's very, very good on the brakes, this Piqueras. We've already been talking about his riding style earlier today. Very entertaining to watch. And a podium, I think, will be just reward for how good he has been so far today. Of course, misfortune earlier on. Didn't get the result necessarily that his performance deserved. Will he get it this time? At the moment, he's still trailing the 54 of Ferrandis, with Alonso way out clear. An interesting line there by Ferrandis as he comes onto the back straight. He's trying, I think, to disrupt the slipstream of Piqueras behind him, but Piqueras is going to have a little look at the inside here.
There he goes, moves through into second place, does Piqueras, looking like he's going to pick up a first European Talent Cup podium, but it might not will be second place. He ran a little bit wide on the brakes and it allowed Ferrandis to squeeze back through. One of those three men, Ferrandis, Piqueras and Van den Gorberg, is going to be extremely disappointed because one of them is going to miss out here on a podium finish. Tajiri Sacco isn't out of it just yet, but it looks as though he's running out of time. Meanwhile, into the chicane for the final time. There goes Piqueras, back in front of Ferrandis for second place. He's allowing Alonso to escape at the front. It's done and dusted for him. David Alonso will take victory here in the second race, but who will join him on the podium? It's Piqueras that has it. Second at the moment, with Ferrandis glued to his rear wheel. Van den Gorberg looks like he may well just have run out of puff on the final lap here in Estoril. But as they come across the line, it's D for double for David Alonso. The Colombian picked up a first ever win a few hours ago, and now, like London buses, he's gone and picked up his second. He's joined on the podium by Ferrandis and Piqueras by the narrowest of margins. All three riders separated by less than half a tenth of a second, with Piqueras just stealing second ahead of Ferrandis, with Van den Gorberg, the unlucky man, in fourth place. A great race. David Alonso had to work for it, but he certainly showed his class to get the job done.
Ferrandis, he did look suspiciously close to track limits there on the outside of the final corner. He did look as if he was on the green coming out that last bend. Whether that will affect him and affect his position, I'm not sure. Whether he gained an advantage from that on his run onto the straight, but Piqueras holding on by 100th of a second for a fully deserved second place, I would say, after his performance earlier on. And then in that race, he left it late, he chose his moment, picked his spot and took second place, and a great start to his European Talent Cup career.
Certainly looks like a star of the future, Angel Piqueras. I think that's something, a sight that we're going to have to get used to in the coming days, weeks and months. A Piqueras podium certainly did brilliantly on that last lap to hold off both Ferrandis and Van den Gorberg, but today has all been about this man in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. David Alonso won the first race with absolute ease. This time around, he was put under pressure. He had to fight for it, but he certainly did a brilliant job in doing so. Every single time somebody got in front of him, he bit back immediately. And then as we got into the closing stages, he showed his class by lighting the blue touch paper and pulling clear to eventually take the checkered flag, 0.8 of a second clear. It's the first podium for this man as well, as we've just said. The number 18 of Angel Piqueras, just 13 years of age. In 2018, he won the Pre-Moto 4 Spanish Championship. In 2019, he won the Moto 4 Spanish Championship. And now he's looking to take the European Talent Cup, and he started life in great fashion. And as Lewis Sotheby, the eagle-eyed Sudders, has managed to point out, rider number 54 exceeding track limits on the last lap, drop one position. So that man there, Alberto Ferrandis, will not finish on the podium. He's been demoted to fourth place as a result of exceeding track limits out of the final corner on the last lap. So Van den Gorberg, I imagine, will be promoted up to third place. That's what it says at the bottom of our timing screens here. We're yet to get official confirmation, but it looks as though, yeah, Ferrandis was about to pull into Parc Fermé, and someone was pointing, sorry mate, no place for you here in Parc Fermé. Unfortunately, you've had to drop one position, so it's Van den Gorberg that will take third. There he is, the Cuna de Campiones man. I'm sure he's thinking, what on earth has just happened? Why have I been told to come down pit lane? Someone's going to have to tell a extremely disappointed 12-year-old why he's not on the podium, a job that I certainly wouldn't want to have. But regardless, still a super performance for Ferrandis. Third in the first race, fourth in the second race. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of podium finishes coming the Spaniards' way over the course of the season. But as a result, there is official confirmation. The number 84 of Zonta Van den Gorberg takes his place, his rightful place in Parc Fermé. It is a first European Talent Cup podium for the Dutchman, following in the footsteps of his father and doing a brilliant job too. Of course, Jürgen van den Gorberg, a part of the 500cc's and MotoGP class for many years, as well as contesting the 250cc championship on the world stage, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see Zonta up there as well. His first podium, I'm sure it's going to be the first of many. It's also going to be the first of many victories for this man. He's done the double as David today. 6 seconds clear in race 1, 0.8 of a second this time around, but who cares how big the winning margin is when you've got 50 points in your championship column after the opening 2 rounds of the year. Redemption for this man. Angel Piqueras was so bitterly unlucky to miss out on a podium in race 1 after a technical problem robbed him of contesting for a podium in the closing stages. And it's redemption for this man as well. Zonta van den Gorberg, of course, was taken out during the opening race and now finally is able to fight back and take a podium finish. Great result for the Dutchman there, and just debriefing with his dad. Zonta did a brilliant job. His English, incidentally, is absolutely perfect, of course. Born in Monaco, but rides under the flag of the Netherlands. I think we're going to see that man challenging at the front in Portimao in just 6 days' time, which incidentally, of course, you will be able to watch through exactly the same means as which you're doing now, whether that be through any of the TV broadcasters showing us around the world, or on YouTube as well. Make sure you tune in on Monday, just 6 days' time. We'll have more FIM CEV Repsol action for you to enjoy from Portimao. 2 race days, should I say, sorry, in the space of 6 days. The perfect tonic just before the MotoGP World Championship gets underway in 2020 at the Circuito de Jerez. Angel Nieto, of course. Do not miss that one getting underway on the 17th of July. MotoGP.com, the place to be to get all the news, the views, and of course, with Video Pass, you won't miss a second of any session upon the return of Premier Class racing. A stage where all of these guys will have their sights firmly set on, and with performances like that at this tender age, I won't be surprised to see them making it to the MotoGP World Championship in, what, a decade's time for the vast majority of them. Certainly, these are the stars of the future. As we take a look at what happened to Alberto Ferrandez, just see him behind Piqueras. You can see just there, he ran onto the green stuff, and that's not what you're allowed to do. He's exceeded track limits. He's been demoted to 4th place, position 4, as a result of that. But I tell you what, I would be a little bit frustrated if I was Alberto Ferrandez. Rules are rules, of course, and he has been demoted to 4th place as a result of exceeding track limits there, but didn't really gain anything, and he was sort of pushed wide as well. But regardless, he'll have to settle for 4th place. Meanwhile, one man that took the double today, David Alonso, is with Lewis Sotheby.
David Alonso's 2nd win of the day. You had to work much harder for that one today, but a perfect start to your season.
I'm so happy. Another win. Thanks also to the team, because when they opened the pit lane, we have a problem in the bike, and that it wasn't working. But finally they could do good and finally work the bike, so I could do the race. Very happy. It was more difficult than the other because the riders were very good. So, but finally in the last laps, I could go quickly. So I make a distance between them, and I could win. I'm very happy. Another time, thanks to the team, and and thanks to my family also.
Y en español.
Pues estoy muy contento y emocionado porque he podido ganar las dos. Esta me ha costado un poco más porque los pilotos están más rápidos y no he podido tirar en las primeras vueltas bien, pero al final de carrera he podido bajar un poco los tiempos, marcar un ritmo alto y poder irme para hacer las últimas vueltas solo. Y también gracias al equipo porque cuando han abierto el pit lane hemos tenido un problema, casi no salimos, pero al final lo han arreglado, he podido salir y la moto al final iba perfecta. Entonces gracias a ellos y bueno, y a todos los que me apoyan desde casa.
After taking victory earlier on today in the opening Hawkers European Talent Cup of 2020, David Alonso went for double from pole position once again, but this time he was made to work for it. His teammate Ivan Ortola, what we thought had got a super start from the second row of the grid, but it turned out, despite him at one stage getting into the lead before that almighty save coming out of turn 10, had jumped the start and as a result must go through the long lap penalty on 2 occasions. A little bit of history in FIM CEV Repsol racing and World Championship racing in general, as it's the first time that penalty has ever been handed to anyone. Alonso not fussed by the penalty handed to his teammates and the company that he had this time around compared to the earlier race today, as Ortola exited stage right on this occasion to go through the long lap penalty on the first of his 2 occasions. At the front, Alonso this time had company in the form of Marcos Ruda with the number 69 rider getting a little bit too close for comfort through the opening corner. Alonso though would pull the pin in the closing stages and showed his form, showed his pace and showed his class to be able to break clear. But there was an almighty scrap for the final places on the podium involving this man. The number 54 of Alberto Ferrandez. He led the way into the final lap before Angel Piqueras responded, with Zonta van den Gorberg waiting in the wings, hoping to pick up a debut podium. In the end, it was Piqueras that came across the line in front of Ferrandez and van den Gorberg, but Ferrandez exceeded track limits and was demoted to 4th. So here's final confirmation of the results from the second Hawkers European Talent Cup race in 2020, with David Alonso taking victory ahead of Angel Piqueras and Zonta van den Gorberg. It should be there in 3rd place, with Ferrandez 1 place further back, a result of exceeding track limits. Top 5 finish going the way of Dejira Saka, with Marcos Ruda, Marco Tapia, Volpi, Ortola having taken his 2 long lap penalties there in 9th place, with Juan Rodriguez in 10th. Further down, the guys that didn't take any points home, with Noah Detweiler there alongside Philip Ton and Guillaume Planks. The final points scoring finishes in the end, incidentally, going the way of Harrison Voigt, the Australian, picking up a first ever European Talent Cup point here in Estoril.
And now let's have the podium of race 2 of Hawkers European Talent Cup.
Thank you very much. A wonderful introduction. He's exactly right as well. This is the second podium of the day for the Hawkers European Talent Cup, as out comes one of the Aspar team members. Another team award for the Aspar squad. They do enjoy coming to Estoril. They walked away from the Portuguese circuit with 3 team awards in 2019, and they've got 2 this time around. It's another double for the Aspar squad in the European Talent Cup. It was Ortola in 2019. This time it's David Alonso's turn to take the double.
And we're right to mention the team as well, as David mentioned in his interview there. Problems before the start for the Aspar team, but they rectified it quickly and got him on the grid for the start of the race, and he's paid them back with another 25 points.
Well, the Aspar squad have so much experience in every single championship around the world, pretty much. They've done it all. They know how to deal with issues, even at the last minute, and they've proved that there. Not a better team you will find professionally in World Championship racing. So many World Championship victories, so many World Championship titles to their name. And it looks like they may well have another championship coming their way in 2020 if this man, David Alonso, can continue like he has done this weekend. Another victory for Alonso, and as a result, another cheque for €250. 500 euros courtesy of Repsol in his back pocket. I don't think he'll have a fuel bill that much going to Portimao.
Congratulations to all, and especially to David Alonso, 2 races, 2 wins.
There we go, the Colombian national anthem ringing out loud and proud for David Alonso on the second occasion today. As a result of doing the double, they treated him to a little bit longer of his national anthem. Every right to do as well. And as you can see on the podium, the COVID-19 protocols in place here, a socially distanced podium, something that we'll have to get used to in 2020. The new normal in full effect here in Estoril, with all of the riders wearing face protection, as they should rightly do as well. So here it is, the championship standings at the end of round 1 of the Hawkers European Talent Cup, and David Alonso has a firm control of it, 18 points clear of Alberto Ferrandez in second place, with teammate Ivan Ortola as a result of that 9th place finish dropping back to 3rd, now 23 adrift. Only 3 men in a race winning distance to our championship leader after just 2 races. It proves how tight it is between the field, but also how dominant Alonso has been today. But a further 9 races to go. Anything can happen. Make sure you join us in Portimao in 6 days' time for the next instalment of the Hawkers European Talent Cup. We've got 1 race left here in Estoril before we bid you a fond farewell. The European Moto 2 guys are next up. Our finale of a feast of FIM CEV Repsol action. It's so good to be back, and these guys really haven't disappointed as well. We've had some belting races today across the Junior World Championship and the European Moto 2 class as well. Remember, if you've missed any of today's action, you can recap all of the action on YouTube when the full races and highlights will be uploaded on the FIM CEV Repsol YouTube channel later on today, or through the MotoGP.com website as well. And let me tell you, you don't want to miss any of the action that you may well have missed. But that's the Hawkers European Talent Cup done for today. A double for David Alonso, the Colombian in control here in Estoril. I wonder how we'll get on in Portimao in 6 days' time. But now our attention will switch for the final time today to the European Moto 2 class. Don't go anywhere, we've got 1 race left here in Estoril. Good afternoon for one final time. Welcome back to Estoril, a sun-drenched Portuguese circuit where the opening round of FIM CEV Repsol action is coming to an end. Before that, though, we have 1 race left, the European Moto 2 Championship, where earlier today, Jari Monteja clinched a debut win in the championship despite having to start from 7th on the grid. Now he starts from pole position. Can any of his nearest title rivals stop him over the next 18 laps? Jack Appleyard and Lewis Sotheby here once again in the commentary booth in Estoril. Unfortunately, we do have the air conditioning unit working because it is a scorching Tuesday afternoon just outside of Lisbon. The sun still shining down, not a cloud in the sky. Perfect conditions for us to start the 2020 FIM CEV Repsol Series. And as a result of that, we of course got the European Moto 2 Championship underway. And it was a great opening race earlier today. 18-lap battle that in the end went the way of Jari Monteja, but he had to work for it, Lewis, didn't he?
He did. He made a bit of a mess of the start, didn't he? He ran wide at turn 1 and lost a number of places. Had to come from 11th position at the end of the first sector of the first lap. But as you'll see through this race, made very quick progress to call himself into contention in that leading group. Here he is, going up the inside of Lukas Tuljevic to move into the podium positions.
Eventually he was able to battle his way past Tulovic, as you rightly say, and then set his sights on the leading duo ahead of him. First compatriot Alessandro Zacconi that he managed to get in front of fairly easily. Meanwhile, another Italian crashed out further down the field in Alessandro Zetti. Back at the front though, and eventually Jari Montoya made his move for the lead. Followed Nicky Tully for a couple of laps, studied him and eventually jumped in front of the Finn with 8 laps remaining. And despite trying his level best, Tully was unable to respond to the pace of Montoya, who eventually broke clear and took victory in dominant fashion. The battle for third place, however, really went down to the wire, with Tulovic on the start of the final lap right here making his move, but unfortunately ran ever so slightly wide in a few moments, and it allowed Zacconi to squeeze back in front before then Tulovic dragged him to the line to take a first podium finish in this championship since 2018. But delight for Jari Montoya, first ever win in the European Moto2 Championship. He did it the hard way. Now he'll have to do it the easy way, because he starts from pole position instead of 7th on the grid. Let's see how he gets on. Fortunately, conditions here haven't changed throughout the day. If anything, the temperature has just gone up and up and up to 32 degrees now. Track temperature of 113 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 Celsius. It's a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday afternoon in Portugal. And again, with 18 laps, it's a real slog for these guys on the Moto2 machine. So let's see how they get on. But as we said, it's going to be Jari Montoya starting from pole position. Here's what he had to say yesterday after securing a debut pole. We didn't hear from him early because he started from 7th, but now that he is starting from pole, let's hear what he had to say.
With my team, we found a good setup and nothing. I am a good pass for a race, I think, but also we see the other riders and my mates. But the race is tomorrow.
Well, there you go. We're quite happy, Jari Montoya, in a quite noisy pit lane, but he seems pretty pleased. You can see he's on the speed-up machine. He's the only speed-up on the grid, and he's actually got a few of the mechanics that will go with the speed-up team and follow them around in the World Championship there as well. A few familiar faces from the World Championship in that garage. So he's got some good men working on the bike, and he's made a real step up from 2019 into 2020, Lewis.
It's a chassis as well that seems to have really improved over the last year or so. It certainly caught our attention last season with the likes of Jorge Navarro and Fabio Di Gianantonio in the Moto2 World Championship taking regular podiums, and of course Jorge Navarro was at one stage a championship contender in that class, and Montoya taking full advantage. And as we talked about earlier on, he looked, along with Nicky Tully, as the class of the field, and although he didn't get to start from pole position, it didn't seem to inconvenience him that much in the end. Here's the rider who did start from pole position earlier on today and found himself under attack from Montoya and forced to settle for second.
Nicky Tully, of course, a part of the FIM Moto2 World Cup, along with a number of riders. In fact, we've got 5 of them, 5 of the grid, all here today, trying to get in a little bit of practice before that gets underway. But these guys are all doing it, the European Moto2 Championship, that is, for the full season, as Nicky Tully did last year as well. But unfortunately, it was cut short by that leg break in Massano. I'm sure he'll be pleased to finally get a race under his belt after that long, long absence. The man that just missed out on the podium earlier today and was absolutely fuming as a result is Alessandro Zacconi. We'll start from the front row once again, and I'm sure he'll have a keen eye on the number 3 of Lucas Tulovic after he stole his third place finish away from him on the run to the line.
Yeah, he'll be hoping to be waving his fist in joy this time rather than in anger and frustration at having lost that podium position within metres of the checkered flag earlier on today. Zakodi, at one stage he looked as if he was going to keep the front two in check, and then of course he fell back into the clutches of the German Tuljevic. Speaking of, here he is third, of course, in the championship by virtue of his third place for the number 3 earlier on today, and starts fourth for this one. Of course, he performed very well earlier on. Of course, he's got previous in this category. 3 podiums now, continuing the theme. It is the magic number for Lukas Tuljevic. He's now got 3 podiums in the European Moto2 Championship, and he won't want to stop there.
Now the shaven-headed Tuljevic, of course, as we saw as he took his helmet off, got rid of the very stylish, very trendy quiff and gone for, well, a slap head look. He's gone for a number 1 all over, and it suits him, to be perfectly frank. It's a good look for Lukas Tuljevic, going down the route that many people have done over the lockdown period. Here's the Andorran Xavi Cardelou, started life in this European Moto2 Championship earlier today with a 7th place finish. Just got the better of him did his teammate Piotr Biesakowski, who we're going to meet very shortly in the closing stages, who had a tremendous ride. 18 years of age from Poland, as we mentioned earlier, but it's worth mentioning again, only been on a bike for the past 5 years, but he was able to finish in the top 5 of this European Championship. His best finish in the championship by a long, long way. And
yeah, here is the 18-year-old, and he seemed to get stronger as the race went on earlier on, which was particularly impressive. He didn't sort of get the pace wrong. He didn't go out too hot at the start. He just chipped away at it, got stronger and stronger as the race went on, showed good consistency as the race unfolded. And he ended up picking off Alejandro Medina towards the end for a great result, for a 5th place. So given that this is essentially his first full season in the CEV Moto2, although he has, of course, raced in this class last year, it's not a bad way to start, is it? Given that, as we've mentioned, he's probably short in experience compared to the others, you think the only way is up for him.
Yeah, it showed great maturity. It was a great ride for a kid that's just 18 years of age. And now we go even younger as well, just 15 years of age. Fermin Aldeguer, the man that finished 3rd in last year's European Talent Cup. Surprised many by moving into the Superstock 600 class, but it proved to be a good move earlier today. Finished inside the top 10 and was comfortably the best Superstock 600 rider. And I'll be surprised if he doesn't do that again in this second race. Alejandro Medina, another of the Moto E contenders on this grid, will start from 8th. 6 earlier on today, just missing out on the top 5 finish after Biesakowski pipped him in the final lap. As we see our friends there waving them off, he's saying, come on lads, hurry up, but it looks as though we've got a little bit of a traffic jam as all of the mechanics tried to make their way off the grid. There's Jari Montoya then, a first pole position and a first chance to actually start from pole position in the European Moto2 Championship. After that 6th place grid penalty saw him start from 7th earlier on today. Here is the starting grid with the number 55 at the front of it. Joining him on the front row, Nicky Tully and Alessandro Zacconi. Row 2, Lukas Tuljevic, Xavi Cardelou and Piotr Biesakowski. With row 3, the stock 600 of Fermin Aldeguer, Alejandro Medina and the Malaysian Adam Noureddin.
Leading the 4th row, we have Teiga Harder on the 23 ahead of Mattia Rato and Takeshi Ishizuka. Alex Toledo is the 2nd of the Superstock 600 runners in 13th on the grid ahead of Kevin August and Sam Wilford. Joan Diaz is another Stock 600 rider. He's ahead of Alessandro Zetti with Nicholas Shiba, another Stock 600 rider, in 18th spot.
The final row of the grid, Leon August, Jake Archer and Andreas Koffler, with a notable absence being Huddersfield's Kyle Smith. Crashed out of race 1 earlier on today after coming together with, I think it was it Alejandro Diaz maybe? It was Joan Diaz, sorry, the pair coming together, and as a result there is no Kyle Smith on the grid. Unfortunately, the Huddersfield rider who was hoping to be in the World Supersport Championship once again this year, but as a result of economic, financial issues, it doesn't look like he's going to be a part of that grid, so he teamed up with Jake Archer's team, Ryan Saxelby's concern, the Cavaro RS Racing squad that have been battling in the British GP2 Championship, which runs alongside the British Supersport Championship, to get a little bit of experience here with no indication. I don't know whether he's actually thinking of joining the British GP2 series this year. Of course, a championship that was won by a certain Jack Kennedy last year as part of the Appleyard Macadam squad. Have to squeeze that one in.
Yeah, the name of that team may not be a coincidence to the name of my co-commentator. One other name, actually, to mention, another rider who won't be on the grid today. You didn't see him in race 1 earlier. It's also Connor Funk, the American rider who unfortunately had a tough time of it in qualifying. He's also got a British connection because he's on the British Nikos bike, and unfortunately found the going tough in qualifying. Also had a crash, and unfortunately we haven't seen him out on the grid today.
Great shame for the man that comes from Greendale, California. It's a long, long way to come to not be able to get onto the grid, but he's going to be with us in Portimao in 6 days' time as well, so hopefully for the American it goes a little bit better there. He certainly has the talent, the 2019 AMA Superstock 600 champion, but that Nikos machine just looking like it needs a little bit of further work over the coming days to get it ready to be on the grid in Portimao. But all our focus here is on the grid for Estoril, which Jari Montoya will front for the first time today. Just like we saw in the European Talent Cup race, tactics were used to try and stop David Alonso from escaping. I think we're going to have to see the same here from Tuli and Zacconi, because given the pace that he showed so easily coming through the field in race 1, if he hits the front early here, it could well be a Jari Montoya solo demonstration run.
Yeah, of course, he had to make that ground in race 1, partly because of his penalty and partly because of his very leery entry into turn 1. So he'll hope not to have those same problems again. And he'll be looking to set that incredible pace which brought him into contention in race 1 and do it from the start this time.
Nicky Tuli will have something to say about it. I can absolutely guarantee that. The Finn has won a race here around Estoril, actually coming at the expense of Jari Montoya over 12 months ago in wet conditions, but that is a thing of the past now, banished earlier by Jari Montoya as he took victory. Race 2 here, the final race of the day on a superb opening day of the FIM CEV Repsol Championship. The lights are on and they're out. We're underway in the European Moto2 Championship, and it's a good start from pole position from Jari Montoya, but it's an even better start from the outside of the front row by Alessandro Zacconi, the Italian. Moves his way to the front of the field and takes the whole shot into turn 1, with Tulovic getting a good jump from row 2 as well. Meanwhile, it's Tuli, the man that went backwards. We have someone just languishing at the back of the pack. Not sure who that was. It certainly wasn't any of the front runners with the front 4, the same front 4 we had this morning, all battling it out once again.
Yeah, it was Nicholas Schieber, I think, who went off at turn 1. He's yet to come through the first sector, and he's the only rider who hasn't done so. So I think he was the rider, there he is, on the 86, who stopped on the outside of turn 1. So his Superstock 600 Yamaha didn't make it very far at all. But yeah, Zacconi got a great launch off the line. It was quite an even start amongst the front 3, but Zacconi just seemed to pick up the toe. Although that's what Montoya's doing now. Montoya and Tuli both making moves. Tuli on Tulovic into turn 6, having been outbroken by him into turn 1. Both of the pre-race favourites making slightly tardy getaways, but both making up for lost ground immediately.
Well, this is a dangerous sight for everybody from second place. Further down, Jari Montoya hits the front nice and early in this one. He showed great confidence just moving past Alessandro Zacconi there. Can anybody respond to the Italian, just 20 years of age, but showed great talent earlier on today, was not fazed in the slightest by his disastrous opening lap. This time, it's a perfect opening lap. He's going to lead them across the line. We're still 17 laps to go at the end of this one. Plenty can happen.
Some big movers further down the field. Adam Noradine's gone up 4 places. He's gone from 9th on the grid up to 5th, and Tega Harder started 10th. He's already up to 7th. They've both overtaken the leading Superstock 600 runner of Fermin Aldeguer, who, as we expected, much like he did in the first race, finding himself a little bit outgunned once this race gets underway. He's dropped from 7th to 8th.
Nicky Tuli has spotted the danger because he's got himself ahead of Alessandro Zacconi. He cannot play a waiting game, Tuli, with Montoya at the front. He had to get in front of Zacconi. It's exactly what he's done, and now he's going to try and close in on Montoya and stop his rhythm and stop the number 55 of escaping. Meanwhile, we're talking about guys that have gone forward on that opening lap. One person that went backwards was the man we were singing the praises of just a couple of minutes ago, Pieter Biesakowski. Top 5 finish first time around, but he's dropped back to 10th on the opening lap.
Yeah, the last thing he wanted. Cardelus has also gone backwards ever so slightly. He was on the second row of the grid. He's now down in 8th position, just ahead of Aldeguer and Biesiakowski. You'll see him just in the back of shot as we look at the number 7 of Noureddin, who had a bit of a quiet race 1 earlier on today, finished down in 9th position, but he's already showing better form this time around. He's now up to 4th.
As a result of a mistake from Lukas Tulovic, and that mistake from the German is not going to cost him 1 place, but 2 places. Runs wide and allows both Noureddin and now Medina to squeeze through. A costly mistake for the German through turn 6.
Yeah, very costly indeed. Montoya, though, is showing very, very strong pace up front. Fastest man in the 2nd and 3rd sectors on this lap. He's stretching that lead already over half a second over Nicky Tuli. Tuli's going to have to respond very, very quickly. Now that he's got himself into 2nd place, he's made short work of those 2 riders who got ahead of him off the line. Tuli's now going to have to try and latch onto the back of Montoya and stop the Italian from bursting clear.
Well, his fastest lap of the race earlier on today, a 1:41.2. He's going to come across the line here, his first flying lap, Montoya, and already he's been able to put in a 1:41.7, so he's on the pace straight away. No messing about from Jari Montoya. Nicky Tuli only a 10th behind, incidentally, so he's not been able to escape too much, but the gap still sits at 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, Tulovic in the background was having a go at Alejandro Medina. He came across the line ever so slightly ahead of him, but I think Medina managed to get back ahead as they went across the line. We've got a rider slowing, that's Kevin August. Unfortunately, he's moved in to the Moto2 class, having ridden a stock 600 bike last year. He was 3rd overall in the stock 600 class in race 1 here last year, but unfortunately his race 2 in 2020 has ended a lap and a half in.
Brother at the moment, Leon August, 4th in a stock 600 class, which, surprise, surprise, is being led by Fermin Aldeguer. Inside the top 10 once again is the 15-year-old Spaniard having another good run on that Yamaha R6. At the front, though, still Jari Montoya that leads the way. Tuli is sticking with him this time around, though. It's a good lap coming in from Tuli. Looks like being the fastest lap of the race, and he needed to put it in as well because Montoya was just flirting with the idea of escaping at the front. Meanwhile, here's a highlight of the start. We'll be able to see a very equal, as you say, Lewis, jump from everybody on the front row of the grid. It was a great start from Tulovic, though, from row number 2 of the grid. Quickly cut to the inside and was able to get ahead of Nicky Tuli to pick up 3rd place.
Yeah, I was trying to keep an eye on where Noureddin was. He was just on the inside there into turn 1, and I think that's where he made up a lot of his ground and found himself up in 5th at the time. Of course, he's since moved up to 4th. He's now coming under a bit of pressure, as you'll see, just coming onto the main straight now. He's got a queue behind him of Medina and Tulovic, who are both getting ready to have a run at him into turn 1. As Montoya sets briefly the fastest lap of the race, but it's immediately beaten by Tuli. They're both within a 10th of each other in the 141s, and they're breaking clear of Zacconi.
I'm not sure what happened there. It looks as though, I'm not sure who that was, but suddenly something blew off the rear of someone's bike. I thought it was Medina to start with. A little bit of debris just blew across the track there. I swear it came off someone's bike as well. We need to see a replay of it just to confirm it. Well, that was a scary moment there. I'm not sure if it was Noureddin or maybe Medina. There it is. That's the debris. It looks like it's the wheel guard on the front of a bike, so it's come off someone. Let's just have a look. It's off Noureddin. It's off Noureddin's bike. You can see it's naked on the front of that bike, or is it? No, it's not. It's there as well. Maybe it's the rear guard, but it's certainly come off someone. Is it Tulovic's machine? No, that's there in bright red. Is it off the rear of Noureddin? Well, I'm not sure what it is and where it come from. Here's a replay. You can see, just have a look at the back of the picture here. This battle for 4th place. Oh, it's come off.
I think it's come off Medina's bike by the looks of it on the number 5. I think it flies off the back of his bike just ahead of Noureddin as he's overtaking him. But in any event, hopefully that debris has been cleared for the start-finish straight before the riders come back round again. They're up at turn 9 and 10 at the moment, so a couple more corners before they come back around onto the start-finish straight again, because that's the last thing you want in the middle of the racetrack as you're getting ready to make an overtake into turn 1.
Well, it certainly looked like it came from the rear of the bike, maybe even part of the belly pan, which if it does, that means it's going to be a black and orange flag for Medina. The belly pan's still intact there, which is good news for him. Can't really see what's come off, to be perfectly frank. There's nothing obvious to our eye anyway. It looks as though it's not affecting his performance anyway, because he's broken clear of Noureddin in 4th place. Meanwhile, back at the front, Well, both Montoya and Tooley set the fastest lap of the race. They're absolutely equal, a 1:41.541 for the pair of them as they come across the line. The gap 0.3 of a second. You don't see that very often.
No, well, we said already that there's very little to choose between them, and that just about proves it. And much like in the first race, it's Zacconi who appears to be the only one to keep them even slightly in range, although of course he did that earlier on and then slipped back. And this battle for 4th place is really raging on. We've got 5 riders in this, with Medina leading Tulovic, Norodin, and Cardelus and Bishikowski have both closed in on this group, lapping in the 42s. Bishikowski, of course, came on strong at the end of race 1, and if he does that again, he might be finding himself within touching distance of an even better result than he got earlier today when he finished 5th.
I'm still trying to stare at Alejandro Medina's bike just to try and spot what it is, but still don't have a clue what that was that flew off. We think it was the number 5 of Alejandro Medina. It's certainly not bothering him, so we'll move on. Case closed. Who knows? We'll find out at the end of the race. Back at the front, though, and it's Montoya that leads, but he has company. Tooley has closed in onto the rear wheel of the Italian, and we do have a leading duo fighting it out for the second win of the day here in the European Moto 2 class.
This is a fast lap coming in from Tooley as well. Fastest of anybody in the first and second sectors of this lap, and he was matching Montoya in the third sector. He's now close enough where he can smell the exhaust gases coming off the back of that speed up in front of him, and maybe think about a move down the main straight. As we look at Zacconi, he's in a very lonely third at the moment. Fastest lap of the race this time, quite clearly by a whole 0.2 of a second, goes to Nicky Tooley, and he is now right on the rear wheel of the speed up ahead of it.
He had a good look up the inside into the opening corner, did Tooley. Showed his front wheel to Jari Montoya, but decided against it. Instead, we'll just sit behind him and stalk the Italian as we're on lap number 5 here. Still 13 laps to go, so plenty that can play out here in Estoril, but so far so good for Tooley. It looks like he's made a slight improvement from the opening race today and is now able to run the pace of the Italian.
Yeah, for the first time today, we might actually have a battle brewing in the Stock 600 class as well. Fermin Aldeguer leads it, although he lost half a second on that last lap to Alex Toledo in 11th on the road, and 1 place behind his Superstock 600 rival of Aldeguer. Both riders having very impressive starts today, both teenagers making their debuts in the Superstock 600 class and impressing as well. But our focus is, of course, on the lead outright in this race in the Moto 2 class, as Tooley continues to stalk Jari Montoya. Still little to choose between them on this lap, and it looks as if this is going to be another battle that's going to go right the way to the finish.
We just had official confirmation that he is the fastest man on track at the moment, is the Finn. A new fastest lap of the race, not a new lap record, it's just a 1/10 of a second shy of what Montoya was able to do in the opening race of the day, which is unsurprising as well, because obviously that early race was taken part in slightly cooler conditions than the searing 30+ degrees that we're enduring here in Estoril at the moment. So the fact that he's able to get to within a 1/10 of a second is still pretty impressive for the Finn. They come across the line then, 12 laps remaining, still nothing to choose between them. Let's take a good look at the bike behind them, as Tooley again just moves to the inside, flirts with the idea, but again decides against it. A lonely 3rd place for that man there, Alessandro Zacconi. Meanwhile, in that fight for 4th place, it is Tulovic that's jumped to the front of that gaggle of 5 riders, with Biesikowski and Norodin getting in on the act as well.
Yeah, Norodin appears to have faded a bit and fallen to the back of that group. He did a 1:43.2 on that last lap, which was a second slower than the riders around him. So I don't know whether he's made a mistake somewhere and dropped back, but in any event, Norodin, who was running 4th not so long ago, is now at the tail of that group in 8th place, and perhaps will come under pressure very shortly from Tega Harder, the number 23, who is running in 9th place at the moment, just ahead of the 2 Superstock 600 runners. But once again, little to choose. They really are going punch for punch, Montoya and Tooley. There was just 0.02 of a second splitting them on that lap, and they are trading fastest sector times.
They're absolutely throwing everything out there at the moment. These guys are not in tyre conservation mode at all. They're all about trying to give absolutely everything. There's only 12 laps remaining, and they're throwing it all at each other at the moment. So far, Montoya is standing strong from the pressure that's mounting and increasing lap by lap by Nicky Tooley. Zacconi, meanwhile, in 3rd, a lonely 3rd at the moment, but I think that we may have to start the Jaws music once again, because Tulovic pulled in 2/10 last time around. Surely it's not going to be another case of Tulovic closing in and passing Zacconi in the closing stages for that final podium place. The Italian will certainly be hoping not.
Yeah, and he'll certainly be hoping not, because not only is Tulovic closing, but he's bringing Alejandro Medina along with him in that battle for 4th place. They may well soon both be zeroing in on the back of Zacconi. Speaking of which, the 66 chases the 55, Tuli in 2nd place. And once again, so little to choose between them on that last lap. Yet again, pretty much identical lap times, and they're in a race of their own at the moment. The only 2 riders in the 141s. The next fastest man on track once again was Tulovic, as he pulls another 3/10 back on Zacconi. The lead for Zacconi is now down to just 2.1 seconds.
It's going to be a matter of when, not if, Lukas Tulovic is able to get onto the rear wheel of Alessandro Zacconi. Certainly, if things carry on as they are. And the dangerous thing for Zacconi is, as you rightly pointed out, Lewis, Alejandro Medina is sticking with him. The sort of unorthodox style of Alejandro Medina, and almost retro style of the Spaniard, as he sort of has the body English length the other way than you would expect. Meanwhile, as Andreas Koffler comes down pit lane, a disappointing end to his opening round for the Austrian in this fight for 3rd place. Zacconi still there, as we would expect, but Tulovic is dragging Medina with him. Meanwhile, Biesakowski can see those 2 escaping and closing in, and he fancies a piece of the pie, a piece of the action as well. He had a big look up the inside of teammate Cardelus, unable to do it this time around.
Yeah, this might be an all too familiar feeling for Montoya, and he won't like that feeling. Because of course he, for Zacconi, should I say, because of course he led that battle for 3rd for so long earlier on today. Looked like he was in a pretty comfortable 3rd place, and then it suddenly evaporated away from him in the closing stages. It's got that feeling again with Tulovic and Medina zeroing in. Meanwhile, at the front, Montoya is about across the line, and this is a quick lap, a 41.5 that time round. And Tuli once again just about sticking with him, just 10 slower, and they're so far ahead of the rest of the field. Zacconi in the mid-42s, and yet again, that gap continues to come down as Tulovic and Medina close in. Medina setting his fastest lap on the last time around, and he was the fastest man on track, with the exception of the leading 2.
As Biesakowski finally gets the job done on his teammates, 74 through on 18. In a battle between the 2 Team Stylo bike riders. It's exactly what happened in race 1 with Biesakowski getting the better of Cardelus, and it looks like the 18-year-old Pole is going to do the same once again. Now, can he close in on the number 5 of Alejandro Medina ahead and try and get dragged along in the fight for the final podium place? At the front, the gap under a 10th now between Montoya and Tuli. Still nothing to separate the pair of them, as we see them come over the crest of turn number 6 and work their way down towards turn 7. Hard on the brakes for the right-hander.
Different kind of challenge this for Montoya, because of course he had to come from behind in the first race. He had to make up that ground early on. He had to overtake some people and really be aggressive in the early stages of the race. This time, and I think it might be a deliberate tactic from Tuli, it's Montoya that's having to set the pace. It's him that's having to dictate the pace of the race and take time and perhaps take wear out of his tyre, while Tuli can maybe conserve his a little bit in 2nd place, if that's possible. With the pace they're going, I'm not sure whether he's got much chance to do that, but Tuli can play that watching brief in 2nd place and maybe attack in the latter stages. It's going to be interesting to see if the pressure of leading will affect Montoya, or whether he's just, you know, riding on the crest of a wave from having won the first race earlier on today.
I think we've lost Lukas Tulovic, yes. We've just had confirmation. The number 3 has gone down at turn number 6. The man that was doing all the hard work in closing in Alessandro Zacconi and had his sights firmly set on another podium finish. The German has crashed out at 4th place. There we can see it's now Alejandro Medina that's been promoted into 4th, as Xavi Cardelus responds and gets a little bit of his own back on teammate Pieter Biesakowski. But what a disastrous end for the number 3 as it gets dragged out to the turn 6 gravel trap. Hopefully he's okay. But Lukas Tulovic, having shown his form, his pace in the opening race of the day, at first podium in over 2 years, it's not going to be backed up with another one. He'll remain on 3 European Championship podiums.
Yeah, it's a disaster for Tulovic. Like you say, he'd had such a good start to the day and such a good start to his season with that 3rd place earlier on. Unfortunately, that's sort of music to the ears and a bit of a relief for Zacconi, because he's now got 3.2 seconds in his pocket over Medina. Medina was 6:10 slower that time. In fact, Zacconi really upped his pace and dropped into the 141s for the first time. So it doesn't look as if Medina was necessarily held up by the crash involving Tulovic. He seems as if he was lapping at his normal pace and just kept it on, so that you would assume that Tulovic went down all of his own volition. But of course, we'll hope to get a replay of that just to tell you exactly what happened down at the end of the back straight.
At the front, though, it's still Montella that leads. That advantage is as large as we've seen it for quite some time now. It was under a 10 for a handful of laps, but now it looks as though Montella is just starting to put the knife in and twist it as well. 0.4 of a second is his advantage when they came across the line last time. We'll see the leading duo come across the line now, making it 8 laps to go, and it remains at 0.3, but again, he was just a 1/10 of a second quicker, so slowly but surely it looks like Montella is just starting to assert his dominance over Tooley.
Yeah, he is 0.3 of a second in the lead. They're continuing to lap in the 141s, the leading two. They, once again, are a class of their own. They have 6 seconds over Alessandro Zacconi, who, as I mentioned earlier on, is looking in a pretty safe at the moment third place. He's got nearly 4 seconds over Alejandro Medina, and the question, I suppose, now is, will Medina come under pressure from the 2 Styler bike teammates, because they are closing in at the moment. Kardalus and Bieszczykowski are both closing in on the number 5. Here they are. They're working as a team at the moment and closing in. Whether they will suddenly turn their attentions to each other, we will wait and see. But if they do knuckle down and they do focus on the rider ahead of them, they could soon be fighting for 4th place.
I think there's every chance that they're going to start tripping each other up, though, with a prime example being right now, is it? No, I thought Bieszczykowski right on cue was going to pop out and move past teammate Kardalus. But at the moment, doing a great job and working as teammates. But I think it's going to be a question of how long will that last?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be difficult to keep that sort of urge to have a go, especially for Bieszczykowski, who's had such a good start to the day. He's really, showing what he's capable of. He's had an impressive start, and he'll want to match that 5th place that he had earlier on. A move on Kardalus would do it, but of course, there's that tantalising prospect of this man, number 5, Alejandro Medina, just up the road, and he's getting closer and closer to them as they continue to zero in. Speaking of zeroing in, Tooley's looking to do exactly the same thing to Montella. He did pull a 10th back on that last lap. Montella set his personal best, but Tooley on a 1:41.3, essentially matching his own fastest lap of the race from the 5th lap of this race, and the gap, as you can see, just a 1/4 of a second. Montella's not got this on his own way just yet.
And as a result, that drew the classic arm wave over the pit wall from the team Speed Up, the team Chiatti Concern. One of the mechanics holding out the pit wall, giving the classic finger wave, the come on mate, get a move on, you've got a race on your hands here, and he certainly does with 7 laps to go. I wouldn't want to pick a winner out of these two at the moment. Remember, Jari Montella has won over Nicky Tooley at the moment. He was the man that took the first win of the year, and talking of first wins of the year, this man took the opening stock 600 win on the gear. Fermin Aldeguer, here he is on the brakes into turn number 1. Look pretty perfect, does the number 54. Now up to 9th place, a position higher than what he was earlier today. The sparks fly from the Yamaha R6 machine coming off. What's that coming off of?
Looks like his knee slide is a little bit loose there as well. It looked like it was flapping away on his right knee, but it's in any event, it's not slowing him too much. He's lapping in the 43s. He's slowly being closed down by Alex Toledo in the battle for the leading Superstock 600 runner, but he's still got a comfortable buffer at the moment, and an impressive weekend for Aldeguer. Finished 10th outright earlier on, and of course the leading Stock 600 runner, and at the moment he's on course to go one better here.
Well, has Nicky Tooley just made a small mistake whilst we were focusing in on the Stock 600 leader Fermin Aldeguer, because that advantage is a lot higher than a 1/4 of a second it was this time 1 lap ago. They come across the line now to complete lap 12, and it's 3/4 of a second. Half a second Jari Montella has been able to pull out over Nicky Tooley, who himself, the Finn, was a lot slower than what he has been in previous laps. It didn't help that as he made that mistake, Montella put in his fastest lap of the race. That could be a decisive moment with now just 6 laps remaining. Meanwhile, the fight for 4th place has well and truly closed up now. They have worked as a team, but I think that that's out the window now, with Medina, Kardalus and Bieszczykowski all within touching distance of each other.
Absolutely, we're just getting to that crucial stage of the race now. We're at 2/3 distance. Maybe in the heat, as a wide moment there for Medina, which has put him right under pressure from Kardalus. This is the stage of the race where tyres might start to slowly lose their grip, and you do wonder whether that's happening with Nicky Tooley, because Montella's pace is holding firm. He's still setting personal best laps of 41.4 on that last lap, but Tooley dropped into the high 41s. And as for Medina, he did a 1:42.8 that time round and lost a full 6/10 to Kardalus, who is also setting personal best. He's coming on strong late in this race, and he's now having a serious look up the inside of Medina.
And he does not get the job done. Well, I'm surprised at that. I thought he had the advantage going into turn number 7 there, but Medina holds on for the moment. These two, of course, taking a good look at each other before they then fight it out in the FIM Moto E World Cup in just over a week's time at Jerez. But all attention, of course, at the moment is on these Moto 2 machines, with Medina at the moment just able to hold off Cardelus and Bierzakowski, who's looming ominously.
Yeah, I think Tooley may well have to admit defeat on this now. The lead is now over a second. Montoya continuing to hold that pace in the mid-41s, and Tooley is unable to match it now in these closing stages of the race, as we finally now have a move for Cardelus down the main straight. This one looks like it's going to be much more straightforward for him up against the 5 of Medina. Of course, he had a little half-hearted look up the inside halfway on the last lap. This time, though, he's fully alongside, and he outbreaks the Spaniard as they go into turn 1 and takes 4th place. And now the focus will switch to his teammate Bierzakowski to see if he can follow him through and take 5th spot.
Job done for Xavi Cardelus, through into 4th place. It looks as though that's the best he's going to get today, unless anything dramatic happens ahead of him, because 5 seconds is Alessandro Zacconi's advantage over 4th placed Cardelus. Here's a replay of how he got the job done on the brakes into turn 1, a classic Estoril move. It's been demonstrated perfectly by the number 18. Made it look super easy, and possibly given a little tutorial to Piotr Bierzakowski for next time around.
He's out of shot on this particular replay, but keep an eye on the 23 of Tega Harder. He's not out of this either. He's lapping quicker than the 3 of them who are fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th. Tega Harder, who set a personal best 2nd sector on this lap, he was doing on 42.5. That was quicker than the 3 riders ahead of him. And in fact, it was quicker than everyone except the 2 leaders that time around. So the Japanese rider in 7th place might well be making a late burst to try and close in on the battle for 4th spot.
And this is the first time we've been able to have a look at this battle for the lead and the gap at well over a second now. 1.5 seconds. I think Tooley has given up. It's game over for the Finn. He's not going to be able to get the better of Jari Montoya this time around. The Italian's pace has just been so consistent, so fast as well. Again, another mid-41.5, whereas Nicky Tooley is lapping in the 42s now. It looks as though it's Montoya's race to lose with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, and a personal best that time around for the aforementioned Tega Harder. He's very much in this battle now for 4th place, just behind this man, Alessandro Zacconi. You might catch a glimpse of them in the background, though they're too far behind at the moment to see them. But that battle for 4th place is really closing up, with Cardelus now leading it ahead of Medina. Here they are, and look at the 23 of Tega Harder for the AGR team. He's really showing the late race pace. He's comfortably quicker than the other 3 riders in this 4-way battle, and once again he was a full half a second clear in terms of pace on that last lap. And if he can keep this up with 4 to go, he might well find himself all the way at the front of this group.
Well, he had extremely large shoes to fill, did Tiger Harder in 2020, of course, replacing and jumping on to that championship winning bike, the machine that Edgar Pons piloted to the 2019 championship. I don't think the guys were expecting a championship challenge from the number 23. They signed him for the final 3 rounds of 2019 last year, and he's hoping for a development year for the 21-year-old Japanese rider, but finished 8th first time around here in Estoril. Now up to 7th, but I think he's looking further ahead than that. A great performance, great late race pace coming in from the number 23.
Yeah, will they be mauled by the Tiger? In any event, Montoya continues to lead this, and he's still upping his pace at the front. He's just, I mean, he doesn't really need to now. He's 2.2 seconds clear of Tooley, but he's still setting fastest sector times, still hammering away in those mid-141s. And Tooley, if anything, he's just going to have to give up for 2nd place now. He's lapping in the 42s. And unfortunately, that's as good as it's going to get. Here comes Hyder. This is the first of the 3 riders he has to try and pick off. He's now drawing alongside Bierzakowski as they approach turn 1. That one was comfortable enough, and now he'll turn his attention to Medina in 5th.
At the front of the race, we've already seen today the classic mechanic over pit wall hurry along sign. I think we're going to see the classic mechanic over the wall calm down sign very shortly, as Bierzakowski has a huge moment there coming out of turn number 2. Luckily he holds on, but he has just lost a little bit of ground off the rear wheel of Tiger Harder. Lucky to hold on there. That was a frightening moment for the pole.
Yeah, it was, and unfortunately it's kind of the opposite for him as to what happened earlier on, where he came on strong as the race ended. He seems to be fading a little bit now with 3 laps to go. Harder, not quite close enough at the moment to have a go at Alejandro Medina ahead of him as Cardelus continues to lead this group.
Here is a replay of Biesakowski at the back of the pack here, just runs a little bit wide, gets onto the curb, and that's a proper tank slapper for the number 74 to deal with, but he dealt with it pretty good and has managed to get his head back down behind the bubble now and close back in, or try to at least, on Tiger Harder. Still Cardelus that leads this battle for 4th though, with Medina sat there in 5th, biding his time possibly after having to give way a couple of laps ago. And Tiger Harder, the Japanese rider, up to 6th place at the moment, which would be a career best finish. And I think he can smell a top 5 here in Estoril. Yeah, it would. Medina, who finished 6th earlier on, he's currently 1 place better off than that. And Cardelus, who was down in 7th, they've both really improved from earlier on today. Biesakowski is one of the riders who's certainly dropped off from his performance earlier today. And of course, they're all gaining from the fact that Tulovic, who was up ahead of these guys earlier on in the podium spots, is out of contention, having had that crash at turn 6. Turn 1 once again for Harder. This time, though, he's unable to outbrake Medina into the first corner. He's got 2 more laps to try and close these guys down. Talking of 2 more laps to go, that's exactly what this man, Jari Montoya, has to pick up a double win here at Estoril. We won't curse him just yet after what happened this time last year when he was leading the race at this stage and crashed out, with Nicky Tully picking up the pieces in 2nd place through to 1st on that occasion. I'm sure he'll be hoping not to do exactly the same this time around. It looks really easy for the Italian at the moment. He's extended his gap now to over 3 seconds, with Tully, I think, throwing in the towel and just easing that team's stylo bike Kalex home to another 2nd place finish. Yeah, I think he'll settle for this Tully. Of course, he started last season even better than this. He got a 2nd and a 1st at the first round of the season, so perhaps he'll have been wanting to go a little bit better than what he has today with a 2 and a 2. But with 40 World Championship points, or 40 European Championship points, should I say, that's not a bad start to his season at all. And of course, with rounds to come, he'll expect to close in on Montoya. I think this is something that we may well see a lot of throughout this European Championship and the World Championship this year as well. With so few races, we may well see guys, instead of throwing everything at it to try pick up a win, they know that 20 points is going to be far more beneficial to them than the possible 0 by throwing everything at a potential race win. They know with fewer races, a DNF will be far more costly than normal, which is possibly why we're seeing Tully use his head on this occasion and decide that 2nd place is good enough for him today, with another 9 races to come in this championship. And not just a crash in a DNF, but a potential injury to go with it, which of course Tully knows all about from last season. He got injured and missed a number of rounds. An injury this year would be even more costly. Once again, Tiger Harder shows his wheel into turn 1, but once again, Medina better on the brakes and able to hold him off. We're on the final lap now, and Cardelus just continues to hold the edge in this battle for 4th. Biesakowski seems a little bit too far back now and looks like he's nailed down there in 7th place, but 3 riders still with an eye on 4th position. It's still advantage Cardelus. Certainly is, as we go through turn 4, now into turn 5 on the climb uphill. This is extremely steep, having ran round it yesterday. The man that is fairly comfortable in 3rd place at the moment is Alessandro Zacconi. It's going to be a first podium of the year for him after missing out by the narrowest of margins earlier on today. But who's going to take this almighty scrap for 4th place? Currently, Cardelus holds the X-Card and he nearly tucks the front there. The front nearly folds. He somehow holds onto it, but as a result, he runs wide. And Medina picks up the pieces to go 4th. Here comes Cardelus looking to respond immediately, but it's Medina that holds 4th place on the final lap. Oh, what a save that was from Cardelus. The front end absolutely folded from beneath him. Yeah, he looks a little too far back to make a move into turn 9 either. Montoya, though, way out front, all on his own, and just a few metres to go now. Out to the final corner comes Jari Montoya. We banished the demons of over 12 months ago earlier on today, and now he's put a final nail in the coffin with a double here in Estoril. Starts the season in perfect style, does the Italian. 2nd place for Nicky Tully, 3rd place for Alessandro Zacconi, and Alejandro Medina is going to salvage 4th place on the final lap ahead of Xavi Cardelus. He gets one up his fellow Moto2 rider just 1 week out from the season opener in that championship. But one mention certainly has to go to Tiger Harder. The Japanese rider gets his best ever European Moto2 result in 6th place. A super ride through the field from the number 23. Yeah, Biesakowski over the line in 7th. Adam Norradine, after a good start, faded to 8th. And a close battle in the end for the leading Superstock 600 rider. Fermin Aldeguer, once again the leader of it, but he held up the charge from Alex Toledo and beat him over the line by just 0.7 of a second. As Lewis Sotheby puts down his headset and jogs off towards Parc Fermé to speak to Jari Monteja on a second time today. He's getting rather close and comfortable with the number 55, speaking to him once again as he has a big hug. Not much social distancing going on there, but I don't think he's particularly bothered after picking up a second win. Of course, only a second ever career win in this European Championship. Coming into today, he'd never even stood on the top step of the podium, and he's going to exit Estoril having done it twice. Nicky Tooley, he's picked up victories before, and I'm sure he's going to pick one up by the end of the season if he shows form like that, but only good enough for second place today. Monteja just had his number, not only today, but all weekend. But he'll regroup and come again in Portimao this coming Monday afternoon. 2 races there, incidentally, for the Moto2 guys. And also singular races for the Junior World Championship and the European Talent Cup as well. So make sure you join us for that one. There'll be Jack Gorse and Elliot York in the box talking you through that one. 13th of July, this coming Monday, 4 races from Portimao, not to be missed. Incidentally, from then, it's all action, really. On the 29th of August and the 30th of August, we've got races on Saturday and Sunday from Jerez. Then we have about a month off before on the opening weekend of October. Again, on the Saturday and the Sunday, we've got races from Aragon. And then the season finale finishes with a double header on the 31st of October and the 1st of November from Valencia, where the championships will no doubt be decided. Where that man right there will be hoping to peel a number 55 off the front of his speed up and put a big back number 1 on board it. Certainly looks like that could be a real possibility. A great start to life from Jari Monteja. 7th in the championship last year, with only a couple of podium finishes, and to be frank, he got a little bit of a tag as being quite loose on the bike, and he took out a couple of guys in Albacete, I remember, including his teammate at the time as well. But it looks as though he's come back over the winter rejuvenated and ready to go. He looks a much more mature and a much faster rider as well. At great pace all weekend here, and despite the different incidents and penalties that have been thrown his way for various things, he's battled against them brilliantly to take the double win. A well-deserved drink as well after putting 18 laps in at that pace around the scorching Estoril circuit. The temperature here well over 30 degrees. Shaking of hands, great sportsmanship as we always get in the FIM CEV Repsol series by Nicky Tooley as the pair of them discuss and debrief their race. I think they're both saying that we're struggling from a little bit of grip there, possibly in the closing stages. Tooley was there, just showing by those hand gestures. He certainly doesn't look delighted, but I think over the next couple of hours, when he's able to digest and really look back on today's action, he will be pleased with 2 second-place finishes. Monteja just had the edge this weekend, but he'll be hoping to be able to fight back in Portimao. And 3rd place, finally, a podium finish for Alessandro Zacconi. Missed out by just a handful of milliseconds earlier on today, but the man that finished 3rd in last year's European Moto2 Championship is back onto the podium and has started life with a good pair of results here in Estoril. Of course, a 4th trip to the podium for the man who will also be in Moto E this year, teammating the world champion, the inaugural world champion Matteo Ferrari. Alessandro Zacconi, part of the Grazzini concern in the FIM Enel Moto E World Cup. Just getting weighed, as you can see at the back of the picture, whereas Jari Monteja there, I'm sure very quickly he's going to get a tap on his right-hand shoulder and told to come across to speak to our Lewis Sotheby, who's managed to take a position in shade, which is very, very sensible of him to do so. He's currently still just having a little bit of a debrief. He's Jari Monteja there, so we will have to wait a few moments. gives a good opportunity to let you know that any of the races that you have missed today, you can catch up on them on the FIM CEV Repsol YouTube channel and of course on MotoGP.com as well. And with the MotoGP World Championship resuming in just over a week's time, MotoGP.com and MotoGP Video Pass is the place to watch every single second of every single session. And now here he comes, Jari Montoya. He's had his chit-chat, he's had his debrief. Now let's hear what he's got to say after doing the double in the European Moto2 Championship here in Estoril. He's 2 meters socially distanced from my co-commentator for the day, Lewis
your
Sotheby.
second win of the day, started from pole position this time and led from the front. Well done. Your second win of the day, started from pole position this time and led from the front.
Yeah, I'm very happy again. I concentrated only on the pass, lap by lap, lap by lap, lap by lap, and I'm really happy. I will thank all my team, all my family, all my sponsor, my manager, my coach Ezio Gianola, and nothing.
And in Italian?
Sono veramente felice. Mi sono concentrato molto sul ritmo, giro dopo giro, ho cercato di mantenere un ritmo costante fino alla fine e sono veramente contento. Voglio ringraziare con tutto il cuore veramente il team, gli sponsor, il manager, il mio coach Ezio Gianola e niente, aspettiamo Portimao ora.
Well done.
For the first time today, Jari Montoya was able to start from pole position after being handed a penalty for our opening Moto2 race of the European Championship. But despite starting from pole, he was unable to take the whole shot. That went the way of fellow Italian Alessandro Zacconi, who himself was determined to take a podium finish after missing out by the narrowest margins earlier on today. There was an early technical problem for Nicholas Cheever, the German in the stock 600 class, unable to complete the opening lap. Despite not being able to take the whole shot, Montoya quickly was able to get in front of Alessandro Zacconi and looked like checking out at the front of the race. But Nicky Tully had different thoughts getting through to second place. There was drama behind where something, it appeared, flew off of Alejandro Medina's bike, but it didn't affect the Spaniard at all. He was able to take control of that fight for 4th place after Lukas Tulovic had crashed out, despite showing signs that he might have been able to close in on Alessandro Zacconi, just like he did in race 1. At the front, Montoya led the way as both him and Tully shared lap after lap, with an extremely impressive pace put in by the pair of them. There was Tulovic crashing out at half-race distance, handing Medina the advantage in this fierce fight for 4th place. He was eventually joined by Cardelus and Biesakowski, with Tiger Harder getting in on the mix as well. Cardelus made his move at the opening corner, but then on the final lap nearly took the front. It forced him wide and allowed Medina to come back through into 4th. But it was all about Jari Montoya, the Italian doing the double for the first time in his European Moto2 career. 50 points, a perfect start for the number 55. As a result of that then, Jari Montoya takes victory, 3.7 seconds clear of Nicky Tully, and as a result takes control of the championship, now 10 points clear of Nicky Tully after he picked up the perfect 50 here in Estoril. It's finally a podium finish for Alessandro Zacconi, with Medina just getting the better of Cardelus, Harder and Biesakowski in that fight for 4th place. Fermin Aldeguer takes the Stock 600 win once again, despite being pushed all the way by Alex Toledo, with points-scoring finishes going the way of Ishizuka, Wilfred Rato, Diaz and Alessandro Zetti, the Italian bouncing back from a crash earlier on today. Jake Archer just misses out on the points before he then heads to the British GP2 series, which will be getting underway in about a month's time.
The race winners team Chiatti Speed Up.
Here we go then, the final podium presentation of the day, and another chance for the Team Chiatti Speed Up guys to take home a team award. I'm sure it's a walker journey that they were hoping to make in Jerez in over a week's time as well. when they'll be in the
once
garage
again, the
with both
winner,
Jorge Navarro
Yari
and Fabio Di
Montella.
Gianantonio.
Presenting the trophies is Mr. Federico Nunes, City Councillor of the Cascais City Hall. Mr. Federico Nunes is now.
So here we go, Federico Nunes, I think that was, if I was listening right. Yeah, there he is. Mr. Federico Nunes, City Councillor of the Municipality of Cascais, which is the region that we're in at the moment, handing out the team trophy to one of the Team Chatty Speed Up members. There you go, just to the right, to our victor in the Stock 600 class, Fermin Aldeguer. Now he'll go to the third place finisher, Alessandro Zacconi. It looks like I've got a parrot with our circuit commentator here in Estoril, just copying exactly what I'm saying, as he said there. Nicky Tuli's going to take the win, and I'll let our Portuguese friend do the honours here.
Federico Nunes presenting the trophy. And the trophy to the winner, Yari Montella, and also
Brilliantly job by my Portuguese friend. Yari Montella takes victory in the European Moto 2 Championship, his second of the day. It's been a day for doubles here in Estoril. Another €250 check from Repsol, and now the Italian national anthem.
Congratulations, Yari Montella. Congratulations to you all.
There is the Italian national anthem, joyous as ever, sounding out here around the Estoril circuit. And just like they did for David Alonso, they gave him a little bit more of it this time around as well, as a nice pat on the back for taking his second win of the day, proven there by his perfect 50-point haul from round one of the season. 10 points behind Nicky Tuli, but with 9 races still to go in this congested FIM CEV Repsol calendar, it's all still to play for. That's our final race of the day done and dusted. It's a huge thank you from me, Jack Appleyard, and Lewis Sotheby sat alongside me for all of his hard work throughout the day. And a thank you to you as well for joining us as two-wheeled World Championship action finally got back underway. The good news is you don't have to wait as long as you had to before this one for the next little bit of action. Just 6 days time we'll be in Portimao. Jack Gorst and Elliot York talking you through 4 races from the Autodromo Algarve in Portimao. Do not miss that one. And then, of course, it's time for the big boys to take centre stage. July 17th, the MotoGP World Championship is back. Follow it all on MotoGP.com. But today has been a day for doubles. Yari Montella in Moto 2, David Alonso in the European Talent Cup. Meanwhile, in the Junior World Championship, First Blood went the way of Xavi Artigas by just 0.03 of a second. We've had a super day. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon. Welcome along to Estoril in Portugal for round one of FIM CEV Repsol. Yes, that's right, we are back and ready to go racing, becoming the first two-wheeled world championship to resume following the coronavirus enforced break. And you know what? It feels pretty good to be able to finally say that and bring you some racing at long last, which of course is thanks to those on the front line across Europe and around the world whose continuous hard work has allowed us to return, albeit in circumstances slightly different than what we're used to. Jack Appleyard here alongside Lewis Sotheby to bring you 5 races today as the FIM Junior Moto 3 World Championship, the European Moto 2 Championship and first the Hawkers European Talent Cup start their 2020 campaigns. And as you can see, conditions here in Estoril, just 30 minutes outside of Lisbon, fortunately are the polar opposite of the torrential rain that we had to endure for the opening round of the 2019 season. Thankfully, Lewis, the sun has been shining down all weekend, and masks has, as you can see there, part of the protocol of the new normal, social distancing in place as well. We'll get to that in a moment, but first, here is a review of what went down in 2019, starting with the wet weather here in Estoril. The opening race of the season went the way of Ivan Ortola. The Aspar man picked up a double at Estoril, but from then on in, it was all about Ethan Guevara, the number 28 aboard the Cuna de Campeones machine. Never before in European Talent Cup history had anybody won more than 2 races on the bounce. This man was able to pick up 5 race victories on the bounce. Some of them were utterly impressive as well, including this one at Catalonia when he battled back from a handful of mistakes to beat Firmin Aldeguer. Here at Aragon as well. Not only did he have to endure a long lap penalty, but he also made a mistake on the final lap, but still was able to come back and show blistering pace to pick up the win there as well. They moved on to Jerez, where he picked up another victory, which would crown him champion in dominant fashion. Fortunately for everybody else in the European Talent Cup, he moves in to the Junior World Championship this year, meaning it is all up for grabs and all to fight for as we start the 2020 season. Good afternoon, Lewis. Welcome along to FIM CEV Repsol. The European Talent Cup kicks us off in a matter of moments. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting underway.
Yeah, hi Jack, hi everyone. It's great to be here. 240 days have been and gone since we were last racing in the FIM CEV Repsol, and the world has changed, families and lives have changed, perspectives have changed, and motorsport has certainly had to know its place in the recent global pandemic. But we're all delighted to see that the FIM CEV Repsol is back today. We're delighted that circumstances have allowed us to race today. It's obviously a very, very different kind of race weekend that we used to. First of all, the fact that we're racing on a weekday rather than on a Sunday. But no, it's fantastic to be back. It's a great place to start the season, as you mentioned, very, very different circumstances to last year when the temperatures were barely scraping double figures back in April 2019. We're in the heart of summer now in Estoril, and as we were walking the circuit yesterday, it certainly felt like it. But these are perfect conditions for racing, and 5 great races to hopefully put smiles back on the faces of motorcycle racing fans.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. There is your pole man, David Alonso, on pole position for the first time in his European Talent Cup career, and here is how he did it. 2 qualifying sessions yesterday, one of them held in the morning and the second one in the afternoon in blistering heat, whereby nobody was able to improve because of the heat. So it was the times from our earlier qualifying session that set the grid, and it was utter dominance from this man. The number 80, the Colombian David Alonso, starts from pole position for the first time in his European Talent Cup career. In fact, starts from the front row for the first time in his European Talent Cup career.
I will try to be quick and with a good pace, and we are going to try to win, but it is not easy, so we will see.
certainly going to be a tough man to beat, Lewis. He's got form in the European Talent Cup as well, finished 5th in the series last year with 4 podium finishes, including a 3rd place here as well. And just to make matters worse for everybody else, he says that Estoril is his favourite circuit. Not that we'd be able to guess that anyway by the fact that he's half a second clear of everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looked very, very good all weekend, with the exception of one session on Sunday in free practice. He's been quickest right throughout the weekend here. And despite a crash in Q2, he's looked the man to beat. He crashed at turn 7 yesterday afternoon, by which point he'd already secured pole position and no one's really been able to get in touch with him. But as we always say, the race is a very different matter altogether. He's got to get the start right. He's got to ace it from there. He's got to try and gap the field, as difficult as it is to do on these machines. And the rare riders queuing up behind him will be looking to try and keep him very much in sight. But yeah, as you say, Alonso has been the rider to beat here. Took his first ETC podium here a year ago, and he'll be hoping to win to his Estoril CV.
You will have seen to his left-hand side there, David Alonso, that he had Nico Tirola, former 125cc world champion, who acts as team manager and rider coach for the Aspar junior squad. They've got a handful of riders across the European Talent Cup and the Junior World Championship as well, and Tirol plays a huge part in developing those young riders and making sure they're ready for the step into the World Championship. Here is our first debutant to talk of, Angel Piqueras, a prodigal talent. He's already the 2018 Pre-Moto 4 champion in Spain. He's also the Spanish Moto 4 champion from last year as well. He's won 2 championships in 2 years, and he's got his move up into the European Talent Cup with one of the best teams as well in the talent team, Estrella Galicia. So he is one to keep an eye on, the 13-year-old.
Yeah, he is. He's looked very, very good as well. And it's very, very difficult to try and pinpoint one talent within Spanish motorcycle racing who to look out for, because there are so many of them. They've got almost an embarrassment of riches of exciting young talent. But Piqueras, everything he races in, he tends to win in, and he'll be looking to continue that this afternoon. We've got a quick shot of Zonta van der Gerberg as well, who starts on the outside of the front row. Comes with some good racing genes, son of the former 500cc Moto Grand Prix racer Jürgen van der Gerberg. Very calm, mature young man, and I think he's another rider who's going to be trying to keep Alonso very much in sight this afternoon.
Yeah, his best result in the ETC so far. He had his debut year last year, did the 14-year-old from Holland, 7th place in Aragon. So the fact that he's starting from the front row, I've certainly been hoping to go a lot better. Incidentally, both David Alonso and Zonta van den Gerberg, part of the Red Bull Rookies Championship, which starts later on this year. On to the second row then, and another debutant in Alberto Ferrandez on the championship winning bike of last year, the Cuna de Campione squad that of course was able to guide Ethan Guevara to his 2019 championship, and we're hoping for similar exploits from the young Spaniard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's another rider who, I mean, he's only 12 years old, and he's in such a short career, he's done an awful lot, winning of the Hawkers Cup as well in 2018. So again, he's another rider who's got a big future ahead of him, and it starts here today in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Ivan Ortola starting in 5th position. And he's a rider who, perhaps unlike many on this grid, has a bit of experience to draw on. He's raced in the European Talent Cup before, a very, very strong rider last year. The runner-up indeed last year with 3 wins. Surely, if it's difficult, I know it's difficult to pick a favourite out of this, but Ortola surely does start as the slight favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. He won both races here, as you rightly say, Lewis, last year here in Estoril by a combined margin. Of course, 2 races, as we do have here today. So his combined margin of winning last year was 0.092 across 2 races, that is. So that's just an indication of what to expect today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the finish to the race last year, when he was going side by side with Fenton Seabright across the line, was as close as it comes in the very, very difficult conditions that we had. Of course, no repeat of those conditions today. But yeah, he's going to be a rider to very much keep an eye on. Completing the second row, we just caught a brilliant glimpse of Marcos Ruda on the number 69. Second year in race 2 last year, so he's also got some past form at Estoril to draw on. It's his second year in the European Talent Cup, and he was a top 10 rider last year, so he's another rider who will have a decent shot at making a step up and maybe even challenging the podium today.
Yeah, change of team for him this year was with the Cuna de Campione squad. Last year, now a part of the Leglice Academy. On to the third row of the grid, fronted by Marco Tapia, the number 13, again just 13 years of age. Best finish last year of 12th in the European Talent Cup. It was his debut year last year, so already showing a big improvement and a big jump forward from what we saw from the Spaniard last year.
Yeah, he improved a lot as the year went on last year. He definitely found his best form towards the end of the season as he learned the bikes, learned the tracks, and learned the new level of competition. That's something that we can't really understate with these riders. A lot of them have got experience, a lot of them have got success at national level before arriving in the European Talent Cup, but this is a whole new level. This is a real step up for the riders that are taking on the Hawkers European Talent Cup Challenge this year, and that includes Alvaro Carpe, who we're looking at now on the third row of the grid. Starts 8th today. Not a great start to his day, it has to be said. He did have a bit of a crash this morning in morning warm-up, but he is another highly rated product of the Cuna de Campeones, the 13-year-old from Murcia. So he's another rider that comes with a glowing reputation, and he'll be looking to live up to that today.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise package, to be perfectly honest. A part of the Spanish Moto 4 Championship last year, was only able to pick up 1 podium across 2019, but has made the jump into the European Talent Cup and is already challenging inside the top 10. Starts from 8th for this one. The final place on the third row of the grid is the Italian Filippo Farioli, the number 7 from Bergamo, 15 years of age. This is his debut in the European Talent Cup after taking part in the Italian Pre-Moto 3 Championship last year, a championship that he finished 3rd in with victories at Imola and Misano. So a man that is used to taking victory, but as you've just said, Lewis, it's a completely different kettle of fish moving up from a national championship to this European series.
It is. They're not easy circuits to win on either, Misano and Imola, so he's got some good pedigree on Grand Prix level circuits, as Estoril certainly is. We're looking now at Julio Garcia, who completes the top 10, starts at the front of row 4. He's a rider that's part of the Jerez Andalusia talent program. It's his 2nd year in the European Talent Cup. Just 13 years old, although he does turn 14 on Saturday, so an early happy birthday to him. He'll be looking to mark that with a top 10 finish in what is his 2nd season in the European Talent Cup.
So here is the starting grid for our first race of the day, the first Hawkers European Talent Cup race in 2020, and it's David Alonso on pole position, joined by Angel Piqueras and Zonta van den Gorberg. Row 2 of the grid, Alberto Ferrandez, Ivan Ortola and Marcos Ruda, with row 3, Marco Tapia, Alvaro Carpe and Filippo Farioli.
Julio Garcia, De Giro Sacco and Colin Vaya make up row 4, with Juan Rodriguez, Matteo Pedano and Justin Foucault on row 6. We have Eswan Sharil, Jacob Rulstone and Adrian Cruces.
Row 7 of the grid, Plonk, Sandoval and Berta, Philip Ton, the German, Meyer and Scott, the American, and then row 9 of the grid, Volpe, Voigt and Morelli, the naughty row of the grid. We'll come to that in a minute.
Yeah, all 3 riders carrying group penalties. Detweiler, Almona, Seal and Bernal on row 10. Trias, Perrin and Collins, the Canadian, on row 11, and completing our line at Misera, Perron and Pavelek, the Pole, 36th on the grid.
Another row further back, the final one of the grid, making it a 38-strong grid, is Marceau Lapierre and Matthias Passweek. 38 riders all fighting for the opening victory in the Hawkers European Talent Cup in 2020. Oh, and we've got early problems as well for the number 58 there of Matthias Passweek, the man on the last spot on the grid. It looks like he might have stalled it. They're struggling to get it going, and as a result of that, the fact that the 1-minute board has gone up, if the bike is stalled, they have to roll it off the grid. That is the protocol. So he will start from pit lane. Will the Pole making his European Talent Cup debut? Not the way you would like your first ever race to start.
No, and you can see the agitation from him there as his bike was being wheeled off the grid. I mean, he's starting at the back anyway, so in some ways it's not a huge disadvantage from where he was already starting, but that's not the way when you're making, you know, what is essentially your debut at this level. He's obviously raced at Polish national level, has Pasiuk, but no, this is his first time at this level, and unfortunately, if he does start this first race of the season, he's going to have to do so from pit lane.
Normally in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, we see a whole host of action. The finishes normally are extremely tight. If you've never seen a race before, groups of 10, 12, 15 are not uncommon. However, just as a precursor, as we said at the top of the show, our poleman David Alonso did qualify half a second quicker than anybody else. He looks as though he's just got an edge on the rest of his rivals at this opening round of 2020. As you can see, conditions absolutely perfect. Little bit of a wind, but the sun is beaming down on the Portuguese circuit. We've had to wait quite some time, but we're certainly ready to get going.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this. The first race of the 2020 season. As we've already discussed, we've had to wait a little bit longer than we expected or hoped for this opening round of the season, but plenty of action to come. This is one of the places on the circuit where we're likely to see action. The uphill climb into turns 9 and 10. That's one of the places where you can maybe put a little bit of a block pass on your opponents as you go up the hill. And as we walk in the circuit, the camera angle doesn't really do justice as to just how steep a climb that is as you go up into turn 9s and 10. The other corners that you might want to look out for some overtakes. Turn 1, obviously, on the long run down the main straight. Turn 2 is another potential option. And turn 6, MotoGP fans will know that corner for the famous Nicky Hayden-Danny Pedrosa collision of 2006. Hopefully no repeats of that today.
Having ran the circuit yesterday, Lewis, I can confirm that chicane is very, very steep, especially coming at the end of the lap as well. When I was just running out of puff, it was quite a climb to get up that and finish the lap. Hopefully no such issues for this man. The Colombian David Alonso starts his first ever Hawkers European Talent Cup race from pole position, joined there by Angel Piqueras, the debutant, already a champion in 2018 and 2019. Can he do it again in 2020? And the Dutchman Zonta van den Gorberg also starting from a first ever front row. 16 laps ahead of the youngsters as 2020 finally gets underway. The green flag waves at the back. Keep your eye on the lights in the top left-hand corner. Angel Piqueras rolls into position. Nothing wrong with that as long as he doesn't jump the start now. The lights are on. And we are underway in 2020. A dynamite start from David Alonso from pole position. Meanwhile, Piqueras went backwards off the line. Surely it's going to be Alonso that's going to have the long run down to turn 1 covered. Yeah, the number 80 will lead us into turn 1. Meanwhile, that's a move from the second row of the grid coming through from the number 54 of Alberto Ferrandez. Great start from the Cuna de Campeones man.
Yeah, Carpe's made a good start as well on the 83. He's made a good jump from the third row of the grid. He's up into third place at the moment. Having a look up the inside of Ferrandez. But as you mentioned, Piqueras just went backwards. Just a very, very slow jump off the lines. Nothing wrong with his reaction time. Moving the bike before the lights went out. Nothing wrong with that, as you mentioned. But once the lights did go out, there was very little movement.
Just looked as though he bogged down. He didn't get it right whatsoever. He's managed to recover a little bit now. He's up to 4th place, is the Spaniard, just on the tail of the man in 3rd place, Alvaro Carpe. As you rightly pointed out, Lewis, made a great start through from the 3rd row of the grid. Meanwhile, already, as there goes the man recovering from that poor start, Angel Piqueras, under the inside of Alvaro Carpe, who looks to have gone backwards
like he went wide,
there.
yeah.
He went a long way wide there and has dropped possibly outside of the top 10 now to the number 83, having a couple of problems on this opening lap. I was going to say already a couple of issues you would have to think for Alberto Ferrandez and Angel Piqueras in 2nd and 3rd place, because David Alonso already has 3 or 4 bike lengths over the guys trying to chase him down. Yeah,
Marcos Ruda's another rider who's made progress. He's up 2 spots from 6th to 4th in the race at the moment. He's got Ivan Ortola right on his tail. Ortola starting from the 2nd row. He's held station pretty much, but he's one of the riders who'll be wanting to try and keep David Alonso inside. He's already making a little bit of a break as he comes out of the last corner to start the 2nd lap. Little bit of a gap already, and if they're not very careful, he'll be away and gone. Once you've lost that slipstream on these machines, it's very difficult to get it back.
Good news, Lewis. I had to keep my eye on this one after waiting over 200 days. All 38 riders did not jump the start. I thought we were surely we were going to have at least one that was far too eager, far too keen on this first race of 2020. But fair play, all 38, no jump starts. We are underway and we are off. 1 lap down, 2020 Hawkers European Talent Cup is right underway. Meanwhile, there's a move through to 2nd place for David Alonso's teammate. That looks like our pre-race favourite, the number 48 of Ivan Ortola. As we mentioned, already has 2 victories from this time last year around the Portuguese circuit, and he can see problems starting to grow ahead of this battle for 2nd place. He's got to the front of it. I'm sure it won't be long before we see him tap the back of his bike and say, guys, we can't be messing around here. We have to try and close in on David Alonso, because another couple of laps and he will be gone.
Yeah, lead's already over his 2nd, Jack. 1.2 seconds as we come through the halfway point of this 2nd lap. It was 0.9 over the line for Alonso, so he's already increased increased that by nearly 4/10 on this lap, and that's the danger these guys have got. They're fighting for second. They all want to be the rider to lead this chase group, but unless they actually work together and tow each other up to David Alonso, essentially it's going to be counterproductive. They're just going to slow each other up as they outbrake each other, dive up the inside of each other, slipstream past each other. Alonso has got no one to worry about. He's able to ride his own rhythm out front, and that's certainly what he's doing. They have pulled a 10th.5 back in the third sector at the moment, with this group now led by Piqueras. But as I say, this gap is over a second, and they can't let that get much bigger.
Piqueras, just 13 years of age, but what a riding style he's got through the final corner here. He is all action, properly throws himself off the bike. You can see why he's already won championships in 2018 and 2019 on a national level here in Spain. What a talent that kid is, just 13. You can see a proper pocket rocket. No surprise that the Estrella Galicia concern, who have had a whole host of world champions come through their ranks over the past few years, have picked him up and signed him up for this European Talent Cup campaign.
Yeah, a rider who didn't get away very well at the start, as you can see him just at the back of this second group, is the 84 of Van der Gerberg. He was pretty quick on that second lap. He was the closest rider in terms of pace to the leading two Aspar bikes of Alonso and Ortola. Gone from 3rd to 6th at the start of this race, so keep an eye out for him on the 84 in 6th place. He'll be looking to make progress as well.
Ortola gets back to the front of this second group of riders, the fight for second place. Incidentally, the gap went up by just a 10th of a second last time around. Now 1.3 is David Alonso's advantage. We were just saying that Ivan Ortola got to the front of that group, but it's all changed once again, because there goes Piqueras back in front of Ivan Ortola. And Ortola will have one issue. As you can see, he's quite a little bit taller than everybody else. It's a little bit more difficult for him to get behind the bubble when we make the run out of turn 5 down towards turn 6, and of course down the start finish straight as well. He's been easily drafted past on a number of occasions already, so when he's trying to lead this group and try and chase down his teammate ahead, he's having a couple of issues there, because he's unable to lead the group because Piqueras is just so much quicker when he's tucked in behind him.
And that makes such a big difference on these bikes, as you mentioned, that slipstream, that drive down the straight. And as you say, if you're creating a much bigger hole in the air, not only are you making yourself slower, but you're helping the guys behind you to tow past you. So Ortola has that problem in this European Talent Cup race. We'll see how he goes now as he pulls out from behind Piqueras, whether he can make the most of this slipstream to try and take second place. Ruder's behind him in 4th. Ferrandez is 5th. Van der Gerberg still in 6th place, although he set the fastest lap of the race last time around, just 5,000ths of a second quicker than the leader, Alonso, whose lead now is up to 1.6 over this group. So Van der Gerberg, second lap in a row, lapping very, very quickly indeed. So he might be the rider. If he can get to the front of this chase group in second, he might be able to close the gap to Alonso. But at the moment, no real progress for Van der Gerberg, as he sees the 74 of Sacco closing up behind him.
Well, the run into turn 1 there for a second, I thought there's absolutely no chance 4 or 5 is going to go into 1. There were arms, legs, knees, absolutely everywhere, but somehow they all managed to make it into turn 1 and out of turn 1 as well. As a result, it's Marcos Ruder, number 69, that's come out of that gaggle in front. And there we've got a follow. That's the number 27.
Sandoval.
Romeo Sandoval, the 12-year-old, the first man to go down. He is the teammate, of course, to Alberto. No, he's not the teammate to Alberto Ferrandez. He's the team to the man that started from row 3 of the grid. Alvaro Carpe, of course, made that mistake on the opening lap and has dropped backwards as a result of that. Now down to 14th is Alvaro Carpe. So he was in the running after the first half a lap, but that mistake has cost him dearly, because he's just hanging on to a point-scoring finish at the moment.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that battling into turn 1, that really has slowed this second group up. Alonso's lead now is touching 2 seconds. So it may come a point in this race where these riders just accept that the leader has gone, and they then turn their attention to their battle for second place. I'm not sure whether there is much of a code amongst Hawker's European Talent Cup riders to work together to try and pull a leader back. I think it's mainly see rider, overtake rider. And it looks like Ivan Ortola in 3rd place is going to employ that strategy now as he comes down the main straight in the slipstream. Van der Gerberg still back in 6th place. Ferrandez and Piqueras just ahead of him as we go across the line. And it was actually Van der Gerberg who had a very slow lap that time around. He was back in the 149s, having lapped in the 47s previously to that. And it was the 13 of Marco Tapia, the Italian in 3rd, the number 13 in 9th, who now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's the only rider that time around in the 147s.
I think the big issue for Ivan Ortola here, as probably one of the most experienced riders on the grid at 15 years of age, who was runner-up in this series last year, he would absolutely love for the guys behind just to be a little bit sensible for a few laps and chased them down. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds, youthful exuberance almost always comes into the case. And there's absolutely no chance that they're just going to sit behind the man in front of him for a handful of laps, although it probably would be beneficial. You say, Lewis, that those guys in the fight for second place are going to have to at some point just admit the fact that David Alonso is away with it at the front. I think we're getting pretty close to that moment. It's now nearly 2.5 seconds the Colombian's advantage. You can see on screen there, he's away with it at the moment, and it doesn't look like these guys behind are going to be able to close him in. Although Ortola has put in a good lap here himself, he's been able to put in a couple of bike lengths over Ruder behind him in third place, and this probably will help his cause.
Yeah, and this is the part of the circuit where that extra size and extra strength perhaps might well suit him through these tight, twisty switchbacks at the end of the lap. If he can just pull out a few bike lengths before he gets onto the straight, so he's clear of Ruder in third place. He's out of range as they get into turn 1, as Piqueras there runs a little bit wide as they go around turn 10. That might leave him exposed, as it does leave him exposed to Van der Gerberg, who's trying to go around the outside of him and get that slingshot onto the main straight. But as we stand at the moment, Alonso across the line. That lead as we complete lap 5, or we go on to lap 5, is all the way up to 2.4 seconds.
Another faller, that's the number 61 that's gone down of Ilan Perron from France, the 16-year-old, the oldest man in the field, and you can see probably the tallest man in the field as well. A shame for the number 61, gone down at turn 6, but fortunately up and okay. Meanwhile, in the fight for the lead, still David Alonso that leads here in Estoril, with Ivan Ortola, Marcos Ruder and Alberto Ferrandez trying their level best to try and close down the Colombian. Up to 5th place now, and just put in the fastest first sector we've seen so far is Tajira Sacco, a man that we've not really mentioned, but we probably should have done, because he has form in this championship. A 2019 European Talent Cup, finished 7th in the series with podiums in Catalonia and Jerez, was only outside of the top 8 on 3 occasions last year. So he is a regular front runner, and it's good to see that he's showing it again, the Japanese/Spaniard in 2020.
Yeah, if you've spotted the Grand Prix motorcycle racing connection to his first name, that is no coincidence. He is named after the late MotoGP racer Tajiro Kato. Does have a Spanish father, born in Spain, and he's raced his entire career up to now in Spain. His grandmother says it's her dream to see him race in Japan, which amazingly he hasn't done yet. But if he continues on this path, he no doubt will in the future.
The gap has increased, 2.7 seconds now. David Alonso leads over Ivan Ortola, so despite Ortola taking control of that battle for second place, it's not particularly helped him. Alonso still able to lap a couple of tenths quicker than his teammate, and as a result, that gap is growing quite considerably. It looks as though, with 11 laps to go, soon to be 10 laps to go, that this is going to be a fight for second place. But anything can happen in the European Talent Cup. If last year is anything to go by, expect the unexpected. So let's not curse David Alonso just yet. Battle for second place, still Ortola that leads that one, with Ruder tucked in behind in second place, with Santa Gorberg now starting to find his way back through the field after a couple of errors a few laps ago. Another faller that's gone down, that's Colin Veijer, the number 30, the Dutchman riding for the Apex Cardoso concern. The Dutchman making his debut this year, part of the Red Bull rookies as well, but he's certainly one to keep an eye on for the future, is Colin Veijer.
I think that's down at turn 9, Jack. We saw yellow flags coming out at turn 9 on the previous lap, and I wonder whether he's perhaps had a little bit of a high side coming out of those tight switchbacks. As we look at this second group now, Ortola once again finding himself swamped on the run down towards turn 6. He loses second place to Marcos Ruder, and this second themselves up, and it's enabling that second group to increase. We've got the riders back in 10th, 11th, 12th, who are actually lapping quicker than them at the moment. As we take another look at the start, notice Piqueras already with several riders ahead of him after that difficult start to the race, as he tries to make up some ground on the brakes into turn 1.
And notice already the advantage that David Alonso had before he'd even got into turn 1. A super start from pole position, and he's not looked back since then, as we have a little bit of action down into turn 1. Unsurprisingly, it looks as though that might have been the man that's just crashed out, Colin Veijer, on that green Apex Cardoso European Talent Cup machine that was squeezing up the inside of someone. Fortunately, he has hobbled away from that incident at turn number 9. Back at the front, 9 laps to go, and it's still the Colombian that leads, now 3.5 seconds clear of his teammate. If anything, his pace is improving
Yeah, he's got that rhythm that we were talking about. He's just lapping consistently in the mid-148s. He doesn't need to do much more than that with the chase group struggling to get out of the 49s at the moment as they overtake each other with incredible regularity. As we look at Ortola back at the front of that again. Ruda continues to be his nearest challenger. We've got a problem here for Bartolomé Perrin. That looks like the bike has stopped on him. It'll be interesting to see if we get a replay. Otherwise, he's trying to recover from a crash, whether the bike has just stopped. So that certainly is a crash. That's Van der Gerber that's down.
The Dutchman's gone down. He was in the fight for second place and third place as well, eyeing up a debut podium in the European Talent Cup. But the Dutchman has gone down and he is absolutely crestfallen. Let's see what happened here.
Oh, yeah, he gets caught on the outside. There's a bit of a bottleneck there into turn 2, and Van der Gerber just gets caught on the outside of that. Nowhere to go for the young Dutchman. So, yeah, unfortunate ending to his race. That just goes to show in these races, in such tight battles, a bottleneck can form as 2 or 3 riders have a go at each other into a corner, and he found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's absolutely right to be fuming with that one, of course. Not the rider's fault. I think it might have been Ferrandez or possibly Dejire Sacco. He's the man that's dropped down to 10th place, so it probably was the Japanese rider that was the unfortunate recipient of an elbow that then forced him into Van den Gorber. But when you're chasing a debut podium and you're right in the mix as well, you'd be understandably devastated to get taken out like that. Fortunately for him, he will start race 2 from the front row once again. He'll get another go at it from 3rd on the grid in about 3 or 4 hours' time. But that incident, Lewis, has allowed 2nd and 3rd place just to break clear ever so slightly from those guys right there that are currently battling it out for 4th.
Yeah, some very interesting lines going on. Piqueras coming out of turn 9 into turn 10 was taking a very interesting line as they approach there. Keep an eye out for him on the 18. He is surrounded at the moment as they go into turn 1. We've got the Leopard bike in there of Tapia. We've got Ferrandez and Piqueras and Cruces are in there as well. It's such a competitive battle for what is now looking like 4th place. As you mentioned, that gap has built between Ortola and Ruda, who are fighting for 2nd, and Ferrandez. It's half a second, which might not sound like a lot, but trust me, on these Moto3 bikes, it's quite a lot.
Supermarket route being taken there by Marco Tapia. Was in 5th place, but he went wide. I think that was at turn 3, and it's allowed him to drop further backwards. Meanwhile, worth a mention, the number 10 of Adrian Cruces, a part of the Estrella Galicia talent team, started from 18th on the grid after being handed a 4-place grid penalty for being underweight, but he's already made his way through to inside the top 10 and is contesting in this fight for a podium finish. The number 10, 13 years of age, has history in the European Talent Cup. 2 podiums last year at Albacete and Valencia. Finished off the year in great style with podiums at both of our final 2 rounds of 2019.
Yeah, 10 riders in this battle for 2nd place. It starts at Ruda, who's currently holding 2nd place in that battle with Ortola. Ferrandez looks like he's closed that gap back down again, although Piqueras is now going past him into 4th place. But this battle goes all the way down to Marco Morelli on the 95 in 11th place. He's just in touch with this. He's just 2 seconds adrift of Ruda in 2nd place. Then a 5-second gap to Volpi in 12th. Carpe, who, as I mentioned, started very well. He's faded to 13th with Julio Garcia and Jacob Rulstone completing the points at the moment.
First slip of 2020 there. Lewis has said Adrian Cruces as part of the Estrella Galicia talent team. That, of course, was last year. His jump ship is now a part of the Cuna de Campeones squad. So you'll be able to see the number 10 on the bright orange Cuna de Campeones machines rather than a 10. Oh, who's gone down there? Talking of, it's 2 of the Cuna de Campeones bikes. Well, it looks as though it may well be Dejire Sacco. Yes, it is, the number 74, and that means the other one is probably Adrian Cruces, is it? No, it's not. It's Juan Rodriguez that's gone down, the number 38. So it looks as though teammate has taken out teammate into turn 1, and Sacco and Rodriguez are both down.
Yeah, disaster for that team. I mean, they've got so many competitors up the front. But yeah, at the moment, it's looking like it's all down to 1 rider in that battle. Now, we'll get a close look at it again as they're coming down to turn 1. Let's see if this is another wrong place, wrong time. It is. One of the riders just tags the other. It's difficult to see who was trailing the 2. We think Sacco was the 2nd of those. He was a 10th of a second behind Rodriguez as they crossed the line, although by no means does that mean that was the order by the time they arrived in the braking zone for turn 1. So difficult to really make a judgment on that, but as you say, disaster for the Cuna de Campeones team, who've lost 2 of their podium challengers.
There's another man that's gone down, the number 3 of Matteo Pedano, 17 years of age from France, was outside of the points, so unfortunately he will drop further back now, and it will be DNF for his first race of 2020. What happened here? Looks as though it's going to be another coming together. Yeah, just ran out of room, unfortunately, and picked it up and ran into another rider. That happening at turn 4. Fortunately for the Frenchman, he will get another go at it later on this afternoon, but back at the front, there is David Alonso now, just over 4 seconds clear of his teammate Ivan Ortola, who has taken back second place from Angel Piqueras. In the back of your picture, we're able to see that now, but he's got Marcos Ruda for company to the left of him. He's got Piqueras looking to fight back to the right of him. Who's going to take control into the opening corner with now 6 laps to go? It is Ortola that holds second place. Piqueras there in third, and Ruda in 4th as that battle for the final podium places as a result of that crash just 1 lap ago at turn number 1 goes from 10 riders down to 8.
Yeah, great move by Kreutzes there up the inside into turn 2, taking Ruda for 4th place. A nice little dive up the inside. We've also seen some interesting moves from Piqueras. He's so good on the brakes, is the young Spaniard on the number 18, just 13 years of age, and he's looking to mark his debut at this level with a podium, and he's got every chance at the moment. He's on the wrong side at the moment of Ortola, but he's so strong in the straights, or more to the point, Ortola is losing so much in the straights that it didn't matter if he was on the outside, he just zooms past him.
Well, this is our first look at Angel Piqueras as well as all of you guys at home, and I don't know about you, Lewis, I am extremely impressed with the 13-year-old. He looks incredible on the bike. No fear whatsoever, no surprise whatsoever that these guys right here, fronted by Kev Coughlin, a former World Championship Moto2 rider, as the team manager for the Junior World Championship and the European Talent Cup guys, have signed him up for the 2020 season.
Yeah, we're coming into the final stages of this race now. When they cross the line, we'll have 5 laps to go, and it's this point where we'll start to have to keep an eye on who leads over the line in this group, because Ortola will no doubt be very, very nervous of coming out of that last corner in second place and being slipstreamed to the line. He's not in that position at the moment. He sits 3rd behind Piqueras, but it'll be interesting to see now if anyone can actually make a move before we get to the finish line. It's quite a long way down the start-finish straight, as you can see, as we go past the car grid hatchings. There we go, across the line, and it was Ruda who got Piqueras on the run to the line by just 2/100ths of a second.
Well, he came out in the final corner in 4th place, is Marcos Ruda. Ortola, meanwhile, went backwards. Oh, we've got a problem. Piqueras has got a problem. The number 18 on debut, we were just singing his praises. His left hand goes up into the air, and he's out of it. What a shame. It was an absolutely sensational debut from the 13-year-old Spaniard, but a technical problem with just 5 laps to go means he won't be picking up a podium on debut.
A disaster for Piqueras through no fault of his own. He's done everything right in this race so far on his debut, but yeah, the bike appears to have given up on him as he approaches turn 1. Let's have a look. I don't think there's any contact with the rider in front, which might have dislodged something with his bike. We can already see him shifting down the gearbox to get down to the corner. He's on the outside at the moment, and all of a sudden the bike just doesn't want to play ball anymore. He goes around the outside of the Aspar bike of Ortola, hand straight up, and that's unfortunately the end of his opening race of the afternoon.
Trying to see what happened there, because as you say, he was blipping down the gearbox. Was trying to keep a close eye, but suddenly the left hand went in the air. He looked over his left hand shoulder to see what the problem was, but couldn't diagnose that one. But unfortunately, great shame for Angel Piqueras.
Yeah, we're coming up to the final corner now with David Alonso. Yellows are out at turn 13, so I don't know whether a rider has gone down there as well. But that's not going to inconvenience Alonso at the moment. He's just keeping up that rhythm, continues to lap in the mid-148s, and that's going to impress not only his own team, but teams up and down the paddock. Not just the fact that he's leading the race so comfortably, but his pace has been so consistent from start to finish. His lap times have very rarely differed by a couple of tenths of a second at a time, and that's how he's been able to just continuously extend this lead. He was half a second quicker than his teammate Ortola on the last lap, 6/10 quicker on this lap. His lead now is over 5 seconds, with Ruda taking the line ahead of Ortola. But look at Ortola on the brakes, just straight back up the inside to regain second.
With Adrian Cruzes now up into 3rd place as well. Remember, he started from 18th on the grid, did the Spaniard, as a result of that 4th place penalty, but he's battled his way through up into podium contention. He's got his teammate for company 2 places behind Alberto Ferrandez. At the moment, it's the number 69 of Marcos Ruda who's in the Cuna de Campeones sandwich, although Ruda has now been joined by his teammate Filippo Farioli, meaning that we've got an Aspar bike up there, we've got two Leclerc Academy bikes, and we've got two Cunha de Campiones machines, with now the number 95 of Marco Morelli being the singular Estrella Galicia talent team machine in this 6-rider fight. Could we call it 7? I think the number 13 of Marco Tapia, with now 4 laps to go, has just drifted off the back of it. It looks as though it's going to come down to these 6 riders to fight it out for the final podium places, with David Alonso at the moment unflustered at the front.
Yeah, I feared for Farioli there. He made a big dive up the inside into turn 2, into turn 3, should I say. He had all the hallmarks of the incident that took Pedano out of the race a couple of laps ago, where he just got caught on the inside and tagged the rear of a rider. Fortunately, he didn't. We see a move coming in as well. I think that's Farioli again, having a look on to turn 9. He's certainly looking quite aggressive as these laps tick away. We're going to have 3 to go as they come across the line next time around. And as you say, it does look as if Tapia is just detached from this group. He is sort of chipping away at it on this lap. He has made up 4/10 on this lap, so don't rule him out just yet. But he's running out of time to make a late break for the podium.
There goes Ruda again, held such Tight line through that double apex final turn 13, and he's able to get a run. Meanwhile, his teammate with a slipstream of about 4 riders pulls out to the right hand side. The number 7 not even in shot at the moment. There he is, sweeps back in front, and he overtakes about 4 or 5 guys there to take control of this battle for second place, with the laps ticking away. Just 3 to go here in Estoril at the season opener for the Hawkers European Talent Cup. 5
abreast as they went across the line to start that lap. The 5 of them, Farioli, who's now holding second, all the way down to Ferrandez, who took the line in 6th, were covered by a 1/10 of a second. And that's how close it's going to be. So that exit from the final corner is going to be all important as we come into the closing stages of this race. Farioli now does lead this chase group in second place, with Alonso way out front. Ortola has spent most of this time, I would say, in this race doing the pacemaking in this second group, but he constantly finds himself under pressure as he comes down the straight. This time, though, he's on the offensive. He goes up the inside and moves past Farioli, who now has his teammate looking to try and take 4th place. And Ortola now outbreaks himself and undoes all of that hard work again.
Ortola going wide at turn 6, that is, as they now flick right into turn number 7, and suddenly the man that's been inside 2nd and 3rd place at the front of this group for pretty much all of the race has got a little bit more work to do with 2.5 laps remaining. The number 48 there in the middle of your screen has got 3 riders ahead of him, 3 riders behind him. That is not a position you would want to be in a European Talent Cup race with coming up to 2 laps to go.
No, and Tapia has made that progress. He has closed that group, gap on the group look, and as you can see, he's already made progress. He's passed the Estrella Galicia bike at the tail of this group of Marco Morelli on the 95. So he's already picked one off up to 7th place. So he might be the rider with the late race pace at the moment. On that last lap, he was lapping in the 148, did a 48.9 on that last lap. Everyone else was in the 49s, with the exception of Volpi, who leads that chase group, who was down in the 50s. So this is a rider who might well have the late race pace to end up cruising all the way through this and take that podium spot. He's not got much time left to do it. He's in the second last spot of this chase group. 2 laps to go as the Gliese bikes now take control of the front.
With Marcos Ruda leading at the moment, that battle for second place, teammate Farioli behind in 3rd. Here's the fight for 9th place. These guys a little bit further back. Alvaro Carpe has started to move a little bit further forward after that mistake on the opening lap, and he's joined by Matteo Volpi there, the number 77, a part of the 658 Squadra Corsa Academy team. Further back outside of the top 10 at the moment, the final point scoring finishes going the way of Julio Garcia, Harrison Voigt, Jacob Rulston, Noah Detweiler, and Dean Berta Vinales, the cousin of MotoGP rider Maverick Vinales. But with 1.5 laps remaining, let's see if we can keep our eye on that fight for 2nd and 3rd place. 7 riders going to fight right to the death if the previous laps are anything to go by. Here we are back again, and we're absolutely ruled out the number 13 of Marco Tapia, and I do apologise to the Spaniard because he's managed to regather his thoughts, regather his pace, get back onto the rear of this 7-rider gaggle, and now he's starting to make his way through the field with a dive bomb up the inside, and it pays off as well. Into the chicane, uphill, he manages to pick off another place.
Yeah, Tapia again, he's making that progress late in the race. A massive dive on the inside. Looked like there was almost contact there, and it's cost him as they go into the penultimate corner. He did take a huge dive up the inside. He's running out of time now because, again, it's splintered this group a bit as they all fight for second place. Tapia made that dive up the inside into turn 9. Didn't quite make it stick, but Alonso crosses the line with a huge lead of well over 6 seconds. He continues to lap in the 148, and he's only probably got another 1 minute 48 seconds to go before his first win.
4.2 kilometres remaining for the Colombian before he can pick up a first ever Hawkers European Talent Cup win. Meanwhile, as we go into the opening corner, 2 riders down. That looks like it's the number 69. of Marcos Ruder and Adrian Cruzes as well. Contact between the pair of them into the braking zone of turn number 1 of two of the favourites to pick up a podium finish have both gone down. That leaves Ivan Ortola away with it. Half a second clear in second place. The fight now is going to surely come down for who will take the final place on the podium. 4 riders remaining. At the moment it's the 13 of Marco Tapia that leads. Not for long though, because there goes Alberto Ferrandez through into 3rd place.
Yeah, Fariola and Fernandez were trying to overtake each other there into the left-hander, and it almost let Tapia through in the inside to take the pair of them. But as it is, he's in 4th at the moment. The fight for the final podium position, as you say, looks like it's a 4-way fight now with Ortola. He was the chief beneficiary of that nasty incident into turn 1. He was the right side of it. He was just ahead of it and was able to break clear. And it looks now as if Aspar are on course for a the season.
The fight for 3rd place, half a lap remaining at the moment. Ferrandez leaves it with Tapia there in 4th. 5th place is Marco Morelli, and then Farioli there is up to 5th place. Now he's ahead of Tapia. We're into the final chicane. There's Ortola. He's got 2nd place in the bag now, surely, as we go into the final sector. At the front, David Alonso is surely going to take victory. Ferrandez has put in a dynamite final lap here. He's pulled 2 or 3 bike lengths out over Tapia. Is he going to secure a debut podium finish in the Hawkers European Talent Cup? Talking of debut finishes, this is going to be a first ever win for David Alonso. What a performance from the Colombian. Started from pole position, never looked back. It's a debut win for him, and it's an Aspar 1-2 with Ivan Ortola taking 2nd place, and Ferrandez wins the scrap for the final place on the podium, with Morelli the unfortunate man to miss out in 4th place. Well, we had to wait a while for it, Lewis, but what a way to kick off the season.
Fantastic race to start the season, full of incident. Morelli misses out on the podium, but he did just slipstream past Tapia on the run to the line to move from 5th to 4th. And as you can see now, he did it by just 26 thousandths of a second. Farioli finishes 6th, Volpi 7th, Carpe takes 8th, Garcia 9th, and Harrison Voigt rounds out the top 10. Rulstone, Detweiler, Vinales take you down to 13th. And the beneficiaries on that last lap of the incident at turn 1 are Philip Ton and Justin Foucault, who round out the points.
Well, it was Aspar's day in 2019 when Ivan Ortola picked up 2 Hawkers Cup wins, and Barry Baltus was able to pick up a Junior World Championship win, and it looks like it's going to be the Aspar team's day in 2020 as well. Both Ortola and Alonso were on the podium this time last year in wet conditions in 1st and 3rd place, but now it's one better. It's a 1-2 for the open back Aspar Junior team, with David Alonso taking a 1st ever victory in the class and Ivan Ortola backing him up in 2nd place. Alberto Ferrandez, as we said, picking up 3rd place on his debut in the European Talent Cup. A great performance from the Cuna de Campeones man. Won the Cuna de Campeones Moto 4 Championship last year and has made the jump into the European Talent Cup in 2020 look pretty easy. Meanwhile, that's a great sight to see. Adrian Cruzes on his feet. Looks as though he's okay as a result of this nasty incident going into turn 1 on the start of the final lap. Oh, it looks as though Cruzes just got it a little bit wrong and ran into the back of Marcos Ruder. Poor old Marcos Ruder. This will be a better angle. Yeah, it looks as though in the braking zone it was Cruzes that just got it a little bit wrong, trying to dive up the inside, and unfortunately braked a little bit too late and went into the rear wheel of the number 69, and as a result both of them went down. Of course, glad to see that both of them been able to get up. This is the reaction of the Leglis Academy squad. Unsurprisingly, pretty devastated to see their front runner go down, and then for his teammate Marco Tapia to just miss out on the podium. But 5th place for the Italian is by far and away his best ever finish in the Hawkers Talent Cup. Meanwhile, into Parc Fermé for the first time comes David Alonso, parks into the P1 spot, and he can celebrate at long last. Picked up 2 3rd place finishes in 2019 and 2 2nd place finishes. He's had to wait for a debut win, but at long last it has come for the Colombian. Gets a big hug off team manager, former 125cc world champion Nico Terol. And also a big high five from teammate as well, Ivan Ortola. There's going to be some big smiles under those masks in the Aspar camp after picking up a 1-2 in the first race of the year. Great ride from that man, Ivan Ortola, of course, the runner-up in the 2019 championship. We'll be hoping to go one better in 2020, and no better way to start the season than a second place finish. I'm sure he'll be hoping from the second row of the grid to maybe try and go with his teammate in the second race of the day later on. There's Alberto Ferrandez. The 12-year-old on debut jumps onto the podium. He had big boots to fill, jumping onto Ethan Guevara's bike, the man, of course, who dominated last year's championship. But it looks as though he's not going to do a bad job, the 12-year-old, already on the podium after just one race in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Incidentally, there's going to be a drop one position for the number 13. We were just talking about the number 7 of Filippo Farioli. It still remains a good result for him. He will jump up to 5th place, and Marco Tapia, the number 13, of course, who we were just saying has picked up his best ever result. Previous best was 12th. We thought he'd come across the line in 5th, but it looks as though he's going to have to drop 1 place to 6th place as a result of exceeding track limits on that final lap. So as David Alonso jumps onto the scales in the back of your picture there, just to make sure that everything is all under control, is over the minimum weight limit that have in place for the European Talent Cup. Once he's done his weighing, I'm sure he'll then turn around and walk across to Lewis Sotheby, who's made his way down from the commentary box into Parc Fermé to speak with our eventual race winner. There is Lewis, primed and ready. Unfortunately, hasn't got a rider to speak to just yet. David Alonso just finishing off all of the necessary rules and regulations at the completion of a race. Final top 10 finishers we'll just run through quickly. Of course, we've mentioned Alonso, Ortola and Ferrandez, your podium finishers. Morelli, Tapia and Farioli in 4th, 5th and 6th. Then have Volpi, Carpe, Garcia and Voigt in the top 10. But here comes David Alonso. For the first time in his European Talent Cup career, he takes victory. And very shortly, he's going to be speaking to Lewis Sotheby. Right, let's jump down to Parc Fermé and hear from your race winner. Here's David Alonso with Lewis.
David Alonso, winner of the first race of the Hawkers European Talent Cup for 2020. The perfect start of your season, leading from start to finish.
I am very happy. I do a really good race. All the time, the first one. I am very happy with the pace that I have in all the race. Thanks to all the team because of the work they do here and in the test, and also to my family that support me. And now, well, we are thinking now in the second race, but we are very happy of the result, and in the other race more.
¿Y en español?
Estoy muy contento, no me esperaba que desde la primera vuelta iba a sacar distancia, ya luego me he concentrado en mantener un ritmo y bueno, muy contento de esta carrera, la primera carrera del año primero. También dar muchas gracias al equipo por todo el trabajo que ha hecho y a mi familia que me apoya también y desde casa.
Gracias, well done.
Here are the highlights then from the opening Hawkers European Talent Cup race of 2020, and it was the Colombian David Alonso to start from pole position. He's dominated the weekend, fastest in free practice, fastest in qualifying, fastest in warm-up, and he got a great start to the race from his debut pole. Meanwhile, behind, the battle for second and third place would really light up with Ivan Ortola, his Aspar teammate, trying desperately to take control of it and close down the number 80 ahead. But unfortunately, had debutant Angel Piqueras for company, wasn't particularly pleased or happy in letting the Spaniard escape and trying to close down his teammate. It allowed Alonso to break clear. Meanwhile, carnage would start to ensue behind with Zonta van den Gorberg, having started from the first ever front row start, the first man to get collected. Later on, we saw two Cuna de Campeones men go down in the form of De Girasaco and the number 38 of Juan Rodriguez. Then in the closing stages, that was the Frenchman, the number 3 of Matteo Pedino go down. But as we got into the final laps with Alonso away with it at the start, it looks like the fight was going to come down with Angel Piqueras right in the mix. With just 3 laps remaining, the Spaniard undercame some technical problems, so we were left to just 5 riders to try and fight it out for the final podium places. The number 7 of Filippo Farioli took control with 2 laps to go before then on the final lap, the number 10 of Adrian Cruces ran into the back of Marcos Ruda. That allowed Ivan Ortola to escape for 2nd place, but it was all about the number 80 of David Alonso, the Colombian, taking a first ever Hawkers European Talent Cup win. Here are the results then from our first Hawkers European Talent Cup race in 2020, an 11-race championship starting here in Estoril with David Alonso a dominant victor, 6 seconds clear of teammate Ivan Ortola with a debut podium on his debut European Talent Cup race for Alberto Ferrandis. 4th place going to Marco Morelli ahead of Filippo Farioli, Marcos Tapia and Matteo Volpi. Top 10 finish for Harrison Voigt ahead of his compatriot Jacob Rulston. Noah Detweiler, Dean Berta, Philip Ton and Justin Fockert were your final point scoring finishers, with Fockert just getting the better of Oscar Almonacio on the final lap. Further down, Torin Collins, the Canadian, in 18th ahead of Mario Meyer, Tyler Scott, Blai Tiras, Milan Pawlicek and Mario Mitzeri. And then we get into the non-finishers of course, Adrian Cruces, one of them on the final lap. But the good news for all of the non-finishers there is that we will go racing in race 2 of the Hawkers European Talent Cup Championship later on this afternoon, with the race kicking off at 1 p.m. local time. That's GMT +1 here in Portugal. The first podium ceremony of 2020 then, with Nico Terol making his way up onto the podium to collect the team award on behalf of the Aspar squad. Alberto Ferrandis there in 3rd. Just 12 years of age, but already onto the podium. Ivan Ortola, the 15-year-old, you can see quite a bit taller than the 12-year-old to his left-hand side. And then your race winner, David Alonso, jumping onto the top step of the podium for the first time in his career. Nico Terol celebrates for the Aspar team with a 1-2. Had a dominant day here in Estoril in 2019, and it looks as though they're going to do the same in 2020. Can their Junior World Championship guys pick up where the European Talent Cup guys have started? We'll move our attention to them in a couple of hours' time. We've got Moto2 coming up next. There's Ivan Ortola, another podium finish for him in the European Talent Cup. 3 victories last year to help him to runners up. This is the first time he's actually jumped onto the podium, and he's not been on the top step. Meanwhile, for the first time in his career, 4 visits to the podium in 2019, but he never got to stand on the top step. Now he finally can do. 6 seconds clear in the opening race of 2020. Your first victor in the Hawkers European Talent Cup is David Alonso. And as a result as well, he'll pick up €250 courtesy of sponsor Repsol. Now the Colombian national anthem rings out here in Portugal. The Colombian national anthem rings out here at the Circuito de Estoril. Surely one of the first times in FIM CEV Repsol history. I'm just trying to rack my brain of a previous Colombian rider that has been able to win a race. Certainly for the first time in a long time. David Alonso, of course, was born in Spain. His grandparents are from Colombia, which is why he rides under the yellow, blue and red flag.
And it sounds like we're going to be hearing that national anthem quite a lot on the evidence of the race we've just watched.
Yeah, that should be a national anthem that we might get a little bit used to over the coming weeks and months in 2020. Of course, he's part of the Red Bull rookies this year as well, so we may well hear it there as well. What a start that was then to the Hawkers European Talent Cup. 10 races to go. Of course, it's a condensed season as it is for all World Championships and championships around the world in 2020. Just 10 races to go, but it's an early lead for David Alonso. My maths isn't very good, Lewis, so doing the championship points after the first race is always pretty easy. We know exactly who's going to be where. 5 points clear at the moment of teammate Ivan Ortolo, with Alberto Ferrandez a further 9 points back. Some good point-scoring finishes there for the Aussies, Harrison Voigt and Jacob Rulston, plus Noah Detweiler as well, the Swiss riders. Jumping on to the points. A best finish for him in European Talent Cup history. But today, so far, has been about this man. David Alonso takes the first win of 2020. He's got to do it all over again in a couple of hours' time. But up next, don't go anywhere. European Moto2 guys are about to kick off their season.